You're not just an MSP owner. You're not just a solo print tech. Your responsibility is to be a trailblazer in your community. And we got to change that mindset from that judgment mindset, that negativity mindset, to that curiosity, that intrigue mindset, that belief that I can do this, I can scale.
Take action. Do it. Share it. Talk about it. Do the thing. Make the first move. Put it out there.
But what if I told you the best speakers in the world and the people that make the most money are the ones that choose, even when they're uncomfortable?
I'm gonna grab this bull by the horns, and I am gonna go into my community and I'm gonna be an AI leader.
We've been told for decades that profit comes last. Starting today, start taking your profit first.
You guys can do this, I promise you.
Okay, welcome everybody to MRRCon V2, the summit. So nice, we're running it back twice. Thank you for being here today. Now that I'm done with my cheesy opener, welcome MRRCon, hosted by yours truly, seven-figure MSP. If you do not know who I am, my name is Tanner Fite. I wear a lot of hats over here, but today I will be the event success manager, MC for this event, and I will be guiding you through this entire journey in which you will be learning a lot about what you can do to grow your MSP. So before we get into any of the presentations, I got a few things I want to go over, and then we will get straight into it so that you guys can get the most out of this. If you are here right now, you probably logged on and saw this page right here. This is eventmobi.com/MRRCon-June-25. If you're watching this, you already clicked on the live stream, but you'll see our agenda, our virtual exhibit hall, live events for things that we're doing in the future, and everything that you'll need to engage with this stream today. So before we get into anything else, I want to thank our sponsors because we cannot do this without them. We have Easy DMark, Cytracom, The 20, Kaseya, Griffin IT, CyberFox. These are our social sponsors who make things like this happen so that we can give you guys the best information, the resources, the tools that you need to grow your MSP. Now, again, in that virtual event space, you can view the live stream, participate in the chat, check out the agenda, and visit sponsors. So what we're going to do right now is go through what our lineup looks like today. So as you see, welcome to MRRCon. We're starting that right now. At 10:15 in just a couple minutes, we're going to be bringing Chris on, our founder and CEO, and we're going to be going straight into Lindsey at 11 o'clock. Then we're going to take a quick lunch break, and we're going to do some trivia at 12:15. Once we come back from lunch, we're going to welcome the COO of Cytracom, John Tippett. He's going to be giving you guys some heat. After that, at 1:45, we'll be bringing our VP of Sales Coaching, Cindy Phillips, onto the stage. 2:30, we're going to bring Laura up. She's an incredible presenter, and she's going to show you how you can grow your business with speaking. We're going to go into another trivia at 3:30. 3:45, we're going to bring the Global Channel Director of Easy DMark, Mike Anderson, on, and he's going to give you guys a powerful presentation. And then at 4:15, these are always my favorite, the Fireside chats, because you can learn from our coaches and you can hear directly from our clients who are crushing it right now, people who are in your shoes, so that you can emulate what's working right now for MSPs. At 4:45, we're going to give an exclusive invitation. Chris is going to come back on. We're going to share that. And then at 5:30, we're going to be giving some closing remarks and a grand prize giveaway. So throughout this process, we are going to be doing some breaks and trivia. The way this is going to work is that right before we leave, I'm going to be reading a question to you. In the live stream, right underneath the video, you should see a little button that says chat. If you click that, you will be able to submit your answers. Please submit those with A, B, C, or D in all caps. And when you do, you will be entered to win a prize when we return from the break. You have to be present to win, though. So make sure you're engaged, make sure you're watching, and make sure you're doing everything you can to ultimately pay attention and stay on top of this, because I want to make sure that you guys win those prizes. And on top of the trivia giveaways, we're also giving a grand prize away. These are amazing. You're going to get a complimentary ticket and hotel room to our Q3 or Q4 live event. Those are so much fun. And basically how it works is you're going to scan QR codes throughout this presentation throughout the summit today. Hint, hint, there's one at the bottom right screen right now. If you get your phone out, scan, that gets you a raffle entry for the grand prize. Be paying attention, be engaged, because the speakers who are coming up and giving you this heat today are going to have these sporadically scattered throughout their presentations. So if you're not paying attention, you're not going to get those entries. So make sure that you're present and engaged and ready to act at all times. Now, we're going to announce the winner for the grand prize this afternoon, and the locations for these upcoming events that you could win a suite to is going to be Fort Worth, Texas, coming up next month, July 29th through the 31st. You don't want to miss it. Maria does an incredible job of picking out venues, setting up cool events that we do the night before. We got an entire rodeo purchase so that you can go. We're going to throw Chris on a bull. He's going to be jumping around. It's going to be a great time. So we're going to have a lot of fun with that. And then in Q4, we have Boca Raton. It's beautiful. I believe it's at the Boca Raton Innovation Center, which, if I remember correctly, was the former IBM headquarters. And it is a beautiful campus. You don't want to miss that one either. So if you would like to join us for the Q3 event that's coming up next month, if you go to sevenfigureMSPevents.com/Fort Worth, that is the registration page to where you can get your tickets. Now, since you are here watching this today, because you want to improve, you want to get the skill set, you're an action taker, you're somebody who wants to get everything that you can possibly get within your grasp to help you grow your business, we like to reward those action takers. So on that checkout page, if you use the promo code MRRCon, you will get 50% off your VIP ticket. Again, use promo code MRRCon to get 50% off of that ticket. Now, we're a little bit ahead of time. I'm excited. I hope you're excited because we're ready to start flying through this. But without further ado, I'm going to bring up our founder, our CEO, Chris Weiser, to the stage.
What's up, buddy? I can tell you're pumped up. I haven't heard you talk that fast ever.
I got my pre-workout in. I'm 2 espressos deep, and we're ready to rock the show today.
Wow. Okay. That is what it is. A couple things really quick before I bounce Tanner out of here. Thanks so much for being with us here today on MRRCon. Something I want you all as MSPs to think about as we sit here and do this. We put this together with a pretty skeleton crew. It's like me, Maria, Tanner, and then we run it just like a live event. We use a platform called StreamYard. We put it into Event Mobi that you're in right now. Yes, you got to pay for this stuff, but you can do this stuff. Like, we're running this with pretty much very minimal budget. And I want you to think about yourself, like, especially as you get into my presentation, I'm going to talk a lot about AI. You're going to get into Lindsey's presentation, talking about how to close AI. You're going to talk and get into Cindy's stuff, talking about how to sell and how to close deals. And then you're going to get into Laura's presentation, and this is where this all comes together. This is how we put your stages together. This is a great example of a virtual stage that you can put together very easily. It's the best time you've ever had to put people in front of you, more people. You can reach more people. You can reach them cheaper. You can get in front of them with so much technology. So where we used to have to run this out of a production studio, Tanner's in his, I don't know, is that your bedroom? It's probably your bedroom. I don't know. Tanner's in his bedroom. I'm here at the office on my normal laptop. And granted, I have a production studio over here, but we don't even use it for this because I like to speak like I'm speaking. I'm keynote land, right? That's how I think. And it's just so important. And I'm the only one here. So we're all over the place running this. You can do the same exact stuff. I don't care if you're a solopreneur, act like you're big. Like, that's a really important thing. And I am not afraid of taking massive amounts of risks. And Tanner, you can see, like, last time Tanner did this, he had never been on a stage before. And now the kid's killing it. You're doing a great job, man. I don't know if you're seeing the
Let's go.
Okay, back off on the Johnson, bro. Jesus. But it's just really important that you guys understand how critical it is to put yourself out there and to take some risks and to realize that until you, it doesn't have to be perfect the first time. In fact, our first one, we were blown away at how well it went. We were planning for a mess, and it was amazing just because we're getting good at doing it now. So think about that, especially as we go into the things that you're doing and all the things that you're working on. And please don't be afraid to put yourself out there, because it's easier, faster, cheaper than it's ever been to reach a ton of people. And even if, I'll tell you what, Lindsey and I were talking about this a couple weeks ago. I remember doing my very first webinar. I did it to approximately that many people, 0 people. I was in a room all by myself for an hour. I still did it. And I'll tell you what, that was probably one of the best things that I ever did. I forced myself to actively do a webinar to no one. What's your first inclination in that? Oh, nobody here, I'm just going to quit. But got to get practice, got to learn. It just keeps getting better and better from there. The first time we do anything sucks. So it's really
And if nobody shows up, the worst case that you get out of it is that you have marketing materials that you can redistribute later. So there's no negative consequence, and anywhere that you want to get, the road to success is paved with the failures you're willing to endure. So you just got to show up.
Where did that come from? Man, this is deep.
Dude, I got a whole list of quotes over here. I'm going to be pulling them out all day. I'm just kidding, buddy.
I love it. Love it. No, and you think about the amount of tools that you have. So half this is getting content now, because you have all these AI tools that are coming pretty much out of nowhere. Every week we're seeing new, better, different tools, and all you got to do is have some content to dump into it. So my whole thing is just go. You just got to execute, get started, make it better later. Tanner, how are we doing on time? Am I early?
We are fantastic. We're 4 minutes early, but if you want, we can go ahead and jump in and get rolling with it.
I'd say let's roll. We got my deck up there.
Let's do it.
I'm going to fly it up there, and then you can bounce. I'll come back. We'll come back. You and I will come back this afternoon, but we'll see in a little bit. Just keep me on a little bit of a time. What's nice is being virtual here. I actually got clocks that I know where they are, and I can look at them. Okay, guys, we're going to get into this really quick here. So I've done a couple versions. This is a little bit of a similar version of a presentation that I did at our live event, but we've had a lot of things happen since then, and we've had a lot of evolution, and I wanted to make sure we got an opportunity to get this out there and specifically talk about this. So our live event in Q2, and you see it was at the top of the screen here, it's called the MSP AI Revolution. And I want you to understand, and I'm going to go through a lot of things today, so I want you to be taking notes. We're also recording this, so we're going to send out the recordings to everyone that's here. I want you to start thinking about how critical AI should be in your business. And so we're going to go through a lot of stuff. We got a little bit of a delay on Event Mobi here that we got to deal with. So it's hard to do the live chat responses, but if you can do the best thing for me, team that's watching with me, throw stuff in Teams for me so I can see what some of these chat responses are as we go through here. So throw it in our MRRCon team chat. If you can do that, we got to actually, just looking at numbers, we got a great crowd here. So that's awesome. So I'm going to go through a lot of different things here. If you have something you want to say, throw it in the chat. I have a lot of things that are going to be live for you, but I just got a little delay. So we got to deal with that. So first of all, I want you to think about this. And as an MSP owner, we all consider, this isn't necessarily a question for you. I do this usually live and I get a show of hands, but everyone that's in this room with us considers IT, MSP, tech, right? That's something that we actively consider and we actively know. We've known this I've had an MSP, I've had a computer company / MSP since 2000. This is my 25th year. Getting old, man. It's ridiculous. My 25th year of doing business as an entrepreneur. And it's my 25th year in the computer / MSP industry. So absolutely, we consider IT, MSP, tech, right? Or something we should be managing. Now, let's think about cloud. As MSP, IT company owners and consultants and partners, we all consider cloud to be tech. It started with spam. Spam prevention is where it started. Then maybe hosted Exchange. Then it started getting into Office 365. Then it was Amazon Web Services. Then it was Google Cloud and all these other clouds. And I actually had a full hosted VMware environment that I worked with a partner on. I put VM servers in cloud. Then I did hosted, basically VMware as a service, platform as a service, did all those kind of things. So we got tech over here, IT, MSP, that we consider tech. Then we got cloud that we consider tech. And what's happened in the last few years is SaaS has come up here and been part of tech. So now we've got these applications that we used to work with. Let's just say, I think it started with Office 365 and Amazon Cloud and some of that stuff. But if you think about QuickBooks Online, completely transition off the desktop into that. I got my payroll system online, which used to be like ADP or Paychex or whatever. Now we use Gusto here internally. Everything is cloud-based. So everything is a SaaS application. As MSP owners, we also consider that tech. So this kind of gets lumped into that tech basket. So now I want you to really start thinking here. Do your clients consider those three things tech? I'd say they all do. Now, as an MSP owner, I want you to start thinking about AI. And I really want you in your head to sit here, because the thing that I've watched over the last, I'm going to say, let's go back a year now, is, and the reason I talk about that initial stuff is that's all bundled into that tech blob that we consider that something that we manage. But for some reason, AI is moved over here to where it's, I don't necessarily use AI. But the question I want to answer, which feel free to throw this one in the chat. Let me look at my team, my teams here. I want you to think about specifically, do your clients consider AI to be a separate service, or do they consider that to be tech? They all, and I'm going to give you a little clue on this. They all, whereas MSPs are like, okay, we got MSP over here. Maybe we got MSP over here, or sorry, MSSP or cybersecurity over here, but we still got to manage it. But AI is over here, and I'm not going to touch AI because AI is not something I'm familiar with. Or maybe the only thing I touch with AI is the tools or the workflows, or maybe I'm building agents or some of this other stuff, but it's a whole different animal than MSP. Here's the thing. Your clients all consider AI to be part of that technical bubble or that tech world. And then I want you to ask yourself this. If you're not managing AI, if we think AI is over here and MSP and tech is over here, how many of your clients are actively using AI? I want you to think about this guy and how dangerous this is in your client infrastructure, because they are actively discussing AI now, and they are taking AI and moving it to the front of the field and what's happening, not only are the leaders doing this, but the clients' employees are actively doing this. I oftentimes use the dentist across the hall as an example. Okay. Great example with the dentist. I was interviewed. I'm casual friends with them because they take care of my packages when I'm out of town and that kind of stuff. I asked them, would you believe the hygienists take pictures of teeth and upload them into AI? They're doing it on their own personal devices because there's no direction from corporate. Do you guys see where I'm going with this? And I don't want you to think of AI as a threat. I want you to think in your head like, okay, I see that I should look at AI. I also see that my clients are already actively using AI, but how do I take this in? Because the traditional mindset would be, okay, let's just get rid of it. Let's block AI from the clients. That's not going to happen. We're going too far down the rabbit hole already. Number one, that. Number two, I want you to really start thinking about the opportunity. And this is where the title of my entire presentation comes into play. I'm going to go back to what it was again. Lead or be left behind, how AI will dominate the MSP. And I'm a trailblazer guy a lot. And this is Chris trailblazing. I did a version of this presentation back in May, I think it was. No, it was April. It was mid-April at our Q2 event in Louisville. And it's crazy how much AI has moved in 3 months, right? So we polled over 300 MSPs. And I want you to think about just think about your own use, think about your own activities, think about all the things that you actively do already. 98.3% were actively using AI daily inside their business. That's actually probably more than are using their PSA. I will tell you that, because there's still MSPs that are out there. I had a guy the other day that I was talking to inside the Facebook group. He's been in business 12 years. All he uses is Excel for his ticketing. I don't know how the hell he does it, but that's all he uses. So I bet you that's higher. And we asked them how they're using AI. And almost every single response is, I am using AI to make content, usually social posts, that kind of stuff. And you can tell, especially LinkedIn's got an built-in AI post generator now. So a lot of times it's for social posts or social content, or maybe email nurture, et cetera, et cetera. And then the other side was, I'm using AI for tools and that kind of concepts. So we're pigeonholing to, I'm going to use it for content and I'm going to use it for tools. So two thoughts I want you to be very conscious of as we move down this ladder. And I really want you to keep your cup empty. When I say that, it means what can you do with an empty cup? Fill it up with stuff. So I want you to have your cup empty as we talk through this stuff, because this is going to be a little bit in your head, especially what I've noticed with IT people. They already have their mind made up. And then I come in and I'm like, I think you should change this. And they're like, no, don't tell me what to do. God, Wiser's dumb. Don't tell me what to do. You're always the guy that's telling everybody this and that. I had a guy come up to me at our Q2 event, and he said, I'm going to jump on the back of this one because you were about 4 years ahead of the curve on cybersecurity, and I didn't buy in mentally right away, and I fought you. So I want you to keep your cup empty, and I want you to absorb some of this stuff, and I want you to have a totally open mind, because we can change your business if you do the things I'm talking about today. But here's some of the deals, right? So AI is a little bit dangerous, and I know your brain as an MSP guy is immediately going towards, of course it's dangerous, it's a security risk. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree, but that's not what I'm talking about here. Okay. I want you to be really careful with AI, because as a business owner, one of the challenges are AI becomes this easy button. And you see where almost all the poll results where AI becomes this easy button to producing content. And what we've seen over the last 3 months is I've immersed our membership community into this. All of a sudden, and I'm the first one to say, I've been an idea guy forever. So I've had ideas over here, and then execution and full implementation is over here. That you got to get from A to Z, right? That's a lot of work sometimes. AI is definitely shortening that. So it's really good for producing content, but you got to be really careful, because what tends to happen, this is where the easy button thing gets a little bit dangerous. And where I really want to caution you is all of a sudden it's a plop. So if you can really see this, if you look at LinkedIn right now, because you can definitely see people that are purely using AI for content generation versus actually writing real copy. Now, we definitely have a mix. I'm not going to say don't use it as a tool. Don't use it as I like to use a concept of the North Star. Definitely use it as a North Star. Like we can use that there. North Star is like the guiding light, right? Your navigation principle. 100% use it for that. Fine. But don't just dump all your stuff in there and then count on that. Because here's the challenge. As an IT person, not only are we doing all this content stuff, but specifically as an IT business owner, this is where you guys are really unique in this, and you got to be really careful, because specifically as an IT person, AI becomes a really good additional distraction. It's another toy that we get to play with, because I will tell you raise your hand if you're by yourself. How many of you have tested more than one RMM? Or how about more than one RMM this year? Or maybe I've looked at all these tools because it's something we're comfortable with. It's something that it's easy for us to fall back into. It's a passion usually, and we like to tinker and we like to play around with tools. And I even like to do that stuff, right? And a good example, I am always looking for a better way. I'm constantly trying to keep myself productive. I live by myself. I work by myself. And it's hard to stay focused when you're all by yourself. So I have this rule of threes, but I'm always looking for like new monitor setups is like my whole deal. So I have my setup here. I also have my podcast studio over there. At home, I have another setup in my office. And then I added a 48-inch TV to my living room, and I was plugging that in and using the Windows 11 ways to move stuff around. And then also I have a vertical monitor setup, which I will tell you, that's also proven to be the winner for the record. But great example, it's toys to play with. So I'm keeping myself busy. Think of yourself as an MSP owner. Okay. Oh, I love AI, because what happens is, and I've seen this with our guys, is there's like this immediate, not use AI as productivity, not necessarily use AI as revenue generation, not use AI as opportunity to lead and strategize, but it's, I can go build agents. I can go simulate myself on video and I'll never have to do video again. Holy cow, I can use VO3, or I can use whatever platforms out there, and I can use N8M to automate it, blah, 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 blah. So it becomes this giant trap and another way for you to avoid lead gen, because I want you to think of your role. Now, I know we definitely have some staff here today, but who I'm speaking to when I talk about this, specifically the MSP business owner, CEO, founder, sole owner, whatever you are, I want you to think about your role and think about what we're expected to do. Flat out, your job, I'm going to go into this a little bit more as we go, but your job isn't to build a great tech firm. I saw a post yesterday on Twitter. X, I know it's called X, blah, blah, blah. But I saw a post yesterday on Twitter. It was actually from Cody Sanchez, if you guys know Cody. She is a startup founder, but also a kind of a business trainer for acquisitions and stuff like that. But she lives here in Austin. And she had a post that said, I notice first-time founders focus on tech, second-time founders focus on growth. And it is blatantly obvious to me too. I totally 100% do that. So I want you to think of your role as a business owner. And this is where Coach Chris and Lindsey and Cindy and Laura and the rest of our team come into play, because our job is to show you, you need to be stopped. Like, I know we're expected to be great techs. I totally get that. Just because we're talking about growth, revenue, cash flow, AI, other things, does not mean we're neglecting that. It means that we're focusing on money, cash flow, revenue first. And I had somebody comment on my post yesterday. Like, we had a post yesterday that said, I'm summarizing, but it's basically, it's a lot of work and it's hard to grow. And usually the haters are the broke ones, because hating is cheap. Hating is free. Easy to hate when we have nothing else to focus on. That had nothing to do with, the guy was trying to point this towards a racial discussion. It had nothing to do with that. It had to do with hating ideas and hating growth and hating revenue and hating business and vision and all these other things. Because the bottom line of this whole thing is, your job is cash flow. You are in business to make money. Now, if you're running a charity, fine. But that's not what any of us are doing. At least nobody that should be on this webcast with us is doing that. And my point to all of it is, shouldn't we be using AI for more than just content and tools? This is where the rest of this whole conversation that I'm going to walk you through comes into play. I got 30 minutes and I'm going to walk you through my mindset of this, but I wanted to lay some groundwork on that. Going to get a drink of I got a homie today. I got a Diet Coke with the homie today. So I get excited when I talk. So bottom line is, your role needs to shift. Now, this is not only you as a business owner, specifically an IT MSP business owner. Your role needs to completely shift away from being simply an RMM and PSA focused MSP. Now, I know in the last 4 months since I presented my original version of this, a lot's changed. We've actually watched tons of new AI focused tools come into the marketplace. We've actually watched legacy vendors add more tools. We've watched all this other stuff, but I want you to start thinking AI first. So not just an AI focused MSP, but specifically using AI for sales and lead gen. And this is really important stuff. Now, side note on that, does not mean that we pick everything sales and revenue and sales and lead gen and dump it into AI. Okay? You still have to have strategy. You still have to have oversight, all those things. I'll talk about this a little bit. Lindsey's also going to talk about that in her session coming right after mine here. But I want to focus with you on your core role as owner, founder, CEO. Your number one job is to drive leads. That doesn't mean, I'll say this again, this does not mean we neglect tech. That's job number 3. Service delivery as an MSP should be expected. Let's go back to the dentist again. It's expected that they're a great dentist. It's default. If you own a practice, you should be great at delivering your craft. So then it comes down to, how do I grow my practice? Drive leads should be your number one focus. Again, doesn't mean we neglect that. Number one focus. Second thing, your number 2 deal should be closing the deals that you get. And we actually had a really great we do calls every week. Our coaching calls Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, top of funnels Tuesday, middle funnels Wednesday, going on right now, actually. Bottom of funnel is Thursday. So top of funnel, Lindsey and I were on that yesterday. And we talked about how big of a deal it is to have actually an entry point. We asked a ton of MSPs on our coaching program, how many of them, and this is an active coaching call for our program, how many of them are actually have a bottom? What's your minimal requirement to be a client? Most people, everything they had was tech focused. Like all the answers were tech focused. When in reality, it should be revenue, size of company, and affordability that you should be focusing on. There's a couple things you can add to that. But the bottom line is you want to focus on people that would be ideal prospects and clients for you versus taking anyone you can get, because that's the historical problem this industry has. I was talking to John Tippett from Cytracom the other day, and one of the challenges that they're seeing is we want more MSPs actively putting our product, Control One, on every endpoint. And the problem is that, not that the product isn't bad, the product is great, right? But the problem is that the MSP doesn't charge enough, and then they go in and try and strap a per user seat on the top, and they can't sell it the right way. So then they don't put it on every endpoint, and they're not delivering a best in class stack. And it's just like this wheel that goes around and around and around. So your number one job is to pick clients that are a really good fit for you. Number one, get those leads, then close the deals and make sure that you're charging the right amount to get there. That's really important. And with all this, you still need to be a leader. You need to be a trailblazer. So I'm going to kind of walk you through how you can add AI to your MSP. I got 5 pillars here that we're going to go through. We're going to talk through these different things. If you guys let me just check out the chat here, see if we got anything that I got to respond to. Ken just said he gets 5 cents for every time Chris says North Star. That's because Ken's company's called North Star Technology Group. Ken, I'm changing the name of that just for the record. No longer North Star. Let's see. Let's just call it the Moon. I love it, man. That's great. I love it. And Chris Engler just said a key term is a really good fit for you. Yeah, I love that as well. Okay, I'm going to keep rolling here. Thanks, Mo, for giving me comments here. It's very helpful as we roll into this. Okay, going to roll through now what we got here as the AI first MSP blueprint. And I got some deliverables for you coming out of the bottom of this and some other things. But here's my five pillars to success that I really want you to take on and really be a part of as an MSP owner. Again, I want this cup empty, and I want you thinking differently. One of the challenges we see as MSPs is, and I'll just kind of lay down a time frame here a little bit. You think from, let's say I started my MSP stuff in 2000. It was actually a computer company back then, but it's basically the same concept. And then I moved to full on MSP in 2004. And then from 2004 to 2015, I was true full B2B MSP. From 2000 to 2015, actually, I'm going to even move that. From 2000 to 2020, we saw very minimum movement in the MSP stack. A lot didn't change. There wasn't a lot of threats that changed. It was basically standard MSP services plus an antivirus, maybe dabbling in endpoint security with spam stack. That was our general stack. But then COVID hit in early 2020, and we had to pivot everything. And with the pivoting of everything, hackers came out of the woodwork. I just saw a massive change. And I don't know if you guys see the same stuff I saw, but that's really the timeline for me. But now if you look at the evolution of the MSP stack and where it's at, it's changing constantly. Like it's constantly evolving as we go now. So you really need to go back and think about, I know we didn't change stack from 2000 to 2020 much. Your stack should be evolving pretty regularly now. And you should be evolving that. And that's where this pillar 1 kind of comes into play of rebuilding the MSP tech stack. Now you have to keep, again, you got to keep that. And I don't talk much tech. So I'm going to talk a little bit here. Then this is going to be about it. And we're going to talk strategy and money and revenue. But it's really important that from an AI standpoint, you start thinking differently. I've done that internally at my company. My whole team knows we are an AI first company. We think that way. We roll that way. We evolve everything we can that way. Sometimes there's limitations. A good example on this, we had a big post that we put out as a lead magnet. We have an AI group that I'm going to share at the end here. We put out a post as a lead magnet, and a lot of the members were coming back, and it just took us a little while. We had some personal things that were happening in the last couple of weeks, and it took us a little while to put all the comments in play because the lead magnet post got 300 comments on it. I want this. It took a little while. Somebody came back and said, it's dumb that you guys are in an AI group and you're not using AI. Limitations of Facebook. I can only do so much because of the platform. What's crazy is we really saw this yesterday. timing is on this because a lot of the Facebook groups that were very heavily using AI enabled tools, they got shut down yesterday. We didn't, because we're still very legacy by design, simply because Facebook has these limitations and you can only send so many. It's just, you got to be really careful about it. So rebuild your tech stack, but you got to shift your mindset and your SOPs and your training. And then on top of that, your tools to an AI first mindset. Now, we got to be careful. Had a member message me yesterday. He said, hey, we should be actively telling people that they got to be careful about putting things on OpenAI and ChatGPT because nothing's private, nothing's sacred. Totally agree with that. Common sense applies, and we got to look at this. And my point is shift your mindset and your SOPs. I didn't say, yes, I say, and your tools in there, but we got to be really conscious of how can we be more efficient, more better, right? How can we be more efficient? Because I want you to think what your biggest cost is as an employer. Bodies, people. And where we often want to shift to, and I'm a scale guy all day, right? I'm a scale guy. 99 times out of 100, I'm focusing on scale. I tell my team, my first thing when my team talks to me is like, how do you scale that? These are all things I want you to be very conscious of, but we got to be thinking about strategically what's the best way to do it versus waiting for it to happen. And more importantly on this, do more with less. This is really critical thinking, and I want you to be on top of that. And if you guys have comments or questions, please throw it in the chat. Mo's monitoring that. I don't have the chat window open just because it's a pain in the ass as I'm presenting, but I got Teams open here, and he's actively throwing stuff at me. And so Jimmy, we got a couple other comments here, but Jimmy, I'm going to talk about AI tools and some of the other stuff as we go here. So just so you know that I'm going to talk about this, and we'll open this up for a little bit of Q&A as we get deeper. Okay. So that's pillar number 1, do more with less. Pillar number 2, you have to actively reposition your value with your clients. This is more important than probably anything I'm going to say today. You should be actively talking to your clients about AI. I'm going to talk about how to do this. I'm going to give you a worksheet. Lindsey's got a bunch of stuff as well to do. This also is right along what we did our deliverable for the other day, which she's going to have this afternoon, or later this morning. But you should be actively repositioning your value as we're not just your tech firm. We are the brain of your company. Yes, we're going to still talk about risk reduction. Yes, we're going to do that. But also, please understand your clients. And let's go back all the way back to my opening, how I laid the groundwork for this. Let's think about this. If your clients don't have, a North Star to lead them in the right direction, they're going to be off doing a lot of this stuff on their own. Let's go back to employees using that. Business owners actively thinking about AI. You now have AI, straight out AI project delivery shops that are coming in the door saying, we can improve this for you. We can do better for you, blah, blah, blah. Now, I understand also that I said to you, I don't know that you want to be playing with all these toys and tools and tinkering and agents. If you have a division for that, I'm not going to argue with it, but be very careful with the distraction level of it. We got a guy in our program. He full on has an AI team. They deliver projects. Great. No argument with that. Dedicated. It's like I want you guys in your brain to think about it as, okay, if we're going to do voice, like we're going to do full blown voice over IP, like a full voice division, or let's just say copiers. If you're going to do copiers, pretty hard to commingle that because it's a completely different business model. So you got copiers like way over here, and maybe you got voice like way over here, and we're focusing on MSP, but it's a separate division. If you want to do AI that way, fine. But somebody still has to be the company North Star for every single one of your clients, making sure that they understand the way. Because if you don't do this, let's go back again to my open, they are lumping together AI with tech. Even though you're like, oh, it's not the same thing. They are lumping it together. And because their staff isn't being led, keep in mind, their staff is worried right now being replaced with AI. Every employee, unless somebody is telling them otherwise, they're all worried about that. Even my staff comes to me and you think you could replace me with AI? I don't really want to. Do you want to? That's their, a lot of times that's where their heads are thinking because they're worried about that because that's like the buzz that's out there. So yes, risk reduction. Let's go back one slide here. We are the brain of your biz. This is what the message you should be giving to every one of your existing clients and every new prospect that you talk to. We are the brain of your biz. Yes, we're going to work with you on risk reduction, and all leads should lead to MRR, or all roads should lead to MRR, and all roads should lead to cybersecurity. 100% agree with that. Still what we coach and teach, but someone has to say to them, what are you doing for AI? What's your AI strategy? What's your AI plan? What's your AI system around any of this? Oh, I don't know. We don't have one. That's what we're actively seeing right now. Because we've rolled this entire strategy out for the last 3.5 months to our elite coaching members, and they're actively having these conversations, and we're seeing that, which leads into pillar number 3. It's really important that you have some type of an AI management. Now, I do not want you, unless, let's go back to, and this is a slippery slope for me because I got to say some of this stuff, but the MSP wants to land back into, more toys. Be very careful about this. This is why I talked about that dangerous stuff in the beginning. You got to be super, super careful about this. You should actively be having an AI management, and I should maybe change this to AI strategic growth consulting firm. Like your chief AI officer, or maybe a fractional AI officer, or maybe AI strategic officer. I kind of like that actually. But the bottom line is you become their general contractor for AI. I want you to think about the term general contractor. Almost all of us knows what this is. It comes from commercial construction. Coincidentally, above me, they are doing construction right now because they're putting in another dental office upstairs, endodontics company. They're going in above me. They got a guy that just walks around. His name is Lance. All he does is tell people what to do and coordinate stuff. That's all he does. And he's a completely separate company. He doesn't do any electrical. He doesn't do any plumbing. He doesn't do any nail pounding. All he does is builds the plan and keeps everybody on schedule, on structure, and on time. That's it. So it comes back to building your AI strategic management consulting firm, being the Lance of every client of yours from an AI standpoint, and you own the strategy. And then on top of that, you contract and manage the strategic vision, the goals, the timeline, and the talent. This is really important. Somebody has to lead them from an AI standpoint. They have to be talked to. They have to be drawn. And here's the other factor. Lindsey's going to talk about this after my session today. AI is really, we have a term in 7-figure MSP that we call yummy marketing. Yummy. AI is really yummy. Everybody wants it. It's hot, sexy, it's tasty. It's so yummy that people are consuming it. And to show you how much this stuff works, here's a great example. Andrew Christopher, AI growth, as AI profit and growth assessment. That's what AI GPA means. So he sold a 3-employee investment firm an AI assessment, but not around AI tools. It's around AI profit and growth. Strategy, different animal, totally different thing. He sold that to them for $2,000. Here's another one, Carl DePrado. Did a marketing and public speaking win, giving a presentation on AI in 20 minutes to the New York Bar Association. People care about this. Landed a speaking gig on the New York Bar Association stage all around AI. Here's another one from Don Mangiarelli. Booked 5 first-time appointment. Booked 5 first-time appointments, and now I have 50 new contacts to reach out to, warm leads from my live demo web app. AI is the way. Next up in an hour, the Hawaii State Bar Association. And Don said there, and damn, my Prezzo was on fire. I recorded it, but somehow the sound was off. I didn't know that, Don. I didn't read that till right now. I'm recording the State Bar Prezzo. So it gives you tons of content. Great job, Don. That's amazing to see you do that and see you record your content. Also, that shows you gave it virtually, right? That's big. Randy Bryan, my AI talk to the chamber CEOs went great. From my QR code, there were 3 FTAs booked and 55 downloads of our lead magnet, the AI toolkit. People are gobbling this stuff up because it's relevant. How hard is it? So going back to the question that came in from Jimmy, which AI tools are MSPs using for lead gen. See, where your brain as an MSP went to was easy button, tool. What? Give me the quick and easy way to get leads. Fine, there's a ton of them out there. But where I want your head to be, this is why this cup got to stay empty, because your MSP brain immediately goes to tools. I did it too for a long time. Now my MSP brain is, how can I use this to get in front of the same people that I've been talking to, but actually getting them to raise their hand? Randy Bryan has been actively working in San Marcos. He's about 40 minutes south of me in San Marcos, Texas. He's been talking to the chambers for years about MSP and managed services and making your employees more efficient and backup and cloud and cybersecurity. And then he had 55 downloads. I guarantee you, and Randy, if you're watching, feel free to comment in the chat. I guarantee you they've never had a lead magnet that they threw out from a 30-minute talk to where they got 55 downloads because it's hot. So Jimmy, coming back to that's your tool. That's your avenue. Find something that the end user really cares about. This is where marketing can be absolutely amazing, where it's super yummy. And then it works. Then you just got to get in front of people. And Laura's going to talk this afternoon about how to get on stages. That's your tool set. That's what you should be focusing on. That's so key and so awesome, right? It's so key to get in front of people. All right, let me keep coming back here. So pillar 4, now this is where the people stuff comes into play. And I think it's really on you as a leader in your organization to make sure that you are actively saying, I am going to lead with AI. Because let's go back to the dentist office. If you don't show them the path, they're still going to go down it because at number one, it's kind of pretty buzzy, right? It's pretty hot, pretty sexy, something they care about. They also got this tool in front of them. Now, let's take a second to think about the risks that are involved in this. Let's think about for a second, the guy that messaged me yesterday that said, hey, all the stuff uploaded into ChatGPT isn't private. It'll even tell you that. Like literally, it purposely does that. It knows that everything goes to the LLM, everything's public, unless you have your own private instance, etc. But almost all the end users don't. And I know you tech guys are like, oh yeah, but fine. But you got to think about where all the consumers are and what they're actively doing. They use, and I don't know if you've seen stats around ChatGPT, but it's 95%. Okay. So forget what you can prove. I don't give a shit about all the tech stuff. It doesn't matter. It's getting somebody that you want in your lead list to raise their hand. Ooh, this is cool. I'd love to hear this. And then also getting it in front of their staff, making sure they have that North Star, making sure they understand all these other things. And then also making sure your staff has guidance, AI processes, AI agents. Yes, we're going to have this in your AI MSP tools. That should all be part of your stack. More importantly, you see what the first thing is, AI processes, your AI SOPs. Here's what our guiding light is. Here's our North Star template for how we're going to use AI as a company. Tell them this is what, and my brother works for a company. Here's a great example. He works for a Fortune 500 company. They actively, literally 6 months ago, they had somebody in their company that was very foresight on this. 6 months ago, they put out a company-wide, they had to sign it deal that said you cannot use ChatGPT for anything work. And if you use it on your personal device, number one, you shouldn't be doing it. And they're giving them guidelines around it. And they're also saying, please do not enter how much, number one, any intellectual property and how much anybody gets paid or any of this stuff. They have to be very conscious of that because they didn't want it anywhere near ChatGPT because they knew that their staff is using ChatGPT. And even if they're using a third-party tool, let's say, in fact, good example, my trainer uses some like ChatSmith, I think it's called. And it's the back end, the engine is ChatGPT. It's OpenAI. So it's still the same stuff. You have to be the one that guidelines that. And your staff has to be in a mindset. This is my mindset across my whole team, 30 plus in my company. You learn AI or you can't stay. Period. You better be learning it. And I'm even talking to people like my graphic designer. My graphic designer is amazing, but 6 months ago, I was up his rear end. Like, why aren't you using Midjourney? It's taking you 5 days to come back to me with we're doing logos all the time and all this other stuff. Like, why are you using that? I don't know. I'm not comfortable. You better learn right now. That's what I told him. Learn right now. And he's actively using it now. And now all of our concepts, and what's nice is now ChatGPT actually has a lot of the concepts. So all of our concepts now come from that, and then he refines. So it's a great example of how you can use that. Now let's get into the revenue side of this a little bit. And you want to lead every single conversation that you have in your company with AI. This is more client facing. Every single situation that we're talking about is AI. Bundle your AI management with risk management and compliance. Make sure that it's part of your conversations. It should be part of your regular technology business reviews or strategic business reviews. Side note on that, we had this conversation yesterday in our top of funnel. I'd say 50% of MSPs are not doing client reviews. And out of the 50% that are, 70% of them are dumping it on tech. Your business reviews should always be strategic, and not strategic from a tool standpoint, not even from a technology standpoint. It should be strategic from a business standpoint. If you start talking business strategy, especially leading with AI, you know who cares? Their decision makers. That will move the needle. And if you're having problems with your decision makers not showing up to business reviews, not doing them, or they dump it off on an office manager, you're not providing content that's relevant to them. That's literally what it is. Occasionally, I understand we all have jerk clients, but you got to understand that. It's on you. And if you don't control the AI, someone is going to come in there. I promise you this. You will see this in the next, it's June 25th, 2025 right now. 10:53 a.m. Central Time. In the next 12 months, someone will come into one of your existing clients or more of your existing clients than one, and they will talk to them about AI, tools, workflows, strategies, growth, and you should be using all of that. They're going to use it to kick you out. You should be using it as your door opener, as your wedge, as your opportunity to talk things. And you don't have to use this whole mindset of, I'm going to launch a whole AI division. There's a million guys out there on Upwork and on all these different platforms that you can hire to do this. All you have to be is the general contractor, the strategic visionary, the North Star guideline. That is really important. And AI is 100% your next 7-figure plus revenue stream. Start thinking about it now. Start executing now. I can't stress that enough or hard enough. This is not some fad that's going away. We saw, I'd say 2 or 3 seismic shifts in the last 10 years in MSP. Okay. Seismic shift number 1 was 2020 with COVID happening, and it seismic shifted all this remote work stuff. And that really hasn't changed that much. My entire company is 100%, like we are 100% remote work. Still the same. We use SASE. We use all the stuff to secure our stuff. We have company owned laptops and provided laptops, but we still have a couple of contractors that are BYOD. We still secure them. We still lock them down. We still do all that stuff. That was seismic shift number 1. Seismic shift number 2 was really your cybersecurity opportunity. We are actively seeing our members still going back to existing clients, charging $150, $250, $350, $450 per seat per month. That's a per user seat because of cybersecurity. Still there, still active. Your next seismic shift is AI. And not just the tool side. Sure, you can make a tool division, but I want you to think about and focus on strategic growth, strategic management, being your client's North Star for AI. Ken owes me like $50 already from this presentation, but I want you to think about how important that is. If you don't have that conversation, someone will. Okay, I got a couple minutes here. I want to throw you guys really quick here. I got a giveaway. We got our Facebook group. Lindsey and I have a Facebook group called the AI Business Builders. It's kind of I don't say a side project because we're launching an entire division around AI. That's launching like in the next 2 weeks here. This is a Facebook group for that. So it's facebook.com/group/build-your-biz or build your AI biz. That's the QR code. You can zap that with your phone. That'll get you in there. Or you can just search AI business builders on Facebook and find that. That's with me and Lindsey. We're dropping all kinds of good stuff in there. And I have for you guys today as well, our AI playbook for MSP CEOs. Take a look at that. The link's on the bottom. And or you can scan the code. And I'd love to have you work with us, whatever you want to do. I'm going to come back this afternoon and talk a little bit more about MSPs and about making money on that side. Let me just hit a couple other questions if we got that here. And Tanner, if you want to come back with me, feel free to do that here. Yeah, I think we're good on questions. Anything else that's in there, Tanner, that we need to focus on?
No, but it was a great presentation. I really just want to reiterate and drive it home. You can't lean on tools because that's the route, that's the easy route. And it's the route that everybody's going to end up taking.
Yeah.
But the future of that is when everybody has access to the same tools you do and things are coming faster and faster and faster and faster, and you lean on tools as your selling point and everybody else has access to it, what's going to end up happening? You're going to lose your strategic position.
You're back to a commodity, right? And that's one of the biggest battles that MSPs are facing now is if you're selling that good, better, best, I'm going to talk a little bit more about this afternoon, but if you're selling that good, better, best mindset, you're just a commodity at that point. And if you're being underscored on price, if you're being price shopped, if you're having issues with clients leaving because of price, it's because you're not delivering enough strategic value to them. So this comes right into that. I agree.
Yep. And so many people try to abdicate. That's what Jeff Wood said on our stage at the Q2 event. You cannot abdicate responsibility to AI because the only thing that is going to differentiate you from others who are using AI is your ability to conceptualize it and make it look and position it and package it differently than everybody else out there. If you don't do that, like Chris said, you become commoditized. It's a race to the bottom in pricing. You have tight margins and it is impossible to scale in a healthy way when you're running lean on tight margins. And that's a constant problem that we see with hundreds of MSPs that we speak with
every lead we talk to is almost like is struggling with that. We know that you and I notice that actively. Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
Okay. I'll get out of here. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for paying attention today. I'll check out the chat as the rest of the day goes on, and I'll be back this afternoon to help close this out, not only with me, but with Tanner as well. Tanner, great job. I'll let you take it away.
See you, Chris.
Bye-bye.
That was a great presentation. And if you liked that, we are just getting started. We have so much to give you. And I'm really excited for this next one because Lindsey is amazing at showing you how you can position yourself and get your business, get people to know you because people can't buy from you if they don't know who you are. And she is so good at helping you take very simple, actionable steps to put your business in a position to look different, sound different, and be different than everybody else out there. So without further ado, let's bring Lindsey to the stage, and she's going to give you guys an incredible presentation. Welcome, Lindsey.
Woo! Excited to be here, Tanner. What an excellent job you've done today. I think we should update your official title to seven-figure MSP MC. Like you are just rocking it. You guys, isn't Tanner doing a great job?
Drop a 1 in the chat if I'm killing it.
Yeah, put it in the chat. Give him some positive reinforcement. No, you're doing great. I've watched it from the beginning. So I tuned in as you were starting. So really great start. The chat is doing really great. Some good conversation over there. Ken is collecting royalties every time North Star is mentioned. That is definitely happening in the chat. Yeah, if you guys have not talked to us yet in the chat, make sure you're doing that. I actually have some opportunities for prizes during my presentation today. And I've got some things that you are actually going to be doing. So this is not a passive keynote. This is you are actually going to be doing some things today. So
amazing.
Thank you for the intro.
Cool. I will bring up your presentation. I'll bounce and I'll let you take it from here. Lindsey, go crush it.
All right. Thank you, Tanner. All right, everyone. So you guys heard from Chris this morning and for the past hour or so around using AI and becoming an AI first MSP, an AI and security first MSP. And I'm going to show you over the next 45 minutes or so how you can actually use this AI angle, not just AI, that's definitely a catalyst to it, but how you can actually generate up to 50 leads every single month in your MSP using fairly simple strategy. So I don't know about you guys, but we have enough complicated things in our life. And I don't think that lead generation should be one of those. So I'm going to keep it super simple for you. I just ask that you all are here and that you are present and that you're participating. Okay, so that's what I ask of you. What you put in is what you get out. And I always say, if you give me 10x, I will give you 100x. So give me 10x today, and we'll make the most of our session together. Okay. So first of all, I want to know how many of you have ever felt like you're working way harder than you should to generate leads and actually get your business noticed? Are you putting in the work? You're showing up to networking meetings, you're going to the chamber, you keep popping up in all of these places, you're probably putting out content using AI, you're active on LinkedIn, and you're doing all these things. And you're thinking, hey, my business should be getting noticed. What's happening? Maybe you are spinning your wheels with marketing and it's not actually delivering. You're chasing some referrals along the way, dumping cash even into outsourced lead generation companies who that's their sole role is to be generating you leads that have really big promises, but unfortunately you just didn't get the results delivered. You did not have the level of results that you had anticipated from those marketing agencies or from those lead generation agencies. So the ground that I have to stand on, what I'm going to teach you here and that you're actually going to take action on is from helping over 500 MSPs build marketing machines. So this is a full curriculum that we have inside of our elite program, step by step, that over 500 MSPs and their team members have been trained on to build marketing machines. Not only have they built marketing machines, but I've worked hands-on with over 50 MSP lead generation and leadership teams inside of one of our mastery programs called Leads Mastery, where every single month they're generating 10 to 50 leads using this really simple strategy that I'm going to go through today. Okay. I am here, if you allow me to, I'm here to transform the way that you do business and the way that you generate leads. You're going to walk away from this training with a plan and action to get at least 10 to 50 leads every single month. Put a 1 in the chat if you say, yes, that sounds great. Give me 10 to 50 leads every single month. I'm going to put in the work though. I'm going to take the action and we're going to make it happen. Okay. We help MSPs build lead machines better, faster, and with 100 times more support than anything that this industry has ever seen. And it really starts with the principle of you're not waiting for leads to come to you. So this is the big obstacle with SEO lead generation or content lead generation or LinkedIn lead generation, or just build your website and they'll come to you. That sounds great. Or even direct mail lead generation, stuff in an envelope, sending it out there, and then you're waiting on that lead to call you. Number one, you can't track that. How are you going to track an envelope? But number two is that you're still waiting for the leads to come to you and you don't have any direct measurable activity or input that you can measure directly against the output that you are getting. So I like to operate from a place of ABC equals 1, 2, 3. If I put in ABC effort, I will get 1, 2, 3 output from that said effort. Okay. You have to create the leads for that to happen. So step one, I want us all right now, write it down somewhere, create leads. And the leads that you're going to start with are already in your ecosystem. These are the leads that you already have. Every single one of us watching this right now, you have ignored leads that are in your CRM right here, right now. And this is where I want you to start. If I were to come into this training today and tell you to start with cold leads, go start making cold calls, I would be doing you a massive disservice and you would be leaving hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table by not going back to the existing clients, the existing project clients, the past leads, the ignored leads that are already in your ecosystem. So this could look like past conversations that you've had. So past conversations with leads that have already entered in through your website or already came in through your outbound lead generation. They've already commented on something on your LinkedIn or on your Facebook. This could be event or conference association lists that you have. This could be opportunities or FTAs, first time appointments that you've had previously that ghosted you, went stale, or did not move forward. This could be leads from networking groups, business cards that you have, past project clients. You are sitting on thousands of dollars in MRR in leads that you've probably just forgotten about. So I'll give you an example. Yesterday in our C-suite meeting, I had one of our MSPs say, hey, I have left so much money on the table by just not following up. You have to follow up with your leads, and you've got to go back to your pipeline, go back to every conversation that you've had in the last 24 months. And I've literally done this with our Leads Mastery clients. Let's go open up your entire leads list from the past 2 years, and we will go down line by line by line. Okay, where did this lead leave off? Where did this lead leave off? What was the end result? Where did the conversation go? Okay, let's follow back up with them. And we go through that entire leads list and scrape the table for all the money that was left there. That's where you want to start. If I told you to go and make cold calls today, go in the opposite direction. If I told you to go and run ads today, please go in the opposite direction. If someone's telling you that, go in the opposite direction. You have to start where the leads are already in your ecosystem. And you guys know the lowest hanging fruit is the one that you forgot to pick. So it's the one that's already there. It's already in your world. You've already had a conversation with them. You just have to go back and go work that lead. Okay. So I want you right now, really quick, again, you're going to take action during this workshop. You're going to make a list of your 10 low hanging fruit in your world. So this is clients, project clients, past leads, ghosted opportunities, etc., that you already have had contact with. Okay. Past clients, ghosted quotes, stalled deals, referrals that went nowhere, networking connections. Just go make a list right now, literally jot it down, do a brain dump right now, get out a Post-it note, do it in the note section of your phone. Okay. Make a list. Trust me on this. Make a list of 10 people, 10 connections that are already in your world. Okay. Start there. And then I'm going to tell you how you're going to reach out to them to regenerate, re-engage that conversation. But first, you have to take action. And then I want you to drop the number 10 or the number 10 in the chat once you have your list of 10. Okay. When you get your list of 10, you're going to reach out to them. And preferably, you do this via a voice note or a video. You do this by picking up the phone and calling them. Last case scenario, will you email or text them? Okay, that's the last case scenario that you're typing this out and sending it that way. Otherwise, I want you to pick up the phone, send them a voice note, send them a quick personalized video. I did a version of this keynote at the summit, at the 20 summit that we did in like a month or so ago. And I had them do this live. So literally every person in the entire room stood up, walked to the lobby, walked to the other side of the room. They went and got into a separate spot of the room and were sending videos and sending voice notes right there from the actual summit. So I made them get up during the keynote and actually go and do this. By the end of the keynote, we had FTAs that were generated. We had old leads re-engaged. We had discovery calls generated. This works, but you have to work it. Okay. So you're going to send them a message and you're going to say, hey, so we've been helping a few clients implement some really light automation that's saving hours, improving response times. I'm happy to share with you what's working if that would be helpful for you. I've actually got a 15-minute open tomorrow at 9 a.m. How does that work? And you're just going to re-engage the conversation. Okay. You're going to re-engage the conversation. So whether this was past client, ghosted quote, stalled deals, etc. We are not sending a generic, hey, just checking in. It screams desperation. Okay. You are going to quote unquote check in, but you're going to do it with purpose. Hey, we've been helping a couple of our clients do this really cool thing. We've been helping a couple of our clients implement AI. We've been helping a couple of our clients implement light automation. We've been helping our clients do AI policy reviews. Whatever that context is, start out your follow-up with that context. Do not say, hey, I'm just checking in. Where do we stand on the deal? You can send that, but I would recommend that you send this one. Okay. Once you do that, for every person in MRRCon that sends at least 5 reach outs. So I made you make a list of 10, but if you send at least 5 of those reach outs today during MRRCon and you share your actions that you took inside of the chat thread, so our team's monitoring the thread. If you share the actions that you took in the MRRCon chat thread, I will send you a private training, exclusive clients only training that I did on how to train, hire, and develop your sales development rep. That's what we do in one of our mastery programs, Leads Mastery. I will show you, I will literally personally send you the training on how to hire, train, and develop your SDR so that you don't throw money out the window. But you have to take action and share your actionables in the chat. Okay, so Mo has put the chat He's put the script over in the chat. Follow that, make your reach outs. Okay. Step 2, you guys heard Chris talk earlier about the yummy. And he talks about AI being very yummy. It's something that people, they're like, yes, I want more of that. Yes, tell me more. That sounds great. I want the details on this. It is something that hooks your leads in, and they are excited to learn more about it. Okay. Your clients, your leads, new logos, prospects are already using AI. If you are on Facebook, you're already being exposed to Meta AI. If you're using iPhone, you are already using the Siri magic that's using AI to predict your next response. Gmail already using AI. Your clients they're not as dumb as you think they are. If you think that they're not using AI, they are. Okay. My sister, you guys, I have a funny example here. My sister, who is as far from this world as could be, she's far removed from technology and business world as she could possibly be. She uses AI, or she was using AI to write posts on Facebook. She was using the Meta AI to write posts on Facebook. And I'm like, Heather, you have to stop using AI because this does not sound like you. If you're going to use it, you have to at least make it sound like you. I'm like, can you even pronounce this word? Can you even tell me what this word means? And she's, nope, but it sounds good. So your prospects are already using AI. This is one of our best performing yummy marketing campaigns. Okay. And when we talk about yummy, we're talking about something that hooks your prospects in, that's not boring. Your messaging cannot be boring. So if you ever tried to put out a lead magnet around cybersecurity or 10 steps to protect your business, or maybe you got some hooks on it. But if you go back to Chris's keynote, he shared where one of our clients, Tech Rescue, Debbie and Randy Bryan, used an AI lead magnet and had over 50 people opt in. Yeah, that was the most leads that we'd ever gotten from a keynote. As far as AI versus cybersecurity, of course, people are going to choose AI. That is the in, that's the hook. Okay. Your lead magnets, your marketing message has to be yummy. It has to be something that people want more of. How do you do that? You're going to have something that's specific, that's vertical based, and outcome focused. So whenever you create a marketing campaign, and I'm going to give you a prompt here in a few minutes, you can use AI to help you with the marketing campaign, but I'm going to give you some parameters around that. Okay. But you want to create marketing campaign that is specific. It solves a specific problem, or it has a specific outcome in mind. Now, ideally, that outcome is an investment into their business. So rather than being seen as the tech person or a tech vendor who just fixes things that are broken, example, 3 ways to fix your Microsoft when it crashes. That might rank in SEO. It might rank as far as getting eyes on your website, just as far as that Google strategy, or even an AI SEO. Okay. But it's not actually going to get opt-ins. Whenever you go and you present this somewhere, or you do a speaking engagement, or you want to run a briefing, or you want to run a webinar, et cetera, it's not going to get a ton of engagement. So you want to create a specific yummy campaign that's around a desire that your business owner has that would be an investment into their business. So for example, the AI profit and growth briefing is specific. Okay. Then once you run it enough to your generic audience of past, warm, previous leads, et cetera, then we make it vertical based. Okay. So then we would say AI profit and growth briefing for law firms in the North Florida area. That's outcome specific. It's vertical based, and we know exactly who it's for. It's profit and growth for law firms in North Florida. Okay. When you pick your niche, you're going to speak directly to their desire. What is it that they want? As an example, a law firm is looking at how to bill for more billable hours. That's their desire. They probably have an outcome. They're focused on how to get the most bang for their buck for the attorneys and for the partners that are in their practice, how to get them out of the paperwork, how to save them time on the back and forth email and the back and forth correspondence between the lawyer and the client. So we have to speak directly to their desire. Another example that one of our clients is running right now is HIPAA. There's been a ton of updates to regulations with HIPAA compliance. They're targeting healthcare. So their yummy is around, hey, have you heard the changes with HIPAA? Oh, I don't know if we have. Okay. So what we're doing is we're running a briefing where we're going through some educational training on the changes that you guys need to know that are coming up with HIPAA. They're actually moving this from recommendation to actual enforcement. That's their yummy campaign. Now, it's not as sexy as AI, but it's working for them because it is specific, it's vertical based, and it's outcome focused. Okay, I'm going to talk to you in the next section about briefings and conversion events, but that's an example of a yummy. When you have generic outreach, and I want you to just do an audit of yourself. Think about the outreach or think about the marketing. Go back and look at your LinkedIn. I love to do this in marketing open office hours. Okay, let's go audit your LinkedIn. Let's go audit the content that's out there. Let's go look at the past 5 emails that you've sent to your list. And then we look and it's very generic. It's typically reposted content that they've actually gotten from somewhere else. So they've pulled the content from, let's say, Microsoft or Azure, or they've pulled the content from some other place and then they're reposting it to their page. And it is very generic. It's typically a bunch of techie talk, a bunch of tech, cybersecurity talk that your prospects, think about me, think about Lindsey, think about Laura later that's going to come up. We're the average, we're not techie, we're not in the cybersecurity, we're not a cybersecurity expert. I wouldn't click on something that's this huge tech talk about Microsoft and et cetera, et cetera. But if you tell me, hey, here's what you need to know about the massive billion passwords that were just leaked, that might be something that I would want to read more about because that directly impacts me. Okay. So it's not just AI that we're using here. That's a great example. And it's one of our highest converting campaigns right now, but it can also be around certain cybersecurity breaches. It can also be around onboarding, creating more revenue, efficiency, productivity. Those are also specific marketing campaigns that are yummy and creates demand. So when your marketing is generic, you're ignored. When your marketing is yummy, you get booked. So our top converting yummy campaigns, AI, that's in big letters for a reason. Relevant breaches. So for example, the password leaks, security updates, compliance updates, growth, hitting your business goals, streamlining operations, optimizing profits. I do not recommend you ever use the word, and this is just a caveat here, when you're marketing AI. When you are going out and you're making calls, I'm actually going to give you a script here in a few minutes. When you're making calls around AI, you do not want to use cut costs. We help you cut costs or cut expenses. No, you want to say we help you optimize profits. We help you streamline revenue. Cut costs, they're immediately going to equate that with, oh, you're going to help us save money. You're going to be cheap. We're also going to look at you as a commoditized expense as well. So I do not recommend using the word cut cost because it's not always going to be a cut cost. Okay, so be really careful whenever you're using growth and profits and revenue, et cetera. Cut expenses, cut costs, et cetera. No, turn that on the opposite side. Flip it around, make it a positive intent of we're going to help you optimize profit. Okay, so a couple of examples, and for some reason my animations are not showing up here, but we have a ton of campaigns that we have inside of our elite program. And these are examples of yummy campaigns that all of our clients have used. All of these campaigns have been tested. They've been proven. Some work well or some work best for others, depending on what target or what vertical you're focusing on. So as an example, tax season, cybersecurity for accounting firms and CPAs. Now, you guys know it's hard to get in front of CPAs during tax season, but we do not stop. They are at high risk of breaches. They're at high security risk if they're not protected. It's still important that you're marketing to them. Okay. AI briefing, compliance made easy, data privacy, budget-friendly cybersecurity for nonprofits. For nonprofits, I don't mind talking about budget because that's a large part of the work that they do. It's around budget. They have to think about budgeting options, and then you can actually help them budget for cybersecurity inside of the drafts for the grants that they're writing. So you can help them draft up their budget around IT, cybersecurity, AI implementation. So I'm okay with us using that verbiage there. Okay, I have several others that are behind these pictures. They're not showing for some reason, but that's okay. So I want you to do this. You're going to go to your ChatGPT or whatever AI platform you use the most for marketing, and you're going to say, I want to create a yummy campaign. I want to create a yummy campaign. Chris Weiser, Lindsey Badillo Stein. You can use our names. You can always also swap those names out for other big time marketers such as Alex Hermosi, Russell Brunson. I like to just plug in Chris Weiser and Lindsey Badillo. I do this in my own content. Whenever I'm pulling content for my own marketing, I use it in my voice and to Chris Weiser voice, because this is pulling inspiration already from big time marketers, Alex Hormozy, etc. And we're going to use that to drive signups for a desired outcome that my target market of blank has. So who is your target market? Is it law firms? Is it attorneys? Is it nonprofits? Is it medical, dentists? Who is your target market? Make it tangible, specific, and a little sexy. Do not sound like a tech wrote it. You can use AI, cybersecurity, insurance premiums, compliance, or business growth as the hooks to get you started. Notice I did not say tech or networks or PII, non-techie verbiage only. Do you guys see all the direction that I'm giving to my AI assistant for here? Give me 5 lead magnets to choose from. Okay, so we're going to pop this prompt over into the chat for you so you can copy and paste it from there. And then I want you to tell me in the chat, what were your 5 lead magnets that it gave you? So once you use this prompt, I'm going to check the chat over here really quick to see what comes through. And I want you to tell me, what are the 5 lead magnets that it gave you? Because if you open, here's why the prompt is so important. If you open up ChatGPT and you say, hey, give me 5 lead magnets to use for my MSP, it's going to give you stuff that's very generic, is not profit and growth centric, is not focused on high level MSPs, high level prospects. Okay. So we want to make sure that we are being very specific with how we are prompting AI. Okay. Now, after you do this, we're going to use this yummy to move into a conversion event. All right. This is where things get really fun. And this is my absolute favorite step in the lead engine. So in this process, it's running a conversion event. So if you think about how the investment that you get from prospects, there are 3 levels of investment that you get from prospects. 1, can I grab their attention? Can I just get them to stop what they're doing and read my email? Can I just get them to stop what they are doing and to read my post? Can I just get them to stop what they are doing for a half of a second to notice my video on LinkedIn? I've gotten their attention. Number 2, the second level of investment is their time. So once I've caught their attention, do they invest their time? Now they can invest their time by commenting on my post. They can invest their time by attending an event such as this. They can invest their time by replying to an email, opting into a lead magnet. I get a transaction of time. And then the third level of investment will be their money. So are they paying for a cybersecurity risk assessment? Are they going through and paying for an AI profit and growth assessment? Are we signing off on an AI consulting setup? Are we signing off on MSP, fully managed services? I actually get the money investment there. Okay, so I've got time, attention, and money. So notice here, very strategic here. I took you through all the ways that you can get them to stop their scroll. We're creating yummy marketing campaign. I get a buy-in from their time. First, I get the time investment. Okay, then I'm going to I get their attention investment. I get their attention investment with the yummy campaign. Then I get their time investment with an actual event. So now I pull them into an experience with me, with my message, with the outcome that we can help them with, and I make them feel something during that experience. Okay, whatever, before you go into any type of networking event, before you step foot on a stage, before you go into your briefing or into your webinar, how do you want people to feel? Do you want them to feel excited for the future of their business? Yes, I hope so. I hope so. If you don't want them to feel excited about the future of their business, then I don't know if you're in the right business. Okay. Do you want them to feel peace of mind, at ease, confident that now they have a strategic partner on their side? That maybe up until this point, they've been flying by the seat of their pants. And now they actually have someone on their side that can help them leverage AI technology, automation, and security to grow their business, now they feel confident. They feel secure. They feel like they are doing the right thing. Okay. They actually feel like they're doing the right thing. Why? Because feelings equals action. When someone feels like they are doing the right thing, then they're more likely to take action on that. You guys have heard we make decisions based on feelings or emotion, and then we're going to justify that with logic. It's the same exact thing. So if I can get them to feel something inside of this conversion event with me, and I can get them to say, hey, I think I can do this. I think that this is for me. I can see a future with us using AI. I know that it's already here. I know that our business is at risk. I need to take action now. That's what you're doing inside of your conversion events. Okay. So our briefings are our highest converting, yummy conversion event. So this is a 10 to 20 minute, or really not 10, I'd say 15 to 25 minutes realistically, once you factor in Q&A, 15 to 25 minute live events where our MSPs are pulling in their prospects into a conversion event, and they are showing them, hey, here's how times have changed. Are you changing? They're talking about AI. They're talking about cybersecurity. They're talking about what businesses need to know about HIPAA updates and regulations. They're using this as a conversion point from a marketing lead to a sales lead. Okay. Our yummiest, I'll say the second yummiest conversion event would be in-person networking and speaking. And really, this one can convert on a higher level, but you're just not able to scale it at the same level. There's only so many places that you can be at in person. So really, these are neck and neck. If either I'm in person delivering an event or I'm online delivering an event. Okay. And our sales coach, Laura Hiddings, is going to talk to you this afternoon on how to hold the pose in both of these and how to be a master speaker and converter in both your in-person and your online events. How to do exactly what we're doing here today, where we pull you guys into a room, we're teaching you stuff, we're delivering incredible value. There's so much value here inside of this event today. And you're going to get a feel for whether or not you want to continue a conversation with us to see if our world, and see if any of our mentorship programs would be a fit for you as you grow your business. That is exactly how you will develop trust and relationship with your prospects as well. Okay. Here's an example. Let me shift my screen over here. Here's an example of one of our cybersecurity focused briefings where our client, Virtual Sprout, they hosted cybersecurity briefings for credit unions. And so they're going through a 20-minute cybersecurity briefing. You can actually see other people inside of this meeting. It's an open room via Teams. It can be via Zoom. And they're actually saying, hey, here's what you need to know as a credit union. What's really going on? Cyber attacks are at an all-time high. Here's what you need to know about that. Is your company at risk? Here are the things that you need to be thinking about. What's your next step? Book a call with us. Book a discovery call with us. Let's talk about your next step and let's see if it would be a fit for us to continue the conversation together. So whenever you're making outreach, and I'm going to talk about outreach in the next section here, you're not hard selling anyone. You're not trying to pitch them the FTA or pitch them a CSRA specifically right there on the spot. You are warming them up. You are building trust. And you're doing that through an experience where you're pulling people in so that they can actually get to know you and the outcome that you can help them with. You use your events to generate the first-time appointment. So once you pull them into the event, use the event to generate first-time appointments. So you're not skipping all the way to the hard sell. Let us replace your MSP. You don't even know if you want to work with them yet. You don't even know. You still have to have several conversations with them. So you pull them into the first-time appointment. When you create trust, that's how you get people to convert. That's how you move them along and you decide if it would be a mutual fit. So conversion events are building trust at scale. I would rather have 20 people in a room, such as a briefing, a webinar, an in-person event, a networking event, a lunch and learn, a breakfast and breaches. I'd rather have 20 people in that room to decide if it makes sense for us to continue our conversation versus having to get on 20, it's like speed dating. I don't want to get on 20-minute conversations to come out of that with maybe 3 or 4 good fits. No, that's no fun. I would rather have one event. I can pull multiple people into it one time, a one-to-many event, deliver our message, increase their education, increase their awareness so that when they do get into the conversation with our team, then they actually have some context. Then they have good questions to ask. Then they're informed. They are an informed buyer. That's what you want. You want prospects that are informed and they are educated. Okay. So I want you right now to lock in a date for your conversion event.
Now, this could be as simple as you just running a quick briefing. You can do 10, 15 minute. Hey, here's what's going on with cybersecurity. We're helping our clients do this. We're using AI to expedite this process. It can be as simple as you make it. And with AI, you can pull the framework to this together really fast. Put your own spin on it. Don't use it word for word. You're the expert ultimately, but you can use AI to help you build out the framework for it. AI is incredible for reducing the time between idea and actually executing on it. So lock in the date for your conversion event. I recommend the next 2 weeks, 10 to 14 days, the next 2 weeks, lock that in. Pick a time, lock in 20, 30 minutes for the full time slot, and then hit schedule. Okay. Tell me in the chat what day, what time you block in. This is one of the very first things that our elite clients do whenever they come into our world. You're immediately putting a conversion event on the calendar because guess what? All these leads way back here that you're reaching out to, guess what? You can pull them into your briefing. You say, great, I've got you locked in for tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll meet. Hey, by the way, I'm also running a training next Thursday on how you can use AI in the business. We'll talk tomorrow, but either way, I'll go ahead and RSVP you for that training as well. Now you've got marketing going. You've got a sales conversation that's generated. It doesn't get much easier than this, guys. I told you it's simple, it's easy, but you have to take action on it. So many times, MSPs, business owners in general, are looking for the golden key. They say, hey, give me the magic ticket. Give me the golden ticket, the Willy Wonka golden ticket to success. It's taking action. This is it. It's number one, talking to every single lead that's in your pipeline constantly. Whenever I meet with our sales development reps, whenever we're in our SDR training, it's, hey, have you squeezed the pipeline for every single last that's in there? You keep following up with them. Have you guys ever done a timeshare pitch or a timeshare presentation? You ever signed up to go to a Marriott, like a vacation club, and then, okay, you can stay here for the super discounted rate, but you have to attend this 90-minute sales pitch? How many times did they call you and remind you of that 90-minute sales pitch? How strong was their follow-up game? Okay, that's how relentless we have to be when we're working those warm leads. Okay, so you got to work your leads, number one. And if you can't work your warm leads, well, you're really going to struggle with cold leads. Okay, number two, you have to have yummy marketing that people actually care about. And number three, we got to lock in a conversion event. We have to have a place to bring people. Okay. And number four, we are going to scale this entire process with outbound marketing and lead generation. Okay. So if you don't have 1, 2, and 3 yet, you're probably not ready for number 4. If you're not working the leads that you already have, if you don't have yummy marketing of some sort, and I'm just giving you guys a great example for this. If you're not running some type of event or some place where people can learn from you, you're probably not ready to truly scale with outbound marketing. Okay. We say that we want warm leads. I want warm leads. I don't want to do cold leads. We're not creating the motion that actually makes them happen. Warm leads come from trust. Trust comes from having conversation, and conversation comes when you actually initiate it. So you get your first 3 pieces going, then you start initiating that cold outreach to go and create conversation, to go and create trust, to go and create more warm leads. They don't just fall into your lap. That's not how it happens. Okay, so a lot of times we want to skip the cold outreach, and then we wonder why the pipeline is dry. Where do warm leads come from? They come from someone who was previously cold. You cannot skip this part. Get the basics underway, then you start making your outreach. It's super simple. It does not take an ads budget. It does not take fancy funnels and complicated stuff set up in the back end. It doesn't take all that. You just have to get the simple pieces up and running. Get some, and you can do this today. I just told you guys how to do it. You can do it today. Then you start doing your outreach. Okay. So I want to know, before I go on, drop me one in the chat if you know deep down that if you committed to consistent outreach, your business would look completely different in 90 days. If you just started with these simple actions, reaching out, we gave you a reach out script, having some yummy marketing that actually entice people to raise their hand and say yes, having an event on the calendar, and then actively inviting people to attend that event to increase their education, their awareness. Could my business look drastically different in 90 days? Okay. That's your answer. That's your answer. Cold outreach is what's creating the warm demand that you wish that you had, and you're not going to get a close in the first touch point. So we just have to scratch that. You're not going to get a close for a CSRA, or you're not going to get the close for full MSP, MRR services in the very first touch point. You're creating opportunities for you just to get the next yes. So for example, our SDR team, they call out and they're inviting cold prospects into a briefing. They're inviting them into some type of conversion event, like the briefing, the webinar, the lunch and learn, the breakfast and reaches, these events where they can increase education, awareness, and information, building trust, creating conversation. Then they are moving them into the next yes. And then the next yes is the FTA. Okay. So when you're doing the outbound, it's very important that you're not just, hey, do you want to ditch your MSP and come to us? We offer X, Y, and Z. No, nobody does. No, thank you. Goodbye. You cannot sound like a telemarketer. You're just creating opportunity for the very next yes. Okay. Let's practice our pitch here. This could sound like, yeah, my changes are not showing up in here. We've been helping businesses in the XYZ area audit their cybersecurity insurance, making sure their carriers will pay out if they're hit by a cyber attack. Oh, and how to use AI to help them do it in less than 15 minutes. We're going to be doing this. We're going to be covering this in a quick briefing this Thursday at 2:00. I'll save you a ticket. I'll get you plugged in. Is there anyone else on your team that needs an invite to this? So now I have something yummy, something that's specific, something that's focused, focus on an outcome that people actually want to attend. Oh, I don't know if my cybersecurity insurance will actually pay out. I don't know. Or maybe you use an AI reach out. Again, that's our highest converting reach out. Hey, Susie, hey, whoever. We've been helping our clients use AI to save time doing the things that they actually don't like to do. We're hosting a training this Thursday at 2:00 where we're going to be showing you how you guys can implement AI in the business. I'll save you a ticket and to get you plugged in. Anyone else on your team, they can invite. Same exact flow. So I lead with ROI. I lead with the outcome. We've been helping businesses do this thing. We can help you do this too. We're running this training. Boom, there's my pitch. Thursday at 2:00. What's the best email to get you invited? Okay, so it's very strategic. ROI, then my pitch or my invitation. Okay. So recap here. You have to work your warm leads. You have to work those warm leads. And when you do that, you're creating yummy marketing. Okay. You're working those warm leads. You're creating experiences. You're creating opportunities. You're driving them in to that conversion event. Then you're fueling the pipeline with outbound lead generation. Okay. You're fueling the pipeline with outbound lead generation. And we are ensuring that when someone comes into our pipeline, we have a place for them to go. We have an experience. We have an event. We have a conversion. We're going to webinar. We're going to bring in some place for them to go. We're not skipping the good part. Okay. Sometimes I'll get MSPs that say, Lindsey, I don't want to do a briefing. I don't want to set into a marketing that. I just want to book FTA. That's fine. You can try that. Probably not going to get a very great conversion rate on it if you're reaching out to cold leads. It's like you're trying to skip you're trying to skip the dating, you're trying to skip the get to know you, and you're taking them straight home to meet your mom. You can't skip all that. Okay. So we have to ensure that we are taking step by step, that your marketing is actually fueling the sales process. When you're doing marketing right, it is. You're answering all those questions. You're warming them up so much over here in the yummy spot and in the experience spot that by the time you get them into the FTA or the conversion event, they're already sold. They're already sold on you. They already trust you. There's more trust, there's buy-in, there's emotional connection, and they're more likely to move into that next step. Okay. So how do you repeat this? How do you repeat this? Because you only have so much time in a day. I'm going to check the chat here for just a second before we go into this piece. How do you actually scale this? How do you repeat this? Awesome. I love the lead magnets that are in the chat. These are really good. Really good. Okay. So this is where a lot of MSPs fall off, is that they will start doing the outbound lead generation. They'll start the marketing by themselves. And then they get to a point to where there's no more bandwidth. There's no more capacity to give. That's where you have to start thinking about hiring. You have to start thinking about team, about scale. And scale is not just making more money. Scale is having the bandwidth to actually handle the growth. So any decision that we make internally is always around scale. How will this scale? If we had 100 clients that came in today, how could this scale to fit all 100 of them? Do we have the bandwidth for this, for 100 clients to come in? If not, what would break? What would break and what do we need to fix? That's actual scale. Okay. So you have to be thinking about your lead generation hire. Who is your lead generation hire? This is not another marketer. It's not another marketing assistant. It's not a virtual assistant. It's not someone on your team who, oh, I think that they could do some dials. It's not another sales guy, because if your sales guy doesn't have leads and he can't make sales, I do not recommend having a salesperson that's going to work the leads all the way from cold to close. That is a very rare gem. It is very hard to find that. I've only seen about one successful team member that can do this. And I can actually think of this person right now in my brain that can move a lead from cold all the way to close. Because if they could do it, guess what? They'd run their own business. If they could move them all the way from cold to closed, they probably have a business of their own that they would be growing. Think about it. Okay. And not just a dialing body, not just someone that's in this. I'm going to make as many calls as I can today and see what happens. You don't want just someone in that role just to say that they're making calls. This is what I see a lot of times with outsourced lead generation companies, with outsourced dialing companies. Oh, we promise you X amount of appointments per month. Is you have no control over how those appointments are brought in. So we don't know the promises that were made on those initial calls. We don't know if they promise, oh, we'll beat your current IT guy's pricing. Gross. You don't want to get in on that message. That's not the message that you want to get new prospects in on. We're strategic partners. We are an investment to the business. We are not there to cut costs and be the cheapest guy, because guess what? There's always going to be someone else that's cheaper. And what do you do when we come into financial contraction? Now you've got to fight for your right to party. Okay? You're going to have to fight for your right to stay there, because when they go to cut expenses, they're like, oh, we'll find someone else cheaper. That's how you came in. We'll find someone else cheaper. They can do it for cheaper. That's not what you want. And when you have someone that's just in that role, the dialing body, they're not actually trained. They do not actually have the experience, the context, and the education and the development. You're going to get crappy leads in. And you don't want that. It's a waste of your time. You want a true appointment setter. Their entire role, their sole goal is to get appointment onto your calendar, qualified appointments onto the calendar, and then to actually show. Okay, so a little a pro tip here. We have all of our appointment setters inside our Leads Mastery program actually show up to the first time appointment with the lead in the MSP. Why? Because the lead is worthless if they don't actually show up to the appointment. If they don't actually move forward to the commitment that they committed to, it's worthless. It doesn't mean anything. So it's not just someone that's putting calls on your calendar, but they are actually there and showing up to that call. And if they're not there in the first 60 seconds of the call starting, they're calling down. And they're going to do all the due diligence leading up to the call to ensure that they got it there. They don't just call one time the morning of, oh, can you make it? Oh, let's say they didn't answer. And then they just say, oh, too bad. Maybe they'll show up to the appointment. No, and they have skin in the game and they're going to have to sit in that empty room with you as the MSP owner. And they're going to have to sit there and say, darn, there's nobody here. This is awkward. They're going to put in all the effort that they can leading up to that appointment, just like the timeshare salesperson, to ensure that lead is inside of that FTA with you. Okay. So it's all these little things that make a big difference when you have a true appointment setter. Okay. And I don't recommend this being a family member in most cases. I don't recommend this being a spouse, a partner in most cases. Sometimes you can start out with that. I've seen it start out with that. It's in my experience of working with over 50 lead generation teams, they're actual teams, and over 500 marketing teams. This has never worked out in the long haul. Okay. It's a great starting point. You can start there, but it's not a long-term plan unless your spouse is an actual paid employee. They're an actual paid employee. They're a paid team member. They have experience in this. They want this. They have skin in the game, and they're going to show up like it's their job because it is their job. Okay. Otherwise, it's not going to work out. All right. So our 30 to 60 day goal. So once you get your lead engine going, once you get your lead engine, you've got your campaigns, you're doing your warm outreach, you've got your conversion events, et cetera, is that you hire and appoint a designated appointment setter and build them up to generate the lead for your MSP. That's what we want. We want to build them and we want to develop them so that they can actually generate those leads. When we can control the pipeline, that's when we can control our results. So let's just look at this visual here. Everything that we just went through. I have a cold lead. I'm going to use my mouse so you guys can see. I have a cold lead over here at the top of the pipeline. They don't know me. They don't trust me. They don't love me yet. They have no buy-in. There's no emotional connection. They've not felt anything. They're not taking action on anything. That's okay. That's fine. To get to a warm lead, I got to have a cold lead. So I'm going to work them through my nurture, right? I'm going to bring them into my conversion event. I'm going to bring them into my briefing, into my webinar, into my lunch and march, whatever that event is. I am going to nurture the hello out of them. We're going to make sure that we're calling, that we're sending emails, that we're drumming. We got a donut campaign right now that our MSPs are running inside our program. We're drumming donuts, but we're going to do it in a way that we can actually scale. So donuts are great, but you can't scale that but so far. Okay, keep that in mind. That's why you need your outbound lead generation that's going on through your outbound calls, driving them into a one-to-many conversion event. And then sure, you can drum up donuts that's super hot, spicy leads. Absolutely. Or to get your foot in the door for the first time with a big lead that you really want to get connection with. Sure. But how do you scale that? How do you increase trust? You pull them into an event that you're hosting. You pull them into a yummy marketing campaign that you have going on. Then you move them into your first time appointment. Then you move them into your discovery call. Then you sell your assessment. Now, whether you're running the play on cybersecurity or you're running the play on AI, so the dependency assessment that you run, we teach all of this inside of our elite program. So, for example, you guys saw the screenshots that Chris shared earlier on AI leads. To get there, there is an AI profit and growth assessment. So if you get an AI lead in the door, you're running the AI play. Now, those leads will eventually trickle over into fully managed MSP services. Hopefully they do, right? That's the goal. If you're doing your job right, you're able to identify risk as you go and you say, hey, we're on the path for AI integration and implementation, but we actually have some risk here. We need to assess this risk before we move on much further. Okay, here's the risk that's on the table. Here's how we can manage that risk as we build out your full AI implementation. There's your assessment process. Then you close your client. Okay, now from a team perspective, how does that work out? So we talked about your designated appointment setter, your designated rep, that their sole goal is to put appointments on the calendar. That's your SDR. That's who sales development rep. Now, you've probably heard the word dialer or BDR. I like to use SDR and dialer interchangeably. I prefer the word SDR. I prefer sales development rep. I think that dialer is actually a little demeaning, and you're not just dialing. You are developing sales. You are not just dialing, you are developing sales. And there's a very big psychological difference between the two. And I see a very big difference in results between those appointment setters that come in as dialer versus SDR. Very big difference. Okay. So you have your SDR that's over here working their leads. They are working hand in hand with the marketing team. They're working hand in hand with the marketer. So a lot of times we will have SDR and the marketing team meet inside of our program and say, hey, here's the leads that I am targeting. What marketing materials do we have for them? What videos can I send to them to ensure that they are nurtured? How can I make sure that by the time they get into this first time appointment, that we've done our job so good, we've been so diligent in our marketing and our lead gen and our sales development that in the first time appointment, they are ready and they are educated and they are equipped to come into this appointment and they're not totally clueless in why they are there. Okay. That's a waste of your time. It's a waste of the MSP's time or sales team's time to have clueless leads on the phone. It's a waste of time. So your SDR and your marketing is working very hard to nurture them leading up to that point. For an example, you've got email sequences that are going out. Well, in those emails, go drop some videos in the emails. Record a 2-minute video on your morning walk of, hey, here's what you need to know about AI. Here's what you need to know about implementing AI with your team. Have you looked at your AI policies? What legal parameters do you have in place for intellectual property that is leaked out via AI? These are things that we can be talking about in our nurture content that's going to warm the lead up for those first time appointments. Okay. Then what on here is your actual closing process. You are your best closer. You wouldn't be in business if you were not your best closer. If someone else comes in and they say, oh, I can work a lead from cold lead all the way to close, why aren't you running your own business, bro? Like, why aren't you doing that? Again, you can have it. It's a very rare feat. I can think of one person who was not an actual, did not have shares in the business where it was actually work. So your closer is you. It's you. Congratulations. Now, once you scale to a level to where you can hire really awesome closers, it's you. But one day you'll get to a point where where you're at a level, your sales process is locked in. You've repeated this process so many times. You have it systemized. You have it documented. You know what works. You have had the freedom and the liberty within your own business to make mistakes and figure it out along the way. Then you can go hire a closer. Awesome. Great. We love that. Okay. But until then, it's you. You've got your SDR, you've got your marketer, you've got your closer. This is where, as the MSP owner, you want to focus your time as much as possible. Get these systems built out, get your process built, and then make these hires as quickly as you can. Okay. So make your SDR hire, make your marketing assistant hire. You still run the overall strategic growth. You run the strategy of the company, but they are there to implement. They are there to make the calls, to set the appointments, to ensure that they show up to the appointment, to ensure that they get the nurture emails, to make sure that they've got the webinar ready to go. All those little pieces are in a row because you only have so much bandwidth and you need to focus it on closing. That is your number one priority, is closing deals. Okay. So with that, guys, I'm going to go ahead and start putting a bow on everything here. This is exactly what we teach you inside of our elite program, as well as our mastery programs. Chris is going to talk with you today about how you can work with us, our different opportunities, etc. You can learn as you go. Absolutely awesome. If you're not already in our world, you can learn as you go, or you can move faster with lead generation strategy, marketing strategy, sales strategy that actually converts in our Inner Circle Elite program. That's what Chris will be chatting with you guys about this afternoon. And you can go ahead and book a call with Tanner. You guys know Tanner. He's doing an excellent job. Here he is. It's Tanner. You look at Genie. Said his name 3 times and then he appeared. So you can book your final big call with Tanner here. If you have questions, all the things, he'll chat with you. In the meantime, let's connect. Let's hang out on LinkedIn. You can scan this code. Let's connect on LinkedIn. I publish a newsletter and I put out content around lead generation and training your MSP appointment setters and marketing teams, all this fun stuff. Let's talk. Feel free to keep the conversation. So thank you guys for being here. I can't wait to go catch up on the chat now and see what's going on.
Lindsey, that was incredible. I hope you guys took notes through that presentation, because she made it as simple as it could possibly be to grow your business and get new opportunity in the door. Because again, people cannot buy from you if they they don't know who you are. And setting up those conversion events, taking the steps, the scripts, the outreach, it's all mandatory. And your competitors probably aren't doing it because they don't have the confidence to do it. And they don't have the confidence because they haven't proven to themselves that they are who they say they are. And the only way that you can do that is by taking the steps day in and day out. We can give you the keys to the kingdom, but it's up to you to take them, grasp them, and open the doors for yourself. So, Lindsey, thank you. That was an incredible presentation. And I hope you guys took a lot away from it. But with that said, adios, Lindsey. And we'll go on to the next thing that we're going to be doing, which is a break. So we're actually going to go into lunch right now. But before we do that, I want to read a trivia question to you. And this trivia question is brought to you by Cytracom. They are actually going to be giving away an electric knife carver. Now, this thing is so cool. It is literally a tiny chainsaw that you can use to like carve turkeys, brisket, anything that you would need. It is an awesome giveaway. So we are going to read this trivia question to you. And in the chat below the stream, make sure you put your answer as a capital A, B, C, or D. Now, the trivia question is, what is the percentage of remote workers that use unsecured personal devices to access work networks? A, 60%, B, 37%, C, 45%, or D, 99%. Again, what is the percentage of remote workers that use unsecured personal devices to access work networks? A, 60%, B, 37%, C, 45%, or D, 99%. Now, submit your answers. We'll be back. We're going to come back at 1:15 p.m. Central Time, and we're going to continue this presentation, this summit. We're going to keep giving you guys all the content you need so that you can continue to grow your MSP. But before we go to break, I would like to give you one more piece of advice. Go to our virtual exhibit hall. If you go back to the main eventmobi.com/MRRCon June 25, you will see over here on the left-hand side, virtual exhibit hall. Go there. Cytracom and EasyDmark are going to have their virtual exhibits set up. They're going to be giving you guys some incredible offers because you attended today. So please go check that out. And without further ado, here is a word from one of our sponsors. Welcome back, everybody, from the break. I hope you had a very restful 60 minutes, got some food. I personally ate a steak that I cooked the other night on a Blackstone. It's awesome, nice crisp to the outside, and we are ready to get back into it. But before we go on to any more presentations, we want to come back and go to see who our trivia winner was. So before we went to break, we had asked the question, what is the percentage of remote workers that use unsecured personal devices to access work networks? A, 60%, B, 37%, C, 45%, or D, 99%? And the answer to that question is A, 60%. So a lot of you guys got it right. Some of you guys got it wrong. But what we're going to do now is spin our wheel, our raffle wheel, and whoever it lands on is going to win the electric carving knife that looks like a chainsaw. It's super cool. I think whoever wins it is going to love it. It is a great talking point. If you're using it at Thanksgiving, any kind of big meal event like that, you're going to want to use this thing and bring it out because it is incredible. So I'm going to drop my screen and I'm going to pull the wheel up here. And Maria, it should be showing. I'm seeing a black screen for me. I'm hoping it's presenting to everybody out there, but let's see here. Let me add this back to stage. Can I get some ones in the chat if you guys are able to see this? Mo, shoot me some messages in Teams if it's coming through. If not, we might have to improvise here. Let's see what we got. So before we left, oh, there it is. The wheel is back. Okay, Maria, let's give it a spin and let's see who we land on. Okay, let's see here. It's looking like Philip Wanis, I hope I did not butcher your last name. If you are here, please leave a message in the chat. Say, hey, I'm present. We want you to win this. So we're looking forward to seeing your response in the chat. We'll give you a couple seconds for that to come through. In the meantime, before we left from break, Lindsey gave us a powerful presentation on what you can do today to start getting some net new opportunities in your business through some marketing strategies. She gave you the scripts, she gave you the resources, she gave you the tools, she gave you the mindset, everything that you need to add more revenue to your business and get some of those opportunities through the door. It was an amazing presentation. Chris was talking about how you can lead with AI and everything that you need so that you can start positioning yourself strategically for success. I hope you guys enjoyed those presentations. We've got a lot more coming your way. And I want to bring our next speaker onto the stage because he is a powerhouse. He's the COO of Cytracom. I've seen him speak at so many of our events now. He's amazing at everything operations. He's helped MSPs scale, and he's helping MSPs deploy Control One, Cytracom. They just acquired Televi, and they're using those resources to help MSPs position themselves better for their customers. And today, he's going to be giving you guys a powerful presentation. So without further ado, I want to welcome to the stage, John Tippett. John, how are you doing?
What's going on, Tanner? You're always too nice with these.
I like the master shirt you're rocking. That's nice.
Yes, it's super hot and toasty around here, so it feels like we're a golf shirt and why not over on the East Coast at the moment.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, John is an amazing golfer. Every time we try to squeeze around in at our events so he can showboat and really just kick our asses up and down the course. One day I aspire to be as good of a golfer as John, and I'm working on it. I just got some new clubs. We're getting it dialed in. He got me the rangefinder that he uses, so I'm getting there. So next time we play, you're gonna have a run for your money on the course. But I'll go ahead and pull your presentation up, and I'll let you take it from here. Everybody, welcome John to the stage.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you guys being here. This is an awesome event that the Seven Figure Crew puts on, and we're flattered and enjoy being a part of this. I'm going to make sure that I can bring you as much value as I can during our section of the presentation, and basically treat this as a teaching orientation and try to show you how we can help contribute to you growing your MRR. That's what this is all about. How do we grow? How do we scale? And that's why we exist. We've been around since 2008. We were started by former MSPs. I'm a former MSP myself. And literally everything we do is just, we're obsessed with this, with the channel and with our partners and trying to be a part of growth for everyone all the way around. So the core point today is around this. How can you leverage Cytracom specifically to help you grow your business? So for those of you who we haven't met yet, we are a platform of infrastructure solutions that are purpose-built to enable you all to deliver critical infrastructure into your managed clients. They span from security and risk management at the sort of top of the process. As Tanner mentioned, we recently acquired Televi. We've got a lot going on in this category, not only with what was underway with Televi, but also we just had another acquisition that's around a compliance management platform that's going to be integrated in with Televi very soon. So there's a lot going on there I'll tell you about. Then in the middle here is Control One, which is a SASE solution built specifically for MSPs so that you all can sell network connectivity and security as a service, not just simply provide more security and another SKU in your stack, but more dollars to you and selling as a service. And then finally, we're going to show you UCaaS, but I'm going to take a different spin on that and attach it very directly to MRRCon here. So we think about all these solutions. I'm going to anchor them as we go along to, are we helping you with top line, bottom line, or both? So you'll see throughout the presentation, I'll try to make this very crisp and clear. So this isn't an arbitrary presentation and you have to figure this out for yourself. So we think about top line, how do I get more revenue, more dollars to you? And then bottom line is we want to keep it. We want to get rid of costs. We want to run efficiently as we can and get as much cash coming out the bottom. So let's walk through our platform. So we'll start with Televi up here at the top. So Televi is in the category of security risk management. All these have categories. What exactly does that mean? The whole point of a solution like Televi is to address a pain point that you guys have. How do I go out to prospects initially and demonstrate objectively the state of security at their network so that I can deploy solutions against those gaps? And secondarily, once I have a customer, they're under a managed services agreement. We all know the challenge there. I've got to keep showing value, ongoing value, so that you stay and you retain that business and that the customer keeps buying more and more for you. So Televi actually helps you with both sides of that. When we look at the top of the process and top of funnel, you are able to deliver a prospecting tool with Televi that lets you go out, find networks that you are attempting to add value to, and you can walk through a discovery process for risk. This can be used for lead generation, even if you haven't started the conversation yet. There's a component of the product that can do a non-intrusive scan on a target domain. So if you're prospecting out, you're trying to get leads, we actually will help you get information, including from sources like the dark web and adjacent websites that are used for phishing, et cetera. We help you gather that intel literally at the early lead gen process. Then as you're engaged with your prospective clients and you're trying to look for doors that you can open and you can bring value and deliver enhanced security, we do risk discovery. And risk discovery has a couple of layers available to you as well that can be a light touch, but fairly comprehensive risk discovery, all the way to a deep analysis. And I'll show you some of the things we deliver there. And then the last piece of Televi is an ongoing monitoring and alerting component that you can actually install and run permanently on a managed client so that you can see that the risk state is at a certain point, and on an ongoing basis, like quarterly business reviews, where do they stand? What's changed? The Televi solution here brings you a very comprehensive view. So we're not only looking for things like obvious risks and ports that are open, access to being able to get to resources, but we look for things like personally identifiable information. We look at cloud credentials. What can we see and access in the network? There is incorporated dark web scanning here, part of the solution. We not only pull that information, but we pull that information and cross-reference it with what we're able to find in the network. So it's a very comprehensive view here, all the way up to looking at the use of MFA, Microsoft 365 credentials, and the use of AI tools is also exposed so that you can make sure that risk is raised and that you can have that conversation with prospects, customers, and make sure that they have a policy around how AI is being used in their business. We stack up, and part of why we entered this category at Cytracom is that we were looking and talking to partners, and there's other solutions out in the marketplace. Most of them, they're all point solutions, and most of them are targeted in how they think about security and risk management. And we want to provide a very comprehensive solution for you. So we have that today with Televi, and we have a very aggressive roadmap. And I mentioned another acquisition that we just announced in the last couple of weeks that's going to take this even further into helping you guys be risk advisors and manage that. You can see what a report looks like here. It's very unintimidating. It's straightforward, including things like dollars associated to the risk so that you can easily go in and demonstrate the state of the network. So you can see there's RAG metrics here, red, yellow, amber, green, where you can see that what's good, what's bad, what needs attention, a nice spider chart at the bottom that kind of shows where they stand in these certain categories. And the dollar amounts make it very helpful for you to go drive high value to show dollars that are at risk. So we make this very visible to you and visible to them so that you can base your conversation around facts and you can really unlock value. We also have a lead gen component of this where you can have a free widget that exists on your web page. We've done the underlying work for you. You can plug this in. Prospects can find you via search. They can click on this. They can get a preliminary scan. But to get the scan, their information is collected and provided to you so that you know that they have found you and they're looking for high-level information. So this is a really powerful tool. We've done the work. We've made it easy for you. So doing this in an automated process is really differentiating because you can not only drive margins much higher because you can get additional services, you get that cross-sell and additional wallet that you can capture, but it also helps you reduce the workload. In order to do this, not only do you have to cobble together other tools, traditionally speaking, but the SecOps workload of actually executing an audit is really high and usually unattainable from an MSP. We just don't have the time and resources available to do this well as an MSP. So at Cytracom, we bring this to you. We bring it right easy in an easy to use package. And then we give you a simple dashboard that makes it easy to see everything and it provides deep intelligence. If you want to take that to the next level, you guys are going to learn through MRRCon. You'll see at Seven Figure, there's a whole program around how to leverage a cybersecurity risk assessment. And that is like the core functionality with Televi with a whole lot of value added to it and delivery tactics and mechanisms around how to properly leverage it. Televi is the back-end solution that the Seven Figure team leverages from a technology standpoint. And then they have a lot of intellectual property that's available to you guys. So check that out. You can see Televi as a tool by itself, but when you marry Televi with what you're going to learn from the Seven Figure crew, take it to a whole nother level. Really helpful for top of funnel, And of course, remember, you have the ongoing monitoring that you can do to drive quarterly business reviews and keep all of your prospects moved over, converted to customers, and then get them to stay, retain, and expand services. Now we move forward to think about, okay, I found security gaps. I was able to access this information. Like, why was I able to get this? How come the network wasn't more secure? How come I was able to get around and I didn't have things enforced in the network? That's where Control One comes in. Control One is SASE for MSPs. SASE is an interesting concept. It's been around in concept for a while. It's become reality largely because of advancement in technologies and focus like we have at Cytracom in developing this and making this accessible. It is the future. It is where everyone's moving in the network so that you now can deliver network connectivity and data security in a virtual software-defined model. That's the whole idea. But we took that technology and made it not only accessible to you, but we've uniquely integrated it in to be delivered as a managed service, trying to make this something that you can make a lot of profit with. And that's the whole idea. So let's think about why SASE, what's the pain points that we have today? The reality of it is the way that most MSPs today have to connect and secure a network is based off of firewalls. They still exist. They're still the core of the network. And unfortunately, that's the same technology we've been using for over 30 years. Back when everyone worked at headquarters and sat in an office. And now to extend outside the network, VPNs became more prevalent. They have all kinds of problems. We all hate configuring VPNs and trying to manage not only sites, but software VPNs. And then you get to where, okay, the VPNs don't work well. Now there's all these endpoint protection products coming out. All of this ecosystem exists because the firewall just cannot follow the modern network. The network is distributed, workforce is hybrid, and risks now can come in from multiple different fronts. And it's important to shift. And so that's this concept of SASE, Secure Access Service Edge, is that the edge of the network is not fixed. It's that all of the resources for inspection and routing take place at the cloud so that you get aggregated compute, really fast throughput, but the edge is actually down at the device. And so the device itself has rules and permissions about where it can go and what it can do. When you effectively deploy SASE, you've eliminated all your traditional firewalls. There's no physical hardware to deal with at the firewall level anymore, where you've got to build rules and policies locally. VPNs are gone. The concept of who's going where totally doesn't matter to you as an MSP. Knock yourself out, take laptops wherever you want to go. Secure remote connectivity is now everywhere all the time. And you can provide a zero trust network where you all can control who's there. So I want to walk through how this works. How come everybody's not using SASE? This is magic. Sounds great, John. Why is everybody not moving? SASE is really difficult in and of itself. It's hard to get to obtain from a technology standpoint. The concept itself is complicated. It is prevalent now in the enterprise, but it doesn't have a good multi-tenancy. The pricing is weird. And then a lot of the solutions that we're forced to have today in the MSP channel are piecemealed and they're missing components. That's why Control One is different. Control One is integrated networking and security. It eliminates physical firewalls, VPNs. It brings security available to be delivered as a monthly service through your brand. And I want to show you a few things about why Control One stands out. The core of it is that it was built for MSPs from the beginning. Before it even existed, the concept was very anchored in how MSPs consume and deliver network connectivity and security, and that through and through the product. We don't sell to anyone else. We only work with partners. We sell directly to partners. Any leads that we get, we send to partners. And you can see that in the functionality of the product and the management. So when you think about now a world where Control One is your default network, everyone is connected all the time and they're always secure. It doesn't matter if they're at headquarters or if they're at the beach or they go to the MGM in Vegas, they are behind a firewall. So from the MSP's perspective, you guys look at it as if they're sitting on the LAN all the time. Really powerful. Now, from the user standpoint, they don't have to do anything differently whatsoever. That's not true with the firewall. You cannot accomplish this with the firewall. They have to turn on VPNs. If they leave the network, they're not protected. Now I have a network that can self-optimize itself and it can be closed. And what I mean by that is the only way to get on this network is that the Control One software has authenticated the user and the device. And because everyone's connected all the time, we can control who is allowed to get on the network when. And that is really powerful. So not only can you control the device, but you can control the user at the identity level. Another thing you cannot do with a firewall, it's not possible to only allow certain devices and certain users. Even if you get into things like MAC address filtering, it's at the device level. Those things can be changed, moves. Now we have a controlled network here. It's zero trust. It is a default deny. By default, devices and people are not allowed on this network unless we know who they are, and then we can control where they go. And not only that, we can enforce the presence of software on the machines that join the network. This is huge. We work hard as MSPs to pick out what's my RMM tool? What am I putting on for EDR? Do I want a certain version of the operating system? Do the hard drives and laptops need to be encrypted? You make these rules and policies. Control One will enforce them. It's not possible to get on the network unless this criteria is met. Again, something else you cannot accomplish with a traditional firewall. And you're doing all this with no firewall licensing, no firmware to manage, no prepaid. I'm on the advanced security threat. I have 18 months to go and blah, blah, blah. You also aren't dealing with direct competitors where you've got some of these big name brands that go out and they try to sell the renewal directly to your customer. All that goes away. Everything is as a service. Everything is included. And there's no single point of physical failure in the network anymore at all. Again, cannot achieve that with a firewall. And compliance enforcement is the next way. We talked about that with Telev. We just made another acquisition that we're going to be bringing in to help you guys be risk managers. It pairs really nicely with Control One. So when you see things like CMMC, for example, there's 40 CMMC controls that can be directly met through Control One. And there's lots of configurations you can use to enforce GRC compliance, compliance with cyber insurance policies, etc. Cannot accomplish that with a firewall. There's also a lot of things that are successfully deployed by us to you that differentiate this in the managed services space. A couple of examples for those. Teleport, super cool. No matter where I am as an MSP, I can actually take a laptop that I'm working on and virtually connect to any client network at any client segment whenever I want to. So I've got a law office that calls me and a paralegal says they can't print. I can take my laptop, click a couple of buttons, and I can be sitting on the paralegal section of that network, and I can access the local printer myself without having to take over the screen, without having to use any sort of other software. I can just jump on the network and do that. Another differentiator. The bottom line is that this entire thing is built for you. It's month to month, no contracts, no licensing, no purchase minimums. We literally make this to where you can consume this and deliver it through as a service. The world has moved and changed. I want to leave you this visual. A firewall thinks about a wall at the edge of the network, a moat. That's just not how things work anymore. Nobody stays in a single place. You can't build walls and stay safe. So when you think about that, Control One is the future. It is the way we're all going and moving so that everything is built for our world where everything's virtual, everything's in the cloud. All the modern businesses need it. So we have a lot of resources to help you with positioning, pricing, and selling, which brings us back to MRRCon. That's exactly what the seven-figure group helps you do. And we deliver these tools that allow you to meet these security requirements and differentiate. So one more thing. On the Control One platform, getting any type of technology is really important. But the flip side is it's not worth anything to you if you cannot sell it and deliver it. And we spend a lot of time making this easy. We empower you to sell network connectivity and security as a service. Massive differentiator. You do not want to go line item out Control One and dilute your brand and try to go mark it up a couple of points. You actually want to think about it this way, just like you do an RMM tool or another solution. If you're thinking about a basic managed services agreement where you're giving patch management, threat detection at the endpoint, when you add Control One, all of these other functionalities become available to you. And we want to encourage and help you to sell your brand and deliver this as a service. So now your managed services plan, your new plan, your advanced services plan includes firewall as a service. It includes unlimited connectivity with VPNs. It includes content, DNS filtering. It includes all the management of the firewall, lifetime warranty on the firewall. And you can see the items here. We want you to be able to take all of those things and leverage them to deliver a new level of managed services that you cannot obtain delivering a traditional firewall. You also want to be really careful when you go out and choose a solution because there's a lot of marketing FUD out there that people are saying, hey, this is sassy, it's great, come get it from us. And it's not. So we'll walk you through and help you when you do your evaluation of Control One. There's a lot of solutions out there that are only software or they require you to do certain things, certain limitations. Control One has hardware that allows you to license sites. If you have a complete virtual site, there is no hardware. The whole point, though, is there's a single security authority for the network, and you can actually deliver a full comprehensive solution without having to cobble together other vendors. And so we deliver that. The other thing that Control One gives you that's huge is time. We've made this so simple and fast to use that it helps you drive dollars to the bottom line. If you think about a traditional network where you have to build firewall rules and set up content filtering, pick out the model of firewall, get all of your LAN segmented, load up MAC addresses, yada, all the things you have to do. It takes forever and it's complicated and you have to repeat it over and over again. Control One will show you firsthand. Control One allows you to do all of that in minutes. You can literally set up a complicated network in less time than you can listen to us present to you how to do it. Now, the third piece of our platform is UCaaS. Now, I said I was going to say something different here. I want to make something really clear. It's for MRRCon. We are not trying to tell you that our dial tone sounds better than someone else's dial tone. VoIP is a very interesting space, and we've come about it differently since our company was founded. We built it to empower MSPs to capture additional wallet and maximize the enterprise value of your business. And let me show you what I mean by that. Of course, it's a comprehensive tool. If you're interested, want to see a demo, we'll show you. We have mobile apps, desktop phones, call center, shared inbox texting, MMS texting, all the things, lots and lots of features. So it's very easy. It's very powerful for your customers to use. We can absolutely meet all of their needs. But as an MSP, it's really important for you because when you look at delivering managed services, you want to also capture all the wallet that you can and keep competitors out of your network. An easy way to do that is to deliver the voice service at the edge as well. Look at all of your managed users and make sure that you keep them connected with dial tone and texting as well. We do that in a way that makes it very easy to deliver into your customers without impacting your business negatively, without making you become experts in managing the phones. You don't even have to provide support to them if you don't want to. Remember, we do not sell direct. We only sell through MSPs, but we deliver this in a way that allows you to choose to what degree you want to be involved pre and post sale. We'll literally do all of it to help you capture wallet share. So when we think about how to deliver it, we make it easy for you to service it. We have our phones with our firmware that runs that's included. It makes the sale easier. We give away this hardware to you to make it easy to get it on people's desktops. We also sell voice with no contracts. Craziness, super easy. You can sell it if you want month to month, no problem at all. Easy to do. Now, differentiation here. We're 100% based in the United States for support. If you call for technical support, you're going to get our support team that's headquartered in Texas. We have the ability to get you commissions up to 30%, which is straight profit. I'm going to show you how this drives enterprise value. We give you access to demo accounts and dedicated experts along the way to help you with quoting, closing, and support. So let's talk about what this means for enterprise value. This is why it matters. This is why you're at MRRCon. How do I make more money and how do I make my business worth more? Look at what you can do with a solution from Cytracom. Everyone needs a phone, right? Everybody's still talking on the phone. All of our businesses talk on a phone to some varying degree. Shoot, some people need more than one phone. They have desktop phones in more than one place and mobile phones and all the things. So we know businesses still have to communicate, but we don't want to talk on personal cell phones. We don't want to not control the conversation. We want to make sure that they're talking from a business asset on a business number. It looks professional out to the clients that are downstream from your customers, but it also allows them to control the interaction and they own that interaction and own the intellectual property. So that's a fact that we have that's an opportunity for us. Now, if we go sell and position Cytracom UCaaS to your end customers, we'll do it with you in partnership. We'll help you do this by yourself. But watch this example. If you just use a couple thousand endpoints as an example, you can move this up or down based on where you are on this call. With a couple of thousand endpoints and a middle of the road pricing, there's lower pricing available. I'm trying to make this as conservative as possible to show you the value and say, I'm just going to charge $25 per user to use unlimited calls, voice, texting, the whole 9 yards. And then I'm going to look at this as a 30% commission payback. This getting here generates $15,000 a month in cash. Now, key point about this is not $15,000 in top line. This is $15,000 in bottom line, which is bringing you over $180,000 in cash per year with no COGS, just straight cash to you. Now, if I take another conservative example and say, wait a minute, if my business is running at 15% EBITDA margin, what would I have to do in managed IT services to achieve the same outcome? I need to go sell $100,000 a month in managed services to get that same EBITDA cash flow. And now I don't have to work that hard. And I'm not saying do it instead, do it with, sell both. You are leaving this money on the table if you're not selling it and attaching it to your managed services. So we're doing this ultimately not only to give you the cash flow, but also enterprise value so that you can have an exit strategy, you can grow your business, and you could potentially sell it one day. So if you take a conservative valuation here and say, all right, if I can get 6x of my earnings, just deploying that voice solution that we've described in these last couple of slides puts another $1 million in enterprise value in your business. It's just simple math. Now you think about this. I can move this forward, attach it to my existing endpoints. I can do that in a way that's going to give me an extra $15,000 of income. It's going to generate $1 million in cash value that I can get whenever I want to. I didn't do anything but attach phones. Why is that unique to Cytracom? What if I sell my own phones? If you sell your own phones, you have COGS to deal with. You also have risk, and you're going to find when you go try to sell the enterprise value that's applied to your business, it actually pulls your multiple down. So happy to talk more on that. But you want to sell managed services as much as possible with recurring managed services, not hosted phones with VoIP, because that impacts the multiple that you can get for your business. It also exposes you to tax liability, et cetera. What if I use another cloud provider? The problem with that is most other cloud providers are going to also sell direct. And so it's not differentiated. You're not going to get evergreen commissions. And at some point in time, they can flip and move and take that business from you directly. So we allow all of these things easy for you to sell, phones included, EBITDA margin, straight back to the bottom line and enterprise value. So at a high level, that's what we're here for. That's why we love the 7-figure group. They're helping you grow. They're helping you understand how to go prospect, get new customers. We are joining this community with technical solutions that help you get there as well, spanning from the security and risk management side of starting that conversation, making sure you can retain your customers, delivering ongoing value to them, moving into SASE, where now you can sell network connectivity and security as a service so that you can go with your brand, not a line item, your brand, and sell a higher cost per user, which is more dollars in your pocket, more margin. And then finally, you can now go and attach voice services one-to-one with all your managed endpoints, squeak out that extra EBITDA that you can get, keep competitors out of your network. We don't want the ISP coming in and dropping in phones and devices and taking your money. So we help you do all of those things. So we also have a couple of other things for you guys, specifically in the 7-figure group. It's restricted only in the 7-figure group. We have launched the Cytracom MXDR solution. If you're interested in that, let us know and look at it. We've got a lot of feedback from the 7-figure community, and Chris himself is very loud on this topic. Great feedback, great thoughts. So we actually are packaging and putting something together for you here. And we're recently expanding, as I mentioned, the Televi SRM solution is moving further into the compliance management. We'll soon have a software application that you can resell into your customers to help them achieve compliance with things like NIST, CMMC. We'll list out all of the questions that need to be answered, allow you to upload documents, and demonstrate that you've done the process and collected all the information to achieve compliance. And then we help you maintain those renewals on an ongoing basis. So, special offer. If you guys scan the screen right now, take a look at this. We are super happy to help you, show you anything that we have to offer. We love our partnerships. We love working with MSPs, and we love to see you grow, and we love to be part of your growth. So we're trying to make this easy. If you scan, let us know you're interested. You can actually get 3 months absolutely free of Control One. If you're interested in one of the other solutions that I shared, simply let us know. We'll be glad to give you a demo, access to licensing, whatever you'd like. And we're running a little fun contest. We do this all the time. If you take advantage of this and you deploy, you're entered into a contest, get some AirPods to wear for the summer. And you can enjoy some time off that you're going to get from not spending it configuring networks and fielding help desk calls for VPNs not working. So with that, this is my contact information. Happy to talk to any of you directly. This is not a marketing forum. This comes to me. Happy to connect with any of you if you have questions, but our team is also available as you scan the offer code that I shared on the prior screen. I'll throw it up one more time here. The team will reach out, be glad to show you our solutions, and look forward to working with every one of you and seeing where we go from there. There's Mr. Tanner.
Awesome.
How are
John,
you, sir?
I am fantastic. How are you?
I'm great. I love how you do that too. It's virtual. It's at the events. If you ever go to a 7-figure event and you start to feel like you're lost or you need something, if you just turn sideways, bam, Tanner shows up. So, what can I do for you?
I am everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I am just floating around and I pop up where needed.
I love it.
I like how you added into the presentation, really defining clearly how these MSPs can add enterprise value to their companies, because one of the things that we always talk about when we bring new members in is asking them where they want to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And a lot of the times these people don't necessarily have an exit strategy in place, but it's something that we always try to help them prepare for. And by implementing something as simple as this, you guys make it so easy to inject this into their business and add a clear revenue bump, bottom line increase for them. It is an absolute no-brainer. And that was really cool to see you lay that out so that people can really start to visualize and start vision boarding for themselves where they can take their MSPs in the future.
I appreciate you doing that. Yeah, that'd be great.
Before you bounce out of here, we actually had a couple questions. One of them from, looks like Simon Davies, is Cytracom's UCaaS for US only, or do you also provide telecoms to the UK?
The telecom services are in the United States today. We would still, I guess we'll make sure we know who asked the question, because we do capture the interest and we love it. We follow MSPs. Our roadmap is based on feedback. And so learning that there's interest certainly influences where we go, and we can look at expanding as we always do. So today we're North America on the UCaaS side.
Okay, sweet. And from Trey Dantzler, is it possible for Televi to send suggested changes to the Control One product, I guess, dependent on the findings? It was more of a statement. He said, would also be neat if Televi could send suggested changes to the Control One product that made it easy to adapt to the findings.
Right. You so spot on. Our product team will be grinning to hear this. That is 100% on the roadmap, and you're absolutely looking at where we're going. All of our solutions can be purchased independently. We believe in that they should all stand on their own. You should be able to use Televi by itself if you feel like it, but we also are going to make them work very well together. And that is absolutely what you can expect to see on the roadmap, that you could run Televi, you'll get a factual, objective report of the network, but we are definitely building a bridge to Control One so that you can see and directly match, okay, great, solve this problem for me. And ideally a single click, great, this problem is gone now. And then you'll be able to demonstrate it on an ongoing basis that you're continuing to meet that compliance. So spot on. And that is absolutely on the roadmap, and that's where we're going.
I love your guys' company. You're always innovating and making new changes and improving. And that's one thing I like to see in this space, is people always taking next steps to try to make the product better. Because at the end of the day, the product is good, people are naturally going to come to it. And you guys have been growing super fast, and I love to see it. So like to see the forward thinking with that. And then from Eric Dreyer Goldman, would be great if Televi would tailor a custom report specifically for the 7-figure process. Is there anything that you'd like to add to that?
I think if you look at what the CSRA process is, I'm not sure if he's a current 7-figure member or a prospect. Yeah. If you're a prospect of 7-figure or you haven't looked at it, take a look at what's there. Shoot us feedback if you see any gaps. But I think that the Televi solution has what I shared, what it can do independently, but there's a 7-figure wraparound that takes it to a whole nother level that's aligned to what you're asking. Take a look at that and walk through it with a 7-figure group. And then if there's any feedback, give it to either of us or both of us, because we do work together. You'll see with Chris and team, there's a very specific methodical process and a program to follow that's very repeatable, very successful. And Televi does adjust and fuel that. And then we have some partners that, of course, while we have these programs and try to advertise, there's some MSPs trying to do it alone and do it by themselves. And you certainly can use Televi and leverage it as you see fit. But there's a lot of magic when you put it in the 7-figure program and use it as part of their CSRA process.
Amazing. And last question before we get out of here, from Steven Batalico. I hope I didn't butcher your last name. He asked, does Control One essentially act as an SD-WAN? Apologies if ignorant question, new MSP seller.
Oh, it's a great question. So to have a full SASE solution, you need not only protection at the endpoint, which is where we have software agent that gets deployed. We're on Mac, Windows, Android, iOS, Linux. So that software works on the devices themselves, whether they leave the network or not, it's there, because that way we can control the lateral movement and give you the security. And then to your question about SD-WAN, when you license a site, That allows us to give you redundant internet connectivity. You can have 5 different WAN connections, and that allows us to push the security and the routing rules all the way down to things that can't get an agent, which is one of the differentiators in some of the other products that are available in the market. So IoT devices, printers, thermostats, car dealerships that have diagnostic tools, all of those things now become part of the Control One ecosystem. And the hardware that we deploy that connects the site is SD-WAN. It is exactly like you'd see from other traditional SD-WAN providers, but it's built into our service. It's built into the monthly fee. And again, unlike other providers, it's month to month. There's no throttling tiers of how much throughput. We give you all the available throughput that we can, and it's all built into the product.
Sweet. Okay, that is all the questions. I told you guys John was going to deliver, and he absolutely did. Phenomenal company, phenomenal team. If you guys ever have any questions, please come to our live in-person events. John is usually there. Dana's there. The rest of their team's there. And they're so open and receptive to any feedback that you give because they are always on the pursuit of making their products better, their business better. And they take every piece of feedback and they cherish it and value it. And they really are driving things forward. So again, John, thank you so much for being here. You crushed it as always. And we'll talk to you later.
Thanks for having us, Tanner. Appreciate you.
Yeah, John. Okay, up next, we have one of our very own, Cindy Phillips, our VP of Sales Coaching. She is incredible. And one of the things that I think Cindy does better than almost anybody in the industry is being able to help you position, package, and price your products accordingly. Because as you've seen, MSPs, it's traditional that it's a race to the bottom in pricing. But Cindy is so good at helping you navigate nuanced conversations with clients so that you can stand out and look professional and be professional and sell your services for what they're truly worth. So without further ado, let's welcome Cindy Phillips to the stage. What's going on, Cindy?
Hey, Tanner, thank you so much. I got the baseball ready because we're going to talk about some key components of the play. I'm going to assume, give me a big thumbs up, everybody. If you can see my first slide, Tanner, help me out here. How to get your price when prospects only want to cut costs. You guys can see it all?
We see it. Cindy, I'll let you take it from here.
Good deal. All right. Now you know what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about how to get your price when prospects or maybe even clients that you have are basically injecting a need to cut costs at every step in the conversation. So before we do that, I feel compelled to introduce myself a little bit to you. So let me come over here and make sure I can press the button, get the next slide up. So my name is Cindy Phillips, and I've been hanging out with this 7-figure MSP crowd since January of 2020. But that wasn't my first rodeo. I've had multiple businesses. I've been active in the MSP space since, oh my God, 2012. Wasn't there a movie about that? 2012? Anyway, I also built a $3 million technology consulting business, and at one point in time was running a $45 million product portfolio with 10,000 screaming customers. And we grew that portfolio by 35% back when 45 million was real money. I also, with Chris's permission, created the first Trailblazer group that's part of the 7-figure MSP family. And for those of you who wonder where I live really close to Lukenbach, Texas. Happen to collect guitars. And yes, I'm going to confess today for the first time in public that I am a rabid Zach Top fan. So if anybody doesn't know about Zach Top, go out there and Google it after the event's over and let me know later on Facebook if you sleep like a baby. Anyway, greatest new song out as far as I'm concerned. So let's get back to business after you know a little bit about me. I've been around the MSP game for a long time, and I've watched a lot of people become incredibly successful. But more important than that, I've watched a lot of people struggle. And so what I want to turn your attention to today is how to minimize the struggle that you may be feeling, okay? Because you see it everywhere, right? I was on a call 2 weeks ago with 20 MSP owners, all of whom are pretty much over 2 million a year in sales. And the conversation came up and we started talking about what we're seeing in the market today. One of the advantages of being in the 7-figure MSP elite program is that you surround yourself with people who actually share information and share at detail and in depth about what they see with their clients, what they see with their prospects. And the biggest number one thing that we are seeing right now, and this started back in January, but we are seeing people cutting cost. Cutting cost is front and center in almost every conversation as we move through the sales process. Perhaps you've seen it yourself when you go out on a first time appointment and the prospect says to you, hey, for example, hey, Cindy, I'm interested, but before I'm willing to invest any more of my time, I need to know how much this is going to cost. Maybe you've had people say things similar to that to you. So here's the problem. When people are focused on cutting cost, you can't cut your way to prosperity. You just can't do it. You cannot grow a business, build a strong financial future for your business, whether you're a prospect, a customer, or whether it's your own MSP, if all you are focused on is cutting costs. But yet we see that, and it's almost like an economic trend that we see all the time. It runs in cycles. If you've been around long enough, you've seen the cycles before. But we've got people cutting costs right now. So the dominant question that's in my mind, and I hope it's in your mind as well, is, so how do you protect your margins? What do you do to change what the prospect or your client that you're trying to upgrade, to change what that prospect is thinking? Is there a way to do it? Sometimes people are focused on price that they'll pass by a $10 bill to pick up a quarter because all they're thinking about is nickels, dimes, and quarters, right? And they'll cut off their future growth. They'll make all kinds of short-sighted decisions because they're only focused on one thing. So it's our job to help them understand and open up their vision and see the wider impact and the long-term success that they may or may not be sacrificing. And to that end, I'm going to challenge you right now to think about your own beady-eyed self-interest and to think about your own business, because this is a very serious question I want to ask you right now. Are you worth a premium? When you put your pricing together for your offer, how do you do it? What is a good gross margin for a managed services deal for you? If you're bold and you want to put something in the chat, go ahead. What do you think a good gross margin is for your business? Because everybody's got a different opinion. But the one thing I've observed is that when you start your business or when you first set your price for your managed service, whatever you did back in the day when you started your business, whatever beliefs you installed in your own brain when you started your business, sometimes you stick with those beliefs after they no longer serve you well. So when I ask the question, are you worth a premium? Here's what I want you to write down. If you have only one takeaway, your gross margin needs to be 80, and that is 80%. Now, while you collect yourself off the floor, because I'm sure you just fell out of your chair, and you're saying to me, Cindy, how in the world could I possibly get an 80% margin? I'm going to show you how to do that, okay? But it starts with you setting a rule. So write this down. Do you have a deal review desk in your business? In other words, before a quote goes out, does it go by somebody's desk who's enforcing the process, who says, okay, I'm looking at this, and guess what? The price that's quoted here is too low. We need to increase it to meet our hurdle rate. We got to have the right amount of margin there. Now, a lot of industry groups will tell you that 50, 60, 65% margin is great, right? When you're inside seven-figure MSP, we're not happy with great. We want you to get that 80% gross margin, and here's why. When you get an 80% gross margin, suddenly you have money to invest. And typically you invest that money in growing your company, doing marketing, paying your people better, attracting better talent. There's all kinds of things you can do with it, right? And then that also allows you, of course, to drive up net margin. So the big question that drives all of this is your self-identity and saying, hey, is my product offer worth a premium? Is my product offer worth a premium? And if you decide that it does, then you may have the question, how do you close a premium deal in this economy? So we've seen a lot of fear mongering in the news lately about the economy. We've seen lots of people trying to stir things up, lots of quote uncertainty or whatever. But for right now, things are still going pretty good, aren't they? Except everybody's battening down the hatches and trying to cut to be prepared. And in doing so, they're creating issues for themselves. So here's what we do. When we want to close premium deals in this economy, what we have to do is we have to think like race car drivers. So for those of you who don't know this, Chris Weiser grew up racing cars. I'm thinking that explains a lot about him. He may have had a few head injuries here and there, but we love him to death, okay? And I'm just using this as an example because I want you to do what Chris does. When you want to close premium deals in this economy, what you have to do is you have to turn into the cut. You have to turn into the problem, okay? So we can't ignore the fact that people want to cut price. We can't ignore the fact that they're constantly asking us. And I just saw a question pop up in the chat, so I want to nail it right now, and that is this. The 80% gross margin, yes, that's your cost of goods sold, and that's also your labor. Please tell me that everything's in a ticket, that you can allocate staff labor by client, that you know how many hours goes into actually delivering a service, and you're putting the service-based labor, not all your labor, but the service-based labor into that cost of goods sold, and then you're multiplying it up, okay? So do that math and let me know in the chat what you came up with when you started figuring out how much you really need to charge. Because inside seven-figure MSP Elite, we say start with $300 a seat, right? We never present it as by seat because when we run the play, we're always talking about the fee for the business, all right? So we're going to turn into the cut. We're going to turn into the cut. And you have heard this all before, and you've heard it from your clients. And just give me a whoo. If you've heard this, pat yourself to that Matthew McConaughey, pat the chest. If you've heard people say to you these exact words, price is the problem. We love you. We love your people. We really love to do business with you. But I got to tell you, you're circling Mars or something because this price you've laid down is out of this world. And there is no way we're going to be able to pay this. It's just not worth it. Okay. And when people say that to you, here's what I want you to do. You might even say this out loud. You might not, but I probably would. Oh, really? My price is too much? Okay, I want you to take just a minute and I want you to look at this picture. And here's my question for you. Which one of these apples do you want? You want that stinky apple on the left? Or do you want my apple? Now, the reason I want you to put this apple picture, man, if you leave here with just one idea, it's this picture right here, the apple picture. The reason I want you to think about this is because too often we're not proud of our product offer. Way too often. We're not proud of what it is we bring to the table. We come to the table with our product offer apologizing for our price, right? Have you ever watched somebody sell vegetables at a farmer's market? I used to watch this. I'm a bird watcher. I watch a lot of strange things. You know what people do sometimes when they're selling their apples at the farmer's market? They have a polishing cloth. They're out there polishing those apples until they absolutely shine, right? Set it out there, man, I want that apple. I don't want the one on the left. So when people tell you, I've gone out and I've got 3 bids and we're comparing them, and I say, would you do me the courtesy of allowing me to help you review your bids so we can be certain that we're comparing apples to apples? When I say those words to a prospect, the mental image I have in my head is this one I've got on the screen right now. I'm going to compare apples to apples, and I'm going to show you all the gaps, all the holes, all the places where there are issues. Okay. So give yourself a big old pat on the back if you realize that apples to apples can look like this. And I want you to go into competitive situations thinking that you've got the apple on the right and everybody else has got the apple on the left. And all you have to do is help the buyer recognize that not all apples are the same. Okay, quick question. I know most of you guys probably don't buy the groceries, but I buy the groceries in this house. And when I go and buy the groceries, do you think I'm picking up the apples and I'm looking them over? You bet I am. We do that with a lot of things that we're going to purchase. And you know what? We will pay more money for the shiny red apple, and we will not buy the stinky one. I bet you there are some of you that even go to the grocery store and reach way in the back. My husband does this. He trained me to do it. Reach way in the back to pull out the head of lettuce that's in the back because that's the freshest one. Because we all know they put the old inventory up toward the front so the people who are asleep will pick that stuff up and it'll turn brown in the refrigerator 2 days later instead of a week later, right? People want to buy quality. It's your job to help them understand that it's okay to spend the money. So here's how we're going to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to use a model, and I'm going to teach it to you right now, okay? This is a model on how to handle the price objection. It's also a model that works for any kind of objection, but today we're going to focus on price because I know from my research in the MSP marketplace that right now, today in June of 2025, price is the issue. So the model goes like this. First, we want to understand what's the problem. Second, we want to isolate it. We want to know that price is the only problem. And if it's not, we want to hear what the other ones are. Then third, we're going to empathize. We're going to use feel, felt, and found as the trifecta of emotional support to help move someone from what they believe and where they are right now to where they can see a different path. All we want people to do is see that there are options out there that they previously were not willing to consider for themselves. And then we're going to wedge and turn into the issue by helping them recognize there are penalties in this life for some of the decisions you make. Now, certainly there are rewards for some of the decisions you make as well. But when we've got somebody pressing on the low price button, we've got to help them understand what they're truly trading off. Okay? All things being equal, this is what happens when you trade price for quality. This is what happens when you trade price for scope. This is what happens when you trade price for comprehensive coverage, right? So we're going to wedge. Understand, isolate, feel, felt, found, and wedge. So let me show you the key phrases, and I invite you to take screenshots, my friends, okay? The key phrases we want to use here. In understand, we want people to tell us more. Tell me more. Your price is way too high. I understand. Tell me more about that. Tell me more about why you feel the price is high. Tell me more about when you decided the price was too high. Tell me more about what a high price like that would mean for your business. Or just simply tell me more. Tell me more is an invitation to share, and people will share. Okay? Tell me more. Next step, step number 2, we're going to isolate. Isolating is very helpful. You've been on sales calls where people have said, I got a problem with this. And you say, okay, I'll fix that. And then say, now I got a problem with this. Okay, I'll fix that. Now I got a problem with this. And they just keep going with problem. No, we're not doing that. When somebody says price is the issue, get them to tell you more. You understand where they're coming from, and then you isolate price as the only thing. So the way we do that is I don't necessarily say, is price the only issue? Although you could say that, and that would work, and we use that a lot. But you can make it a little bit more open. Is there anything else? Is there anything else other than price that's holding you back? Is there anything else? Again, a very open probe. Is there anything else? Okay, so the next thing we do is we say, you feel like the price is too high, and I felt that way too. And I found that whenever I feel that the price is too high and I buy a lower cost substitute that doesn't give me what I want, I'm rarely, if ever, satisfied. Now, I want you to think about this, okay? This is a crazy story. All of us have hobbies. We all have things we like to do. We always have things we spend money on. And in life, a lot of times we'll make a decision to buy a low-cost substitute because we want something, but we can't afford the ultimate thing, right? Everybody's with me on that? You can't afford the ultimate thing. Let me ask you this. Have you really ever been happy with the substitute? Or are you just making do? Now, I would contend that you're just making do, right? Some of us manage our money in such a way that we'll hold back on the money until we can pile up enough money to buy the thing we really want. And some of us just have a rotation of things we don't really like, but we can't wait long enough to get the real thing we want. And we just keep replacing the stuff that doesn't really do it for us. You know what I mean? So when we do, I found, when we do that, what we want to do when we use this technique to handle a price objection is we want to use it to help people recognize, oh my God, I really don't want that cheap thing. And oh my God, other people have felt this way too. I'm not alone. Okay. So it's true. You can't get a Mercedes-Benz at the cost of a Corolla. Everybody gets that. In our line of work, in the MSP space, people don't always understand that a Corolla won't get them where they want to go. Okay. So what we've got to do is we've got to help people understand that there are things in the way we do our business because we sell a service. So the other thing is, I'm a huge believer in that we price a service like it's Cindy's special MSP service. And I'm not necessarily going to tell you what's in it because I curate that service. And I may be based on Control One, right? I may be loving up what I can do with that product, but I'm not necessarily going to tell people I'm using Control One or whatever I'm using, because what I'm doing is I'm selling the service. I take technology, I wrap it with trained people, I wrap it with processes and procedures and white glove service, and you get the whole big thing as my service. So you feel that you could really get by with just a basic antivirus and maybe some email filtering. And I've had clients that have felt that way too. But what I found is that when time marches on a little bit and they run into problems, they're very unhappy that they don't have a team of qualified experts that really care about their business to help them through the tough times. And so for me, I found that people really are more buying the people than they're buying the tools. Have you ever felt like that in the past? That's the way you can use feel, felt, found. See how that works? Okay, now you may say those things, right? And they still may not be there. They still haven't quite come over to, yeah, I'm gonna pay your huge price because I want a premium service provider. So we go to the last step, which is the wedge. And in the wedge, we tell a microstory. Now, here's the thing about a microstory. Microstories are really small. They're like total headlines, right? And they grab people's attention. They're real hooky. They got a hook on them. But the deal is, what we're doing in the wedge is we're coming in to one crystal clear idea, and that's this. What's the real risk here if you are wrong? If you're wrong about this, and you go with the low cost option, what can happen? And are you ready, willing, and able to pay the full cost when you get to that intersection, when you get to that moment? Will you pay the full cost? Okay, so that's what we do with the wedge. Now, another thing we got to really think about, is price the real issue here? Is price really what they're complaining about? Is that's what really is going on? Or is what's happening that they are just not thinking strategically? So when we get to where we're doing the comparison between the stinky apple and the beautiful apple, one of the things we want to do is we want to rely on some of the sales skills that we build in 7-figure MSP in the elite program when we run the play. Okay. When we run the play, we use some strategies from different sales techniques that help us keep the prospect very much focused, right? Very focused. And so what we do there is we are going to use an upfront contract when discussing price. Now, for my friends who are here, who are in 7-figure MSP, or my friends who've been trained by the Sandler sales program, we know that an upfront contract says, hey, I really appreciate you bringing up the issue of price. And naturally, as we dig into what your feelings are about price and what you're thinking about price, naturally, I'm going to have some questions for you, and obviously you'll have some questions for me. But when we finish this conversation on price, I want us to be very clear on how price is just one of the cost components of running your business in the world as it operates today. So did you see what I just did there? The price of my managed services contract is only one component in the whole big ecosystem of running this business and applying technology and other things to help me move my business forward. There are probably other items that cost money, right? And the price of this managed services agreement is going to have an impact on those costs. And so we have to look at this holistically all the way around. So that's an example of how we can use an upfront contract to get people into a very narrow conversation about price, where we are absolutely going to drive it open and make them realize that it's not just the managed services contract. Show me all the other places and all the other ways you're spending money that's not serving you well. Now, I'm not going to put it to them like that, right? But I am definitely going to get that information out on the table. And when I do that, when I get all the ways and all the places they're spending money that has anything to do with tech, what I'm going to find out is that they have a lot of pain because they've got things that aren't getting done properly. They've got incomplete projects. Oh, put me in a company that's tried to do a CRM implementation. Please put me in there with a managed services opportunity. Anywhere somebody has put a project in where they've tried to bring in a piece of software or they've tried to do something to move the business forward and there was a technology component in there and it didn't get done right, part of the reason it didn't get done right was because they didn't have the right technical people talking to the folks who were implementing the CRM or whatever. And things didn't get set up properly and the project stalled and the outside consultants, they're ringing up bills, their hourly rates just going like a cash register, right? Pain is what motivates action. And when we get into a conversation about how people are spending their money on technology, it's not just about what our services are going to cost. It's about everything. And we are going to find tons of pain because nobody has got their technology budget optimized. Nobody does, right? And what pain does is it motivates them to do something different, but pain also delivers margin. Now, here's the funny thing. If there's no pain, if you go in to see somebody and you do a first-time appointment, you do a discovery call, and they act like everything is great in their business, what are the odds they're going to change anything? We've got to find people who are fundamentally dissatisfied with the status quo. Whatever rate they're growing at, whatever it is they're doing, they've got to have a burr under their saddle. They got to have a rock in their shoes, right? They've got to have some persistent and consistent pain so that they want to do something different. And I want to talk about pain for a minute and how it motivates managed services sales. I mentioned we take technology and we wrap it with people and we deliver really high quality, maybe white glove service or whatever. High growth businesses pay for people to eliminate roadblocks so they can run their business as fast as possible and never run into a roadblock. And I think sometimes as managed service providers, we don't realize that part of our job is to get them to absolutely hate the way they're managing their technology today. Because when they hate what they're doing right now, that pain is going to deliver margin for you. Okay? And I don't know, who was it that said it? Was it Nike? And they said, no pain, no gain, right? There's got to be some pain in the equation in order to drive margin. Now, let's take an example. Let's go back to our apples for a minute. Let's go back to our apples for just a minute. And let's think about this. If I made the picture this clear and this simple for you, if you knew that buying managed services from somebody else at $35 a seat was that stinky apple, you wouldn't do it. Nobody would do it. Nobody wants the stinky apple. It's better not to buy anything than to buy the stinky apple. So here's the problem. The problem is because we're talking about technology, nobody understands that the other guy's offer, not yours, but the other guy's offer is a stinky apple. Nobody understands that. So what we've got to do is we've got to get people to draw the contrast for themselves. So let's look at a quick example. I'm going to go bid something and I'm bidding $400 a seat because I'll tell you a little bit about my personal philosophy on that in a little bit. But I'm going to bid $400 a seat, no problem. And I know I'm going to get price pushback. I know that's going to happen. So the first words out of my mouth are going to be, I understand. Truly, I understand they don't want to pay this money. I'm okay with that because I'm going to help them understand why they should. So I understand. So then after I've explained the service and all the beautiful things that are in it, and they tell me the price is too high, I'm going to nod my head and very emphatically, because I'm true about this, I do understand. You've got a limited amount of dollars. You've got to make the right choices for you and for your business. I understand that. Do you want the service? Now, you'd be amazed inside Seven-Figure MSP Elite program how many times when we ask a buyer, do you want the service, they say yes. And they say yes because everything in their body, in their intuition, in their brain is all in alignment, and they understand that they want the level of service that our members provide. So if you ask them, do you want the service? They'll say yes. And then you have to dig deep and you have to ask a question that is completely counterintuitive and uncomfortable. You have to ask, do you want to buy it from me? Because if you want the service and you want to buy it from me, now we can say with pretty good certainty, we can ask the question, is price the only issue? Now, I want you to look at the order of these questions. Okay, I'm going to go back a little bit. Do you want the service? No, I don't want the service. Tell me more. I don't want the service because I think it's complete overkill. Is that the only thing that you think about the service? What else do you think about the service? Notice here I'm isolating. What else do you think about the service? I guess it might be good for some people. Oh, really? Yeah, but I think it's complete and total overkill. I understand you feel that there's too much in here. And I found that when I feel like there's way too much in something, that I don't always understand all of the component pieces or why they fit together the way they do. But I found that if I just take a little bit more time and understand what I'm looking at, then the decision becomes a lot clearer. Do you think that could be the case for you? Okay, so do you want the service? Do you want to buy it from me? Now, if somebody says, no, I don't want to buy it from you, again, tell me more. I think you guys are just crazy. You're just asking way too much money. And to be honest, I don't want to pay for your Lamborghini out in the parking lot. Maybe it's something like that. I don't know. But when you ask people, do you want to buy it from me? You can use these same strategies of tell me more. Is that the only thing? Feel, felt, found. You can get all of that information out, right? And when we get down to price is the only issue, now we can start looking at where else can we get the money? How else can we structure the deal? Are you open to being creative? Maybe there's a different way we can structure this deal that's a win-win for everybody. Power question, what is unclear? So we get down to this point, they're still not ready to move forward. We ask them, is there anything we've discussed here today that is unclear for you? What is unclear? What else impacts your decision? Now, here's what I love about what else impacts your decision. In your first time appointment, in your discovery call, in running your CSRA, in all the conversations you've had, you have to remember that you do not always have all the facts on the table. So when we ask what is unclear, what else impacts your decision, what we're doing here is we're doing a last call for any external influences or things we don't know about that are driving their decision process. What else impacts your decision? Very open question. Now, after we ask this, we're going to go into what I call the classic decision-making tree. So this is another key takeaway in this presentation. So get your screen captures out because these 3 questions, I have made so much money off of this. It's insane. Okay. Question number 1. What happens if we do nothing? Now, when you think about this, when we're selling cybersecurity, or maybe we're selling AI, or maybe we're selling business process reengineering, optimization, whatever it is that we're selling, what happens if we do nothing? What happens if we decide to redeploy the dollars, even the small dollars that are available, somewhere else, and we do nothing on this part of the business? We do nothing to upgrade the technology. We do nothing to help people be more productive. We don't do anything. What happens if we do nothing? Let's get that written down. Let's get those words said out loud and let's get them written down because we're going to use this. Because the second question we're going to ask is, what happens if we choose poorly? What happens if we go with the stinky apple? What happens if we choose poorly? What's the worst thing that can happen? What's the best thing that can happen? And then the final question, third question, is what happens if we execute? Okay, now I want you to look at the order of those 3 questions, right? The first question is what happens if we do nothing? I want you to think about how many deals you've worked on in the last year where the client decided to do nothing. If you have a conversation where they say to you, oh, I got to think about this. My God, I only want to throw the baseball through the screen when somebody says to me, I have to think about this. I'm like, okay, exactly. What are you going to think? And when are you going to think it? Because we all know that when they say, oh, I got to think about it, that is total and complete bullshit. They are just pulling your finger there. They're not going to think about it. The second you walk out the door, they're going to do nothing. So let's lay it on the table. Let's have an open conversation. What happens if we do absolutely nothing? What's going to happen? We can quantify that. The one that's more difficult to quantify, because nobody ever asks this question, because nobody ever wants to admit they do this, what happens if we choose poorly? Get them talking about that, okay? And then ask the payoff question: what happens if we execute? You can take people out of analysis paralysis with those 3 killer questions, because what we're doing here is we're exposing what is the trade-off. What are we trading off here? Why are you even thinking about doing anything? What's the trade-off? And then, why does it matter now? Now, the why does it matter now is absolutely going to be my favorite question, because that is when AI enters the conversation. If you're having trouble getting people to let go of money, I swear to God, the only thing you have to do now is say AI, and the purse strings loosen. Okay? Do yourself a favor, get 80% margin on all your AI deals as well. I'm going to pivot into my close, because I pretty much have taught you everything I already know, everything I know about handling objections. Okay? But now what I want to do is I want to pivot to you, because part of the reason I'm in this business, part of the reason I do what I do, is because I believe that MSPs keep the engine of our economy running. We protect small businesses. Small business makes up the full engine of the US economy. 31 million small businesses, 31 million businesses. Only 500 of them are on the Fortune 500 list. All the rest of them, by definition, are small business, and they do over 95% of the US economy, and it holds up worldwide as well. So here's the thing. When you give up margin, you know what you're going to do? You're going to kill your business. When you give up margin, you kill your business. You don't hurt anybody but yourself. When the clients squeeze you down on margin and get you to do a bad deal, they think they win, but they don't, because you're in business to protect small business. I have more leverage in the world because I work with MSPs, and every one of you protect anywhere between 40 and 100 small businesses. And when we collectively keep those businesses safe from criminals, we keep the whole world going around. We keep everybody having a job, roof over their head, food on the table, business doing business. For me, that's the lifeblood of the world. When you sell too cheap, you don't get the right margin, you kill your business, because low margin deals kill your financial stability. So I want you to think about this. Every time you get ready to do a low margin deal, I want you to ask yourself, which business do you want? Do you want the stinky business, or do you want the one that everybody else wants that looks great? John Tippett was just talking about margin and how you can make margin and all this kind of stuff. It's no good if you give it away the instant they push back on price. So let's practice for just a second. Just a quick refresh on the model. I understand. Is price the only thing that's bothering you? I understand how you feel. I felt the same way. I found, then a wedge. So here we go. You want the stinky apple? No, you don't. I understand. You feel this is overkill. I felt the same way when I first looked into services like this for my business. I found when you buy the solution that you know serves you well, you never regret quality. Last quarter, we had a client that made the low quality choice. This week, that same client was hacked. Now they're scrambling. The costs now are uncontained. And the owner said to me, I wish I had listened to you. I want you to make an informed decision. We will assist you no matter what your decision, but ultimately the decision is yours and yours alone. How do you want to manage your risk? Turn into the cut. Release your inhibitions and take just a moment and ask yourself, are you out of the game because of how you price? Never. You're never out of the game. You can recover your margin, but to do, you have to answer one question. What is it that holds you back? Is it the simple knowing that it can be done? Because it can. So that brings me to the end of my remarks for today. So we'll see if we have any questions. I'm hoping that you want more. And if you do want more, you know who you need to see. You need to see Mr. Tanner and book a call with him. Tanner, I don't know where you got that beautiful picture and that chair, but my God, I want that chair in my house. You just look stunning in that chair.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I was actually at the Louisville event, and I think it was Ronaldo. Somebody doctored up the photo. They made it look better. It was really good. But that presentation was amazing, Cindy. I like the way that you position pain in that, because one of the things that I've heard before, and it always just like sticks in my head, is that until the pain of change is greater than what is the saying? Until the pain of change is greater than the change of staying the same, people aren't going to do anything. And the more that you can widen that gap on pain and ultimately get people aware of the exposures that they're at risk of, you're not going to make that decision. So I think the way you laid that out was beautiful. And if you guys are watching this, I hope you took notes, because these are things that you can implement into your sales calls right now to start getting better traction.
Tanner, there's one question, but you need to help me on time, my friend, because I don't want to run over. But there's a question. Someone would like to hear more examples of the wedge. Okay. So I'm just going to do 30 seconds on the wedge, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. So what the wedge is all about is it's all about driving a feeling of discomfort and dissatisfaction with the status quo. Okay. So most of the time, we're all okay with the status quo because we don't know there's something better out there, and we don't know that we have the stinky apple. Okay. So when we do the wedge, we always tell a micro story. Like, here's my favorite one. There was a record store in Detroit. They got hacked. They went down on their biggest sales day, the Friday before the Super Bowl. And they had to actually write down, when people bought a record, write it down, write their credit card down on a piece of paper. You can imagine how many people walked out, right? And they spent $45,000 in 72 hours to get their point of sale systems back up. They weren't finished spending money. They were a client that turned down full service. They bought it later. So the wedge here is that we know somebody that this happened to, and they chose poorly. That's the wedge, right? That's how we do the wedge. And we basically always tie the wedge to money, because when we're fighting price, somebody can take that $45,000, divide by 12, and say, you know what? If I had to pay that once a year, I could be paying almost $4,000 a month in service. And if they help me avoid, that would be great. So hopefully that helps.
No, that helps a lot. I know a lot of times people try to cut the cost because they think it's a cost saving measure, but really you're not reducing risk by saving cost. You're just delaying the bill that's going to come eventually. And the bill that comes eventually oftentimes is 10 times larger than what they would have paid if they just taken the quality service to begin with.
Absolutely.
So, the way you said that, beautiful. Absolutely love it. Cindy, you crushed it as always. Look forward to seeing you again. And thank you. Hope you have a great rest of your day.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye, Tanner. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Okay. I'm excited for our next speaker, Laura Hennings, VP Sales Coach on the APAC side of things. She runs our implementation calls Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights, and she does an incredible job of showing you how to take the information that we teach you and put it into action. Because again, we can give you the keys of the kingdom, but nothing matters. Knowledge does not matter unless you execute on it. And today she's going to be showing you how you can crush it from stages here, crush it from stages online, kind of like we're doing right now. Because if you can get in front of people and position yourself properly, you are opening up the gates of a lot of revenue coming into you. So without further ado, let's welcome Laura Hennings to the stage.
What is going on, team? So excited to be here. Congrats to our entire team. Congrats to all of you that took the time to show up. So thank you for tuning in. And for these next 45 minutes, you're about to tune in even more. I will say, if you don't have a pen and paper by you, oh, by now you probably have AI, right? You probably have AI to help you take notes here. Guess what? Today we're going to talk about how to leverage speaking, how to leverage stage time to multiply your MRR. Yes, in the age of AI. And you're like, okay, what does this have to do with AI? I'm going to be dropping some hints here. Okay. And I bet you there is your next multiple 5-figure, 6-figure. Heck, we've even had elite members land 7-figure contracts. And it's no coincidence that it's because they have raised their hand and they have made a decision to speak up. You can expect by the end of this that you're going to walk away with a lot more courage and confidence to step into bigger leadership and to, yes, emphatically, yes, get on bigger stages. Now, before we dive in, I want to define what stage means. Some of you have seen me speak in person. Louisville was amazing. By the way, we do have an event coming up. This is a shameless plug at the end of July at Fort Worth. It is such a vibe. But I was talking about in my Louisville talk how we define stages. Of course, stage can mean an elevated platform. You take the mic, you stand up there. But what if we saw every single day as our stage? Every conversation we have. I want you to reflect back on the last lead, prospect, even client that you landed in an unexpected place, in an unexpected conversation. If you got it, I want you to drop it in the chat right now. Where was the last unexpected place you landed a client? Now, I'm in Berlin right now, and it is my favorite city in the entire world because I love the people here. And I have landed a lot of clients in this city just by being out. I've landed a lot of clients around the world just by being out and speaking about what I do with passion and care and conviction. So not only are we going to be talking today about how to get on more stages or how to have more courage online or in video, talking about what you do and selling with confidence. If anything, I want you to walk away knowing that every single day and seizing every single opportunity in every conversation as an opportunity to share what you do. I'm not going around saying, oh yeah, I'm a cybersecurity guy, blah, 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 blah. But just be proud of your presence. Ooh, that is so good. Oh my gosh, that was a download. Be proud of your presence. I want you to write that down. Everywhere is your stage. Everywhere is your stage. Okay. So I want to set the tone there. That's my definition of stage. We have opportunities all around us. Now let's talk about life for a second. I always like to plug into life. Yes, it's about business, but I come from the belief, and the people in Elite can tell you, the way that I preach sales, the way I love to teach sales is we can speak business all day, every day. But if there's one language we speak, it's human. If there's one language that we speak, it's that we get each other, not just as a business owner to business owner, but as a human. But there's frustrations that come up in our sales process now. There's one in particular that we hear often, and that is, hey, I feel like I care more about their business than they do. Drop a 1 in the chat if you've ever felt that way. Drop a 1 in the chat if you've ever felt like, even after laying out all the risks, even after being the educator, even after demonstrating that I care so much about you, I care so much about your business, but why are they just not seeing the risk? Don't you just want to shake them sometimes? Yeah, I get it. And it's not your fault. And guess what? I'm gonna challenge that thought for a second. And I say it with love. It's not that you care more than them. It's not that you care about their business more than them. Remember this. It's that you care about it in a different way that they need. You see it from a different angle, and you see it from a different lens that they don't see yet. Yet. Emphasis on the yet. I talk about it a lot. You guys are at the crux of technology, and you're at the crux of human connection. And the reason why some of our prospects or existing clients at 7-figure MSP and Elite, we run the play on existing clients. Sometimes they just don't see and they can't see the value yet of cybersecurity and technology and what we really do. And in order to get them to, quote, our level, we need to first meet them where they're at and then pace them. It's going to make more sense as we go on. Okay. So if you typed a 1 in the chat and said, yes, I felt this, you're in the right place. This is the right training for you. This is the right space. This is the right community for you to be in. Next one. Have you ever felt this way? 1 in the chat if you felt this way. It frustrates me when they say no. You go through a first-time appointment. I don't know what your sales process is. Okay. Maybe you're winging it. Maybe you're just showing up. And I love that. I'm happy you're showing up. But do you have a strategy to the sales process? It's okay if you don't. That's what we do in Elite, right? We have a strategy that works. But people will say no. People will say no to the offer. People will say no to the service because the risk, we call it the risk light bulb. The risk light bulb isn't on yet. So how do we turn it on? How do we turn on that light bulb? First off, we need to approach this from a human standpoint. And we need to understand that there are things that we can and cannot control. Let me ask you this. Can we control what people do? Drop a 1 in the chat if you think that we can control what people do. I bet you there's not a lot of 1s in the chat. And let that set you free. Let that set you free. Because I know what it's like when you show up. I know what it's like when you go through a sales process and you feel so confident that the person will say yes. I nailed it. I nailed it. I know they're going to say yes. And then they come around and they say, you don't have it in the budget. You know what? I'm just going to stick with my existing IT provider. That's one we get a lot. Honestly, we've been hammering that one in sales open office hours and in our Elite calls a lot because we've heard it a lot. So how do we move around it? Do we just take it for face value? I would encourage no. I would encourage us to dig a little bit. Thank you for sharing that. Tell me more. Tell me more about what your IT service provider does. Dig in a little bit more. But know that we cannot control people saying yes. But what we can control is how we speak, is how we show up, is how we ultimately not change, not control, but influence. Because the bottom line is humans are resistant to change. Wouldn't you agree? I try to get my mom to the gym. I love her to death. I try to get my mom emphatically, just consistently to the gym. But she's had this LA Fitness membership. And I say, Mom, if you're not going to go to the gym, why do you have this membership? And she says, I'll go because she'll feel, you know what, if she cancels out. She's resisting change. She's not used to it. So how are we supposed to motivate someone that's been set in their ways for so long? How are we supposed to convince, control people, businesses, prospects that aren't used to having cybersecurity or at least elevated cybersecurity in their business? It's because they resist change. And not only that, cybersecurity and tech can be intimidating for a lot of people. But the good thing is, it doesn't need to be. So what influences people to change? What influences prospects and existing clients that maybe you want to upgrade from break fix to fully managed? What's going to influence them to say, hey, I actually see your point and I see the risk. Let's freaking do it. We need to understand that we can't control them, but we can influence them. But how? How do we influence people? Cindy and she did such a great job, such a great presentation. She hit the nail on the head. How do we get people to move? How can I get my mom and shake her out of sedentarianism? I just made that up. She's a retired teacher and she's sitting on the couch. And I'm like, Mom, let's go to, she loves to travel. Let's go to Europe this summer. I took her to Europe for her first time in 2021. Best trip of my life. Never seen her walk so much in her life. Never seen her so motivated to get out the door and wake up before me. I wake up before the cows wake up. I'm an early riser. Are you? My mom, she likes to sleep in as a retired teacher, but she was motivated. She was motivated to get out because she wanted to see the world. Now think about our clients for a second. How are we going to influence clients in the same way? Prospects, existing clients that you want to upgrade in the same way. We got to shake him first. Because it's not just, I'm not just pulling this out of a hat. This is actually science. You would never think that I could tie in speaking and sales to physics, but I am. And that's what makes this just such an epic moment right now. I'm like, wow, this actually works because it's science that an object that rests will stay at rest until something moves it. You, my friend, my badass MSP business owner or professional, you are the one that has the power to move. You are the one that has the power to help them see their business in a new light. You are the one that can help them challenge the belief that the way that I have been running my business might not be the most optimal thing. And the best way to do that is to speak, is to use your voice more. But it's not just about speaking. It's about what do we speak about? It's about how do we sell? How do we deliver? In our marketing, what do we talk about? What's going to get people to raise their hand and say, yes, I'm starting to see your point. I'm starting to see that things have changed, that cyber attacks are way up, that AI is actually escalating these attacks. Your voice is the catalyst to change. I want you to write that down. Say, my voice is the catalyst to change. But I can already see where some people might be thinking, but I'm not a speaker. Or I just started speaking. I'm just starting to get my toes wet with speaking, but I in no way, shape, or form see myself as an expert speaker. Drop a 1 in the chat if you're still wondering, am I a speaker or not? And again, this is a safe space. This is no judgment. We say this so we can improve, right? Speaking is no different from any type of practice. Working out, your golf game, your guitar playing, your fishing, your video game skills, your sales game, your marketing game. That is a never-ending process. Personal development. Speaking is no different. It is a learnable skill. So what are you doing to flex it? What are you doing to strengthen it? You showing up here today is already a telling sign that you're raising your hand saying, I want to get better at speaking. I want to get better at sales. And I want to get better at having a sales strategy and a speaking strategy that actually works. That not only educates people, but actually gets them to take action and see that, wow, what this MSP business owner has is actually not just tech. It's a strategic business decision. They're helping me secure my profits, helping me secure my revenue, helping me grow and scale. Mic drop, if you're not speaking business to them and you're only speaking tech, we're leaving a lot of money on the table. But if you have a voice, do you have a voice? Yes. Has your voice ever made a positive impact on someone? Whether it be business whether it be an acquaintance, a friend, a stranger, if you answered yes, I will tell you wholeheartedly, you are a speaker and you belong on stage. Next challenge is winging it. Now, I want to say this with reverence. Winging it means we've got a lot of people that say, I want to speak, I want to get on stage, I will just take anything that comes my way, I want to get the reps in. Yes, I commend you and I celebrate you, and that is the foundation. That is the start of the bridge. We also get where people are speaking or they're hosting webinars and they're not converting yet. The key is yet. So winging it gets you to one point, but in order to actually get speaking and presentations to convert into first-time appointments, discovery calls, whatever you call it, or actually close MRR deals, we want, and I encourage you to have a strategy in place. I'm not saying this to make you feel bad, okay? I'm saying this to actually just light a fire, right? We're talking about how to motivate people. And in order to motivate people, we need to help them understand what's missing. So let's just bring up the example again for, I got an IT guy. I got my IT service provider I am very happy with. And they say, okay, tell me more about that. What do they do? Oh, are they doing a cybersecurity risk assessment? Are they doing quarterly check-ins, advanced testing? Are you interviewing the leadership team? Because you know that your people are the biggest material risk to your business, right? And they'll say, oh, no, they're not doing that. Risk light bulb turns on. See what we're doing here? So we want to have a strategy going into it rather than winging it. Last one, and this is tagging on to what I say, is we're stuck in educator mode. Now, I hear this all the time. I'm not selling anything, or I'm not doing this presentation to sell anything. I just want to provide value. You guys are amazing, by the way. I say that with reverence, and I used to be this type of seller. I used to be the educator archetype. Now, we're going to be getting into archetypes soon. You're going to be taking a quiz to see where you stand when it comes to influence and where you stand. But what we see most is, especially us MSPers, we are just so giving and so caring that we just want to make a difference and we want to add value to the conversation. But I will tell you this, educating only gets us so far. Educating only gets us so far. In order to be an influential speaker, we need to take a look at actually what drives human action, what drives human behavior, what influences people not only to see our point of view, but to actually act. That's the key. Think about any time you wanted something in life. You wanted to start the business. Maybe you thought about starting the business for a long time. I know when I started my private consulting 7 years ago, or when I went to get on a TEDx stage, I thought about it for a long time. But what actually helped me grow a successful business and get on a TEDx stage was to actually do it, was to actually act, was to hire the mentors, was to put myself out there. So the reason you got to where you are today is because you chose to act. Now, when it comes to our prospects, and I'm referring back to speaking, influential speaking is not just, I want to define it for you, is not just educating, it's activating. Influential speaking is not only educating and adding value, it's when you activate them into action. Write that down. It's when you activate them into action. So we got to take a look at behavior. And we can learn a lot from BJ Fogg, okay? He is an American social scientist and also a professor at Stanford. And he's been proving this theory for the last 30 years. And it's this. People don't take action because they understand something. They take action when these 3 things happen. And I'm about to drip the 3 things, so stick with me here. Not only do we need to educate, but we need to get them motivated. Cindy talked about it, hit the nail on the head about pain. Not only pain, but benefit. I used to be a teacher. I taught high school Spanish. And I had students I could care less about learning Spanish. And I could teach them all the vocabulary in the world. And they would do whatever they could just to get the C or B or A. And I could just tell their heart wasn't in it, and they would tune out and they would act out in class. And I started getting smarter about what actually drives people and incentivizes people to learn, not only learn, but to actually act like out of their own accord. And so I did something different. I started sharing my travels. I started sharing about the time I lived in Buenos Aires, Argentina for a year. I started sharing about how learning Spanish opened up my world. I started teaching them about how it helped me live abroad and have all these beautiful experiences, and how it leveraged my career, and how it helped me see the world in a different light. And what did that do for those students? It opened up, not everyone, okay? Some people, they just don't care, and that's fine. Remember, we can't control people. We can influence. And what I saw shift in in some of the students was this in this gusto to learn, because they started seeing themselves in that vision I shared. But they made it their own. I was the catalyst. I spoke just like you guys speak. And I started seeing just a whole light in the classroom. People talking about how, wow, I want to study abroad when I get to college. And some of these people are juniors and seniors, so they're like on the brink of graduation. They were motivated. They saw, wow, if I learn Spanish, I can open up a whole other world that I can communicate with. They were motivated to take action. So with our prospects, how do we tie this into cyber and tech? I'm just going to give it to you straight. I'm not even going to be cryptic about it. We can't speak tech to them. We're not going to tell them what the tools do and the blah, 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 and the blue. We're going to tell them and talk to them about what they care about most. And what is that? Drop it in the chat. What do business owners care about most? I'll use my Spanish. Dinero. In Argentine, they say plata. They care about money. We got to speak the language of money to these people. Okay? And how cybersecurity and AI, how it contributes to their growth. And how AI is inevitable. So what are you going to do? Are you going to use it, get left behind? And we position that as a business advantage when they embrace AI. We've got elite members. We got stage masters that are hitting the nail on the head, and they're booking more first-time appointments and MRR deals because they're starting to talk about AI, and because they've learned how to speak about cybersecurity and tech in a way that makes it a business conversation. It motivates them into action. So take note of that. We got to motivate them. We got to dive into the pain of what happens when they don't embrace it. Second thing to motivate people into action is ability. Can I do this? My students, my Spanish students, if I made Spanish very complex, they'll tune out. If we make it too easy, what happens? They tune out. So that in between for us, when we're talking about our services and when we're having a business owner to business owner conversation, is to just let them know we have a process. And I'll say this, I say this in Elite all the time. For my Elite members here, I say this. The best way to demonstrate influence and confidence in yourself, but also prospects, is to let them know we got a process. We got a process. All right. At least at seven figure, we have them run through a CSRA. So lean into your process, whatever it is right now. How do you onboard clients? What are things you do to vet people to make sure you want to work with them? What's the test? What's the process in order to onboard and to see if they're a good fit and to check their security risks? Let them know you have a process and that it's doable and that you're a partner in this. Help them understand it. Help them understand the process. That will motivate them to say yes to you and yes to the process. Last thing, what motivates people to take action is a clear call to action, is a clear invitation. As a plane can't take off until it knows where to land. I came from Bali to Berlin. I would not get on the plane if the pilot said, oh, by the way, we don't really have a destination. You're just on the plane. How would you feel if you went on a plane and the pilot said, by the way, we don't know where we're taking you? Excuse me, get me off the plane right now. So when it comes to sales, we need to guide them exactly to where they need to go. Actually, we were talking about this in the elite call today, on our sales call today, is why are we getting ghosted sometimes? Or why after the first time appointment or discovery call, when we want to book them into a final sales call, why is it that they say, I actually need more time to think about it? I need more time to think about it. And you say, okay, all right, I'll just reach out next week. Is that a clear invitation? Is that a clear next step? No, it's not. Because you're creating a volleyball energy. It's a loop. It's a loop that just happens. So a clear invitation, a clear next step would be, let's model this for a second, would be, first off, I'd probe a little bit and be like, okay, before we hop off, what is it that you need to think about? I would probe a little bit more before I say, take it as a matter of fact. But if they still say need time, that's where you say, okay, we get a lot of clients that need to take some time. So next part of our process would be to schedule a follow-up. I have X date and Y date available. Which one works best for you? You want to go in ready with 2 available time slots. What does that do? It's a clear invitation and it doesn't have the loop. You're guiding them through the process. We need to have a clear invitation, and that motivates people to show up. And that is the power of influential speaking. When we speak, we hit on all 3 of these, not just speaking, but speaking with influence, speaking that not only educates, but gets people to take action, gets people to see the light at the end of the tunnel and say, actually, I do need fully managed. Actually, I do see how implementing AI in my business will help me. And I also see the risks of AI. And I would love to have a strategic partner that can help me navigate this so that we're implementing AI safely and for profit. So let me ask you, where are you at with influential speaking? If you could give yourself a rating on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being like, I don't feel like I really have it. I have a lot to improve on. And 10 being like, you know what? I got a really good grasp on it and I'm going to go out there and crush it. Drop it in the chat. Where are you at? And again, safe space. Let's be honest with ourselves. And if you were scoring high, hell yeah. And if you're scoring a little lower, then hell yeah, you're being honest with yourself. Room for improvement. We're going to do something fun here really shortly. But before that, I want to ask you a couple questions that's going to help you activate the influential leader, the influential speaker inside of you. First question is, what are you talking about to get leads through the door? Consider your marketing. What types of marketing are actually getting people to reach out to you? Maybe you're hosting webinars, or maybe you're thinking of hosting webinars. Maybe you're thinking of hosting lunch and learns. Maybe you're thinking of going to networking events just to get your name out there. What are you talking about to get people to raise their hand to talk to you? To get them in your webinars, to get them in their DMs? And I'll tell you, and I'm not making this shit up. I'm not making this up. We're starting to see that our members in Elite, they're talking more about AI. And they're starting to position themselves as thought leaders in AI. So if you want to start getting more leads through the door, start talking about AI. And if you don't know where to start, then you want to probably join our Facebook group. We got an AI Facebook group. Or maybe this is the nudge to say, maybe I want to join Elite. And I'm not just saying this like to be salesy. I'm saying this because legit, I have seen I've seen where it's taken our members. I have. And it freaking impresses me every single day because I'm growing with them too. So we want to dial in your marketing. We want to dial in your speaking. We want to dial in your sales. We want to get as many leads through the door as possible. So think about that. Okay. Next question is, are you talking business or are you speaking more tech? Give yourself a rating. Okay. I want you to give yourself a 10 if you're speaking mostly business talk in your marketing and when you sell, and 1 would be I'm speaking strictly tech. 5 would be I'm 50-50 in the middle. Give yourself a rating. I talked about it before. If we find ourselves speaking mostly tech, oh my gosh, actually this is full circle because my last MRRCon talk, the team you remember and other tenants, I talked about tech talk, R2D2 and C3PO. And I had this, it was probably one of the most hilarious talks I've done. I imitated R2D2. I'm not going to do it. No, don't ask me. I'm not going to do it now. But what happens is C3PO, he can speak many languages. R2D2, he does the beep, beep. When we speak tech, what do you think we sound like? C3PO or R2D2? That's we sound like R2D2. And we love R2D2. But in order to get people to see the value of cybersecurity, we need to approach it and we need to position it as a business conversation. And that's something that we teach, and that's something that you can get better at. And that's where the money is. Because influential speaking, it's an art form. It's not something you're born with. It's sure some people can have more of a natural attunement to influential speaking, but I want to remind you that it's something that you can learn. But you got to have courage. You got to have courage. So go ahead. I want you to scan your raffle entry, and then we're going to be doing a really fun quiz here. Not quiz like you're going to be tested on how much. This is actually to help you get some sort of baseline of where you're at when it comes to and your identity as an influential speaker. I want to preface this by saying that all 3 of these identities are amazing. And all 3 of these identities, they have their own growth edge that we want you to work on in order to close more MRR deals and get more leads through the door. So who's ready? I want you to drop a 1 in the chat just so I know you're ready. Where do you stand on the speaker spectrum of influence? We're going to go through 5 questions. And what I want you to do is either on a piece of paper or whatever you're taking notes on, I want you to write A, B, or C and just keep track of your answers and the first thing that comes to your head. Okay, so here we go. Number 1, when prepping for a talk or a presentation, it could be a sales presentation or whenever you're talking to someone, a business conversation, what's your go-to approach? Is it A, you just pack it with value, info, and content? Is it B, you want to inspire, you want to motivate, you want to add some mic drop takeaways? Or is it C, you want it action-oriented and you want it with a clear next step? You want clarity. You want them to have clarity. So take note of that one. That's number 1. Let's go to number 2 now. How do you typically feel when you're speaking? Is it you want the audience to learn something? You'll feel good if you know that they walked away and they learned something great. I love these coming in. I can see your answers coming in. So this is great. B, I'm excited to inspire and share ideas. Is it C, I want to move the audience into action. I not only want them to inspire them, I want them to actually take action and change their life. I want them to change their business. Got it? Got your answer? All right, let's go to number 3. Love these answers coming in. I love the engagement here. You guys are great. Okay, number 3. Number 3, when you finish speaking, what do people tend to say to you? Or what do they do after? Is it A, hey, that was really informative. Thanks for sharing. Is it B, that was really inspiring. You inspire me. Is it C, they talk about changes they want to make, or now I really know that I want to do this. I wouldn't have been able to have the courage to do it if I didn't hear you speak. Or maybe they want to book a chat with you. They want to have a follow-up chat with you. Which one is it? Okay, let's go to number 4. Question 4, what is the primary intention when you take stage? So stage, remember, when you speak to people, you speak to prospects, you speak to influential people, you speak to people just in general. Is it A, you want to share useful, valuable info? You get joy from that. B, you make people feel something and shift. You want to make people feel something and shift their thinking. C, you want to encourage action that will help their business and lives for the better. If they took action on something, then you know that you did their job. You know you did your job. Okay, last one, y'all. Keep the fire alive. Number 5, when it comes time for CTA, we call it call to action. What best describes how you feel when you're about to do a call to action or an invite? Is it A, I usually skip it or feel awkward? I'd rather leave value. I don't want to come off too salesy. I felt this so many times, by the way. Okay, I felt this. Is it B, I'll hint at next steps, but I'll just keep it really subtle. I'll keep it chill. I won't make it too overt. I don't want to come off pushy. Is it C, I feel confident. I've delivered value, and I just know that inviting people to the next step is a natural part of the process. All right. Are we ready for our results? So what I want you to do is I want you to tally up how many A's, B's, and C's you received. And the one that you got the most in is your primary, and I'm going to reveal what these identities are. That's going to be your primary speaker identity. Okay. You might have some that are tying, and that's okay. I would even say that a lot of us have a lot of these identities in us, but there's one that is usually the primary one, and that's where you're currently at. So which one is it? Who got more A's? Drop an A in the chat if you got mostly A's. Who got mostly A's? Okay, so let's get into you. Let's talk about you for a second. You, my friend, are an educator. I love educators. I told you I was a teacher. I believe educators are the change makers. You lead with value, you lead with insight, and it's very apparent that you really care. And you take a lot of pride in turning complex topics into something that's very easy to understand. In fact, I would say we educators, because I'm an educator too, I hit on all of these, but I was an educator primarily for a long time because I was afraid to sell. I was afraid to introduce discomfort. I wanted to come off. I just wanted people to learn stuff. But the shadow side is that educators, they're a little weary to sell. And they'll play it safe. And by playing it safe, it means that you probably won't make the ask. You probably won't have a call to action. You probably won't ask the harder questions like, what are you doing to protect your business? Do you understand what's really at risk? You avoid pain. And like me and Cindy and the whole 7-figure MS team will tell you is that people are motivated to change from pain. So your growth edge is going to lean into that, is to evoke more emotion by leaning into pain, asking harder questions, is to taking a stand. Like, where do you stand with this topic? Embracing thought leadership. So those are my dear educators. Now, who got mostly B's? Drop a B in the chat if you scored mostly B's. You, my friends, are, I might have made this up, but the inspirator. You're the kind of speaker that leaves people feeling something. Whereas the educator, they just want to educate. They might not activate emotion or feeling into their audience. The inspirators, they lead with emotion. They like to tell stories. They lead with vision. They're not afraid to ask harder questions. And most of their audiences, they'll say, hey, you really inspired me. That's a beautiful thing. The thing is, inspiration and action are similar, but just because someone's inspired doesn't mean they're always going to take action. So you, my inspirator, your flex, your speaker growth edge is going to be to make a bolder invitation, is to position you and your service as the bridge, is creating the gap of where they are and making it clear where they are, not being the most protected business, and where they want to be as being this flourishing business that can scale effectively and that can have the money in the bank, and positioning you guys as the next step. That's your flex. You want a bold call to action, okay? Now, my dear C's, who scored mostly C's? Where are my activators at? So activators, you're speakers that don't just talk, you move a room. Okay? You move a room. You know how to educate, how to inspire, and you know how to direct people to where they need to go. You know how to make a confident ask. Does it mean you're always perfect at making an ask and that you're not that you're not afraid? No, the activators, the thing with activators is they can get nervous but the thing is they move faster than fear, and they are tuned into what actually motivates people into action. And they're so deeply invested in their why. I think all of the identities are invested in their why. The thing is, the activators, they know how to close the deal with confidence. Now, your growth edge is going to be to grow your visibility, is to grow your thought leadership, is to get as many eyes on you as possible, is to actually, every time you speak, is to actually convert those people into a first-time appointment, or at least some sort of conversation that could lead into an opportunity. And that's actually what we do inside Stage Mastery. Stage Mastery is one of our Trailblazer programs. But that's going to be your flex, is getting a strategy that works and a strategy that converts. And I'm saying this for everyone, but primarily for the activators. Now, I want you to take a picture of this, okay? And again, I'm not saying that each identity is better than the other one. I'm just giving you an idea based on the physics, behavioralism, and just how life is, that when you're an educator, the value is high, but the audience action is going to be a lot lower than, say, if an activator was to take stage. An inspirator, you're getting closer, but there's things that you need to work on, such as a clear ask and establishing the gap. Now, the activator, high, but I told you that speaking, you're never done. Are we ever done being an entrepreneur? Are we ever done being a human? No, we grow. We grow. We don't stagnate. We grow. So activators, yes, it's high, but your flex is going to be to maximize visibility and thought leadership. Now, what happens when we lean into our speaker growth edge? What is your speaker growth edge, by the way? Take a look. And that's something I want you to focus on in the next week, in the next days. That's what I want you to work on when you're speaking and when you're selling. Can I get a thumbs up? Thumbs up? Okay, great. So what happens? You don't need to be a rocket scientist to know that when you lean into your speaker edge and when you choose to prioritize speaking and your selling skills and strengthening those skills, that's when more leads come in. That's where more MRR flows in. That's where you start elevating your influence. I want to give some shout outs to some members. Melanie Padron, she's a Stage Mastery and Elite member. She recently, I think it was like a week ago, closed a 7-figure MRR deal. No coincidence that the more she's starting to speak up, get on bigger podcasts, and to just be more confident in telling her story and leaning into her activator speaker self, that these opportunities have flowed into her. She was on a top podcast at Sirius XM that had 1.3 million listeners. Think about that. Think about speaking in front of 1.3 million listeners. Think about the opportunities and the leads that could come in from that opportunity. And it's not out of the realm of possibility for you. The difference is Melanie, she went for it, right? And It didn't happen overnight. This is something she's been working on for a couple years, okay? Andres, he's someone that just recently started leaning into thought leadership about a month and a half ago. He started his own show. He started branding himself as the AI guy. He started putting himself and speaking more, going to networking events. I was just talking to him yesterday and he landed 6 new first-time appointments in 2 weeks. Not only that, he landed a keynote speaking spot at an industry-leading event. And he literally just started identifying himself as a public speaker about 6 weeks ago. Okay? Think about what that could do if you started identifying yourself as a speaker and putting yourself in rooms like that. The amount of opportunities. Now, Ron, we have our beloved Ron Troto. He's been speaking for a while, but just in the last 4 years, he's been able to grow his MRR a little more than $50K, $550,000 a month from speaking. He has consistent leads, and he's had over 70 speaking engagements. Now, you might be saying, yeah, they're natural, they're made for it, right? The answer is, why not you? They all started somewhere. Some of you, you're probably in different parts of the spectrum because we have a lot of people tuning in. Some of you are more seasoned speakers. Some of you are in the middle, and some of you are identifying as, I'm a new speaker. But at the end of the day, y'all, we all have access to the same opportunities. You all can be an activator. In fact, I would say all of you are activators. It's just a matter of waking up. That's why you're here. I'm an activator. I'm activating you. You're activating yourself. I'm not forcing you to act. I'm influencing you to act. Okay? The difference is why activators make more money is because they decide they're a speaker. I will tell you right now, if you want to land more speaking opportunities and boost your influence, put public speaker on your profile, on your website. I am a speaker. You are a speaker. Decide that you are. And if you're still like scratching your head about it, then we'll have to talk, or you have to show up to one of my challenges that I'm putting on in about a month or so. Okay. You want to show up to that. You got to be willing. It's not about perfection. It's about willingness. The willingness to raise your hand and say, you know what? I'm not perfect, but I'm going to raise my hand and I'm just going to put myself out there. The best speakers, they're not fearless. They were just willing to move faster than fear. Where do you stand? Activators, they lean into thought leadership. And this is where AI comes into play. Now, I know some of you might say, isn't this like a MSP event? I'm telling you, we're getting to the point now where MSP, cybersecurity, and AI, they're pretty much married, or they're cousins. And we are sitting at the golden age of opportunity for us to elevate and leverage ourselves as AI leaders. That's where we're going. So talk about AI. And if you don't know how to talk about AI yet, I told you we got a Facebook group. We got Lindsey, Chris, the team dropping so much value about AI. And then next, you want to have a sales and speaker strategy. Okay. There's a method to the madness. And it's about adopting a tried and tested sales strategy that will work for you. Okay. It's not about getting them to act. If there's one thing I want you to remember, it's about going beyond educating. Influential speaking is when you actually lean into pain, is when you actually become a bit more bolder in your ask. And whenever you're like, what should I be focusing on when it comes to speaking or sales? I want you to reflect back on the quiz that we took today and just look at your speaker growth edge and lean into that. Because when you do, that's when more leads and MRR and closed deals come in. You might be asking, what can I do now? So what you can do now is you can reach out. I would start by reaching out to 1 to 5 people in your existing network. This is for people that want more speaking opportunities or that want to get in the room. Just start talking. Just start talking to people about what you do, any speaking opportunities that you want to, maybe you want to do some lunch and learns. You can work with your existing network. Just let people know you're a speaker. Put yourself out there. Make a video. Make a video saying what you do and who you serve and why you love doing what you do. and invite them into a call with you, invite them into the room with you, invite them into a webinar, something that can nurture them. And if you don't have a lead generating event yet, then that's something that we want you to get. Okay. I'm going to leave you with this one question. What's your plan to grow your influence in MRR this year? What's your plan? I will tell you that when you master sales and speaking, you will never have to worry about making another dollar in your life again. There's a reason why those two skill sets are some of the most feared and why a lot of people don't lean in. And that's because it takes a lot of courage. But when you learn how to master it and master it in your own way, I say this from personal experience and seeing the thousands of lives and clients that it's helped, especially in the elite program, you will not have to worry. So you can either learn as you go. And listen, I come from an empowering place. Like, you could totally do this on your own if you wanted to. Okay. You could totally do this on your own if you wanted to. We're not here to tell you that you can't do it on your own. We believe in you. But I will tell you that you can move a lot quicker and you can create a lot more impact and a lot more income for you in your business and scale. If you want to hire a team member, maybe you're a one-person shop and you're like, I'm sick of doing this on my own, and you want to start hiring, consider Elite, okay? This isn't a hard sell, just consider it. And the way to do
Who's that handsome fella? I've seen him on stage quite a few times.
Is to talk to Tan, okay? Fast track, talk to Tan the man.
Thank you, Laura. You gave an incredible presentation. You are certainly an activator. It's got me activated. Something you mentioned earlier in the presentation is that people think I'm not a speaker, and I used to think the same thing. But the more you surround yourself with a bunch of like-minded people who are trying to progress and get better and push themselves beyond their limit, you will start to naturally become somebody that you didn't think you originally were. And that's why I'm doing these things now. It's why I'm getting up on stage more at our events. And I'm just inspired by Laura and Lindsey and Cindy and Chris and everybody else who continues to press forward and educate and activate people to do the next step in their business. So Laura, thank you so much. You crushed it, and we'll see you later. Okay, so we have a break coming up, but a couple things to note. So we're going to read a question. The questions have to be answered before we come back from break. So I would highly suggest answering the questions to this trivia question within the next 2 minutes after I read it. But I'm going to go ahead and read that for you now. And the question is, which of the following will cause a DMARC fail? A, SPF passes, DKIM fails, and neither aligns with the from domain. B, both SPF and DKIM pass, but the email is sent after 5 p.m. C, SPF fails, DKIM fails, but the subject line is catchy. Or D, email is sent using a verified platform like MailChimp. So please put your answers in the chat below, A, B, C, or D. We will get you added to the flywheel. Get those answered in the next 2 minutes. We will be back in, we'll just say 10 minutes from now, which will be 3:43 Central Time, and we will reveal the winner for the giveaway. But before we depart this, we want to give you a quick word from our sponsors.
Scale your business with Easy DMARC's MSP Partner Program and become the cybersecurity expert your clients deserve. Stop dragging your feet and losing out on revenue. Sign up today and make your sales go through the roof.
Welcome back, everybody, to what is going to be the time where we start closing out our MRRCon. We have a couple more presentations that we're going to give, and I'm really excited for what we have left in store. We've got some cool things that we're going to wrap this up with. We got a couple more amazing presentations from Mike Anderson with these DMARC. We got Lindsey and Liam coming up for a fireside chat. But before we get into any more of those presentations, it's time to announce the trivia winner from the previous break. Now, this trivia was brought to you by Easy DMARC, and they're going to be giving away a $100 gift card to whoever answered correctly and wins the raffle spin. So before we left for break, the question I asked was, which of the following will cause a DMARC fail? Now, I'm not going to read every single one of these answers again, but it is A, B, C, or D. And the answer to this question was A, SPF passes, DKIM fails, and neither aligns with the from domain. So let's go ahead and pull Maria's big raffle wheel up, and we'll go ahead and see who won. So give it a spin and let's see who we land on. Looks like it went a little bit smoother this time. Let's let's go, Eric. He, funny enough, I think his answer came in a little bit late on the last trivia, so he wasn't able to get on that wheel, but he got it entered on this one and he won. Congratulations, Eric. You got $100 gift card, and we're super excited that you were able to get that answered in time for this one so that you could get a shot at winning, and you did it. Let's continue on, and I want to welcome to the stage our next speaker. It's the global channel director for Easy DMark. He's incredible. His name is Mike Anderson. He presents at all of our in-person events and does an exceptional job. If you haven't met him, great guy. He has a very commanding presence and he gives powerful presentations. And I think what he's going to deliver today is going to really help you guys grow in your MSP. Without further ado, let's welcome to the stage, Mike Anderson. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, Tanner, how's it going? Thanks for having me.
Fantastic. I'm glad you're here. I'll go ahead and pull up your presentation and I'll let you take it from here.
All right. Thanks a lot. Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming in today. And I know you guys are having a good session, probably learning a lot. Anybody that's ever heard me speak knows that I like to teach and I like to be thought-provoking, how you can add to your business, add more MRR, add more leads. And the program I'm going to show you today is going to go right along with the 7-figure methodology, what Lindsey teaches Chris and the group about how to add more MRR and, of course, more leads to your business. The key to success in any field really lies in developing foundational skills. And for MSPs, that's especially true across all the areas, right? Technology, sales, marketing, whatever you need, skills that you combine with your unique style and your creativity. But let's be honest, right? This process sometimes, especially when it comes to generating leads and building MRR, can be tedious. It can be frustrating. And at times even downright painful. Many of you know the experience, especially when it comes to lead generation and MRR, right? This is where many professionals, especially in the MSP business, hit a wall. And so as you begin to navigate the world of marketing and lead generation, you quickly become aware of your limitations. You see the gap between where you're at and where you want to be, right? It hurts, right? There's some discomfort there. And many people avoid confronting that discomfort, either consciously or subconsciously. We move away from pain and towards pleasure, right? And sometimes we don't know exactly what to do. MSPs are, of course, a prime example of that. A lot of you are okay just making the money that you're making. You're making enough to do okay. So often you don't pay attention to generating more leads and MRRs, right? I've seen many MSPs double down their focus on execution, solving client problems, closing tickets, and really overlook the business side, especially when it comes to lead generation, marketing, and adding MRR. The only problem with that is avoidance typically makes things worse, right? So the truth is you need to do the opposite of what feels comfortable. You need to embrace your weakness. You need to own it, right? I've heard Chris say that many times. You need to step into that pain and frustration. You don't dwell on it, but you use it to transform your business, right? Use it to motivate you to get better, because lead generation and new MRR, it's not just nice to have. It's the engine that's going to grow your business. And to solve your lead generation problem and add more MRR is just like solving any other problem. It's going to require energy, effort, creativity, and above all else, action. And I'm going to give you some actionable steps you can take today using our platform to do just that. Big goals, as you see there, big goals are important, right? They provide long-term direction. They provide your purpose, right? Where you're trying to go. But many people steer up that massive ladder of success, right? Without knowing exactly where to put their next step, where to put their next foot. And sometimes that can lead to analysis paralysis, anxiety. I don't know exactly which way to go, but sometimes you don't need to climb the ladder to success, but you need to take a step back. You need to take a step down and understand what the steps are to tactical execution, daily steps that you must take. Success is sequential, and taking daily steps to get there is what it's going to take. It's not magic. It's about momentum, building one deliberate step at a time, executed consistently will get you where you want to go. So you got to use the right tools, using a lead generation framework, of course, that you've learned from Seven Figure. I know Lindsey does a tremendous job combining all of the things that she brings to the table in the Seven Figure program. You use her program, the program that you learned from Seven Figure, and you combine it with what I'm going to show you today, what I'm going to show you through Easy DMARC, and you're going to be equipped with the tools that you need to make meaningful, consistent progress in your lead generation and in your MRR growth. And we're going to be leveraging a couple of things: our domain scanner, and that's going to uncover risk and opportunities very fast. And then you're going to see risk assessment documents that are going to guide you through what you need to do and how you need to approach the customer. These aren't just shiny objects. This is not, hey, this DMARC is not a new protocol where it's, hey, boy, this is nice. It's new. It's a new shiny object. This is something your customers must have in place for their security. But most importantly, now what we're seeing is to be able to deliver their email. Deliverability has become the number one focus that the customers are looking for their email. And it all starts with DMARC compliance. It's the building blocks of scalable lead generation. You can use that with our program. So let's get to work. You're here because you're ready to move on. You're ready to move from lead pain to leading performance. And that transformation is going to start now with clarity, action, and the right execution. I'm going to show you how. So let's get started. So using the Seven Figure methodology, what we're going to do is we're going to run the first play. It's going to be a proactive risk assessment that you can deliver into the prospect, right? You're going to do a domain scan. You're going to be actively reaching out to the prospects. Hey, we're offering free email scanning and deliverability assessments to show you where you're vulnerable, right? Where you have risk in your business against spoofing and possible email deliverability problems, right? And the thing about it is, you're in the risk assessment business. I've heard Chris say that all the time. That's your number one job. And so when you approach customers like that, it's going to be far more effective. So what do? We provide you a domain scanning tool where you'll be able to put prospects' domains into our platform to run assessments, right? And when you put a domain in, as you can see here, you are going to get a risk assessment profile. Now, when you see a risk assessment profile, like you're seeing here, you're going to want to reach out to these people, right? You're going to want to prospect to them, and we're going to allow you, we're going to help you out. We're going to help you create a customized 7-page risk assessment that you can use as a door opener to get into new business, right? And so you see the slide, a picture on the right, you'll be able to customize it in our platform, put some risk assessment statements, put some custom logos, whatever logos you want, your logos usually, that we're going to stamp on every page. And of course, a document title. And you're going to download this report. And what you're going to get is a 7-page risk assessment. It's going to give you your cover page, logo stamped all over it. It's going to show them what you found. It's going to explain what you found. And most importantly, what it means. That they are at risk for domain fraud and their emails are no longer delivering correctly. No carrier now on the planet, the top 95%, the Microsofts, the Googles, the Yahoos, AOLs, Apple, they no longer want to carry email unless it's DMARC compliant. And I'm going to show you how critical that is in just a minute. And so it'll explain what DMARC is in very basic terms. And it'll show them where they're at currently and where they can get to if they want to do an engagement with you. It'll explain what the next steps in your assessment process are, as well as what the expected outcomes. And this is what you're going to want to review with the customer. They're going to get better email security, better email deliverability, better visibility into the entire process, as well as reducing the risk of potential financial loss and severe reputational damage because they got spoofed. And I'm telling you, we're hearing some really interesting cases now. You don't want to let your customer be the victim of a spoofing because it can cost them a lot financially and be devastating from a legal perspective. And we're starting to hear much, much more about that. We can talk about that later. So it's easy. 5 minutes, you can create this risk assessment and send it out. Now, what does it do? This is the tip of the spear that you're going to lead into a prospect with. And of course, it's going to get their attention. This is not the same old, hey, I'm an MSP. I'd like to talk to you about your IT needs. Hey, Mike, yeah, I get 10 calls a week from people like you. No offense, but no thanks. This is data-driven analysis, specifically customized for the prospect. And it's very important that you know what the psychology is behind this. The studies show that if you deliver personalized and data-driven analysis specific to a prospect, that they're 80% more likely to do business with you. Those statistics, that information, those results, it's undeniable, right? This is what people are looking for. This is what prospects are looking for. They're not looking for your shiny objects. They're not looking for your slick talk. They want to know how you can help them, how you can help their business. The first thing you can do in helping their business is show them that they have a crack in the door, right? That they're wide open for potential fraud and email damage. And so this is how you take it and start the process. Right? You're going to go in, show them with the risk assessment, they don't have protection. They're going to have deliverability problems, and they're certainly open to reputational and financial damage because of spoofing exposure. This is going to help you start segmenting your outreach. And so what you're going to do, what a good strategy is, and you can determine final strategy, Lindsey's program and the 7-figure program, but typically you're going to run as many domains as possible. And I don't care where you get them from, the local chamber. Many of you have an email marketing list. If I'm you, I'm scanning every single domain on that list to get that score that we talked about. Now, some of your scores, they're going to be 10 out of 10. Everything's green. Everything's good. They're locked down. That should tell you right there, they're not a good prospect. You want to move those out of the way. You want to get the no's out of the way so you can get to the yeses. Now, many of those scores are going to be just like we saw previously, 0s, 1s, 2s, 3. The risk is high. Everything's red. It seems like flashing lights are going off. Those are the ones you're going to want to start prospecting to right away. It's going to be very effective. So this is how you start your outreach segment. And so you can see what happened, right? You put that assessment in front of them, you get their attention. It's going to be like a splinter in the mind, right? They're going to start worrying about it. And then they're going to start getting your emails. Hey, you're open to fraud. Hey, did you know your domain suspect? Hey, are your emails delivering correctly? Don't be a victim of fraud. Don't lose your business reputation because your domain wasn't secured, right? You're running this play through them over and over till finally they pick up the phone or send you an email and they go, Mike, this looks bad. This looks really bad. What do we do about it? This is when you lock them down on that holy grail, that first time appointment. And remember, none of your sales get started until you get that first conversation. Nothing gets off the ground until you get that first conversation. And this is a fantastic conversation starters. In fact, we've got thousands and thousands of MSPs on our program. About 75% of our MSPs use this as their primary lead magnet. It's a way to open doors to get the conversation started. And I know once you get that door open, you can go get more and additional categories while you're there. So that was play one. Let's look at play two. So play two is going to turn the data into dollars. And this is very key. This is how you really lock down an engagement. And of course, add new MRR and new revenue to your business. So once the customer agrees, hey, Mike, this looks bad. What do we do? You're going to put them in our platform and we can go over all that another time in a demo and I'll show you how to do it. But really what you're going to see is what you're seeing here. You're going to see the data. You're going to see the damage that the customer is having with their email deliverability. And now remember, this is key because this is where you're going to be able to secure an engagement. Now, if you look at all of these sending sources across here, you're also going to see in this big circle how they are delivering, their deliverability percentages, high, low, and what they're delivering. And this is where you really start to question, have a conversation with the customer about what these sources are and the importance they carry. Now, you may talk to a customer and you may, or a prospect, and you may say, what do you use SendGrid for? And they may say, Mike, that's our invoicing system. And you're going to see it's not being delivered, or it may be delivering at 12%. Who could survive on 12% of their invoices being delivered, 12% of their revenue being paid? You're going to know right away they're having potential financial problems, revenue problems, collection problems. And so you have asked the question, if that's your invoicing system, how's invoicing going? And you know what the customer is going to say? Not good. We're getting slow paid. We're getting no paid, Mike. We're having problems. We're having to manually send invoices and we don't know why. Here's where you've got them, because you'll be able to answer back, I know why, and I can fix it for you. Oh, the relief prospect's going to feel, because you know, when you've had business problem and somebody came in and solved it, you know that very same feeling. And so this is the value that you're creating for the problem customer, for the prospect. You have a problem. We have a solution. Let's do business. It's very simple. And so you continue to go down these sources and question them. The next one says MailChimp. You may question a prospect about MailChimp and they say, what do you use MailChimp for? And they may say, that's our email marketing. And you can see it's having deliverability problems, right? The first question you want to ask is, how's email marketing going for you? Are you getting any leads? You know what the customer is going to say. It's going terrible. We're not getting any leads. Can't figure it out. And once again, you'll be able to say, I can fix part of it for sure. I can fix the deliverability part. You don't even get your message across if you don't get your email into the inbox, and I'm going to help you. And so now you see what you're doing. You're going to go down this list and question each one of these sources and see the damage it's doing to the business. So now if you want to create a value proposition back to the prospect about how much money you want to charge, do you want to charge configuration fees, or do you want to charge them one monthly fee and build it all in? Do you just want to charge them one overall flat fee and fix it and move on? Whatever your model is, this will fit in, whether it's break, fix, line item, or all in one. You can create your monetization strategy directly from this page. But here's the thing. The critical thing is that you see that you're using data-driven analysis, like I talked about earlier, to go to the prospect to show them they have a problem. They know you have a problem. There's nothing more powerful than that when you're talking to a prospect and you go, hey, I know you have a problem. I can fix it for you. Let's get something done. And so this is play two. This is how you turn the data into dollars. So what did we do? What did we just do? You see the results, right? We educated them and we built some trust, right? We showed them their problems. They got a little uneasy, and then we grabbed a hold of them and showed them how we can fix it, or talked to them about how we can fix it. Remember, emotion is 80% of a sale. And I assure you, when people look at their deliverability statistics as it relates to invoicing, CRM, ERP, supply chains, partner systems, email marketing, they're going to get emotional. They're going to get a little uneasy that they have a problem. And so what you do as an MSP owner, you just walk them through it like I did with you. I created that play. You show them the deliverability issues, talk about you being able to fix them and what the results are, what the results are going to be. Remember, you're going to uncover real business damage and real financial damage that you can then leverage to create a deal. Remember to always explain reputational threat. This is something serious. I spoke about it earlier. We're starting to see major lawsuits that are coming along with people being spoofed. Then because of their domain defrauding other people, those people are turning around and filing lawsuits against the business. And if one of your businesses gets sued, guess who they're going to turn and look to? I'm not going to focus on that. We want this to be a happy conversation, but remember, you're in the risk mitigation business for a reason, and you want to mitigate risk for your own self by keeping your customers locked down and your prospects locked down. And the scan's going to reveal all these vulnerabilities, and you're going to be able to then take these things and market to them, show them how everything was exposed and how you can lock them down and solve their problems. So what's the offer? It's, of course, a 2-week free trial, and we're going to give you a 1 month free. So you're going to have 6 weeks to use that domain scanner to be scanning all the domains that you want, sending out all the lead gen, all the risk assessments to your prospect. Use the 7-figure methodology to then be marketing to them, to be dialing, picking up the phone. Hey, have you solved that problem yet? Hey, what are you going to do about that risk? Hey, your email is going to have problems. Hey, don't lose your reputation. And eventually, about 30% of these will come back and they will engage with you. The data shows it's very effective, and you'll close at about a 30% rate if you do the domain scan and then you market on top of them. Remember, 80% more likely to close. And however many you do, if you market to them, use call scripting and the email marketing, the social media that you've learned from Lindsey's program, you can close up to about 30% of these leads. Remember, there's 260 selling days in a year. Do the math on if you're closing 30% of them. If you're just doing one a day, and one a day is not very many, right? It only takes 5 minutes. And so if you come to us, I'm going to give you 2 weeks free plus the first month free if you mention the 7-figure program to get everything going and growing, get your funnel built up, and start making more revenue, more profitability, and adding way more logos to your practice. So what I want you to do is I want you to scan this QR code to go to our MSP page to start your free trial. You've got my email up there, so make sure you email me. If I can ever personally do anything for you, help you with your programs, how to sell it, I'm happy to get on a call and walk through it in more detail. We've got an acquisition team that can help walk you through it also. Scan the QR code, and when you convert your account, make sure you mention 7-figure. They're a great partner of ours. We've got hundreds and hundreds of their clients and members in our program already. Mention 7-figure when you start, and we'll give you your first month free. And remember, easy DMARC. For MSPs, we're going to make it easy. And so thanks for listening, and take care of everybody.
Mike, thanks so much. That was amazing. We actually had a question from David Baker earlier. He had asked, what are some fee suggestions that you would recommend?
Some suggestions for a fee?
Yes.
Yeah. So we see the fee based. When I was in his chair, I was doing it based on value. So now remember this, when I showed the example of the sending source is not configured correctly. If I'm going down through that with a prospect, and let's just say this is a law firm, and I say, so your invoices aren't delivering correctly. What's that costing you a month? The law firm may come back and go, Mike, man, I'm 30,000 down in revenue, right? My email marketing's not working. I'm in a dead stall. My business is in trouble financially. I've got to get this fixed. So now, as a provider, I know they have a problem that's costing them this much, and I've got a solution that'll probably cost them this much. So I can go in with figures like, I can fix it all for $1,000 in configuration and monitor it for $100 a month to make sure it never happens again. What do you think that law firm's going to do? What do you think that partner is going to do? He's going to pull out a wad of cash and go, get it done. Man, take my money. This is costing me this much. Your solution cost me this much. Let's do a deal. And so typically I'm going to go in a value and price it per what the value is. Now let's be clear. If this is a mom and pop's donut shop and they sell donuts, you're not going to get that kind of money. So don't even try it. This is you knowing your business, what you've learned. And I've heard Chris teach about this all the time, creating value for the customer, right? And you're going to be creating value, and you can ask for the money. Now, what typical rates are and average rates are, we hear about $50 a month per domain. I'm only charging you 10. So you know what your margin is. And let's be clear, right? This is a scale play. 10 domains, nobody's making any money, right? Don't waste our time with those kind of numbers. But when you get to 100 domains or 300 domains or 700 domains, you can do the math on what you're clearing a month and what you're going to put to your bottom line from a revenue standpoint. This is MRRCon after all.
No, that's a great way to put it. Even stacking what you just said, adding to your MRR, what we heard earlier from adding some VoIP solutions on top of that too, just incremental improvements, growth after growth, adding more and more, getting that enterprise value built up. So even if you don't want to exit, you can create a lifestyle business that'll support you and the goals that you have for yourself, Or if you want to go through some exit, have a big liquidity event so that you can go buy a yacht, sit Mai Tais as you're cruising around the country, go do your thing. But
There's nothing wrong with that. And if you get online with me and you get on a call with me, I'm going to show you how to create, as a bonus, additional stickiness using our program. We haven't talked about it, but some of the configures with SPF and DKIM, we have managed SPF and DKIM in our platform. And if you do that for a customer, you can really, for lack of a better term, get your hooks in. Everybody's looking for that stickiness. I assure you, if you're doing that for them, it's going to be very difficult for them to ever leave you.
oh, okay. Can you give us a little teaser for that? I know we definitely want to get them
So we manage SPF and DKIM in our platform. Those configurations are super complex, and we're going to teach you how to do it. Now, when you do that for the customer, if they try to leave you, those configurations are going to leave too, and they've got to unwind that. And that is not the easiest thing to do in the world. And typically, even if there's any little riff, you can talk about the complexities of them trying to do it themselves. And most people forgive and forget pretty easily, but it's a little side note. If you do that, it really creates stickiness for your customers. And one other thing, don't forget the new logos I'm going to help you go land. There's 2 ways to increase your revenue and profitability. That's scale. Lots of our MSPs scale, but also think about the new logos that I can add to your business in 1 year's time.
I love it. $1 earned is great. $1 kept is amazing. And that's the name of the game. Good cost per acquisition is going to keep going up and up and up. But the longer you can keep your clients on, the better off you are going to be. So that is a great way. I'd love for you guys to connect with Mike, let him go into the nitty gritty, the more details, nuances behind that setup so that you guys can implement that for your customers. One more thing before you go. I know you mentioned law firms earlier, but if, let's say, an MSP that was like 10, 15K right now were to come to you, what are some of the main industries that you think you would want to target right now and the best approach to go about doing that so that they could get some quick win?
Yeah. And this is critical. Law firms, because those are going to be tremendous. Number one, they tend to make a lot of money. Of course, medical practices, dental practices, because they tend to invoice a lot of people and they need to email market to drive people in. CPAs and finance, right? They have high regulations. And so they are under DMARC regulations. And of course, retail and manufacturing, love them. They have the same thing, invoicing, email marketing to drive people back into the business. And then anything education related, they're under tremendous pressure to get their house in order, at least from a regulatory standpoint. Those are about the 4 or 5 pillars that I would look for, especially as it relates to DMARC. They're all under a lot of pressure to get their emails delivered and their domains secured.
Okay. Love to hear it. And again, guys, Mike crushes it. He's incredible. If you have not seen him at our events, please show up because he is always there to engage and help out however you can. His goal is to help you guys grow your business. And he's one of the best I've seen at it. So please come to our live events, chat with Mike, chat with the rest of his team. They always do an incredible job. And again, Mike, thank you for being here today.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
See you, Mike. Okay. Up next, I'm excited for this one because Fireside chats are slowly becoming my favorite presentations to watch, only because it's so great to hear coaches speak and you get all the content and the knowledge, but it's even more exciting when you get to see somebody who's right alongside you on the same path that you are on, crushing it day in and day out, executing on the same advice and knowledge that you have been given. So I am excited to bring Lindsey and Liam up to the stage. I'll let them chat it out from here and I'll remove myself from the stage, but welcome. And I'm excited to let you guys talk about it. And Liam, excited to hear about your successes. I see you posting all the time on LinkedIn and things like that. So great, you crushing it.
Thanks, Tanner.
Thank you, Tanner. All right, big shout out to Tanner again. He's crushing it today. What's up, Liam?
Not a whole lot. Apologies. It's early hours of the morning here in Australia, so it's still quite dark. So hopefully
what time is
come
it?
out.
4?
Oh, it's not that super early, 7 a.m. So
Oh, okay, 7, 8, 9. It should be like shiny and sunshine out by now, right?
You'd hope.
For joining us, Liam. I'm really excited for this conversation. You're coming to our Q3 event. I'll see you in a month.
Yes, I will be there, which is super exciting.
So
And I'll bring all my cowboy stuff back again in Texas.
yeah, you're back to Texas. I think you got a thing for Texas, right?
I think I do.
All
Should
right.
move over
Cool.
there.
I'm really excited for us to chat today, Liam. We've covered a ton of content today around really at the core of this. It's shifting the business into shifting the MSP specifically into a sales first organization, moving away from being the tech guy, quote unquote, moving away from being even a service provider, quote unquote, and moving into a role for growth and a role within partnership of other businesses that's helping them hit their goals. And having worked with you pretty closely for the last 2 years through Marketing Machine, through Lead Mastery, through Elite, I've watched you grow and I've literally watched your business grow from here and here. And it's just all the tiny steps that it's taken to get you to where you are and to where you're going. You're just getting started, which I think is the best part. Is this is just the beginning. So I would love, Liam, if we could just set some expectations for our conversation together for the audience. You guys, Liam is based out of Melbourne, Australia. I'll let him intro himself here in a minute. But Liam has been so diligent in building his marketing machine and building his lead generation and making his first sales development rep higher and shifting his mindset, changing some things around in his delivery and in the way that he handled support and help desk, etc. So my intention for this conversation, Liam, is to share just what it's like to be in the trenches of that, being in your shoes, so that the MSP owners watching this can relate to that and so that they can make actionable steps going forward. Because it's one thing to listen to us yap all day, and it's another thing to actually take action on that. That's all good to you, Liam?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Sounds
Cool.
great.
No, give us a little bit of backstory, Liam. Where's your business based out of? When did you start your business?
Yes.
Tell
Yep.
us who you
Easy. So funnily enough, I started the business in March of 2020, which is just before the world decided to implode on itself and work from home. And at least here where I was, I'm based again in Melbourne, Australia, the most lockdown city in the world. We don't like that title. We don't wear that with pride. But yeah, so I started the business then, and that was started out of a place of just pure frustration in the MSP space. I worked with a couple of MSPs at the time, and I just got to a point where I was like, man, this sucks. I couldn't do a lot better for customers. There's a lot more value that can be provided here for businesses, not just ticking boxes as an MSP. Started my MSP and then very quickly realized there's a reason why MSPs, at least in my area, were doing the things the way they were, is because there's a lot of terrible customers out there, to be honest. So I was also learning very quickly how to define not a great customer, what I want out of a customer. And then I was also going down this journey of how do I differentiate myself and what's the next big thing? So in 2021, shout out to Chris Weiser for being in my email inbox for a solid 18 months. He sent me a message. It was just an email campaign that said, hey, do you want to make more money? And I just happened to open it and go, yeah, I do want to make more money. Ended up joining the program and then made the shift to being cybersecurity and risk focused from 2021. Personally, I thought it was going to be a case of add a couple of tools and call it a day. I ended up pretty much almost redoing the business entirely simply from a structural perspective, just because, again, trying to differentiate myself from the MSP market because I knew that this cyber train was coming in terms of cybersecurity and all of that sort of stuff. So did that for a little while, been in the program since 2021. In 2023, Lindsey, I was just doing the Marketing Machine content. I was chatting with you a little bit and just trying different things in the marketing perspective. So up until 2023, I was just on my own, just solo, doing tech and doing marketing, learning messaging. I think that was probably the biggest thing, which still is very relevant in any form of marketing. Is not, can I send an email out? Can I send a LinkedIn newsletter? Yeah, sure. But your messaging really needs to be spot on to help you stand out. And as you've said in the past, Lindsey, especially with ChatGPT, everyone's slamming out very ChatGPT-esque content. So how do you differentiate? How do you keep your readers engaged, especially now as our attention spans have shortened significantly? Yeah. So 2023 brought on a lot of work at the end of 2023. It was a great year. Spent most of 2024 implementing those projects because I'm a one-man operator. And this is where the story gets interesting. I joined Leads Mastery, the mastermind program, which shout out for that. It's a great program. So I brought on all this work, all of this contracted MRR. And the first thought I had was, cool, let me hire a help desk tech so they can take on the help desk side of things and I don't have to worry about it. Long story short, I went through a couple of different techs, mostly offshore, just again, because wages here in Australia are quite expensive. And again, quite a nimble operation. And yeah, fast forward to, I think it was San Antonio. I went to the San Antonio event. That was my first time to America. Love America, by the way. And went through the 7-figure live event there where we spent a lot of time talking about mindset, which was really great content. And there was such breath of fresh air for myself in terms of where I'm going in my mindset, because I'll be completely honest and vulnerable. Mindset, being aware of your mindset, having a positive mindset is incredibly important, but there are some days where it's a little bit cloudy upstairs and you get a little bit disillusioned. That was a great conference. And then we get to 2025, where I face an inroads where I've got some techs working for me in the Philippines, and the conversation around the price for their services comes up. And basically, I was either forced to pay significantly more for their services, which is totally fine. There's no issues with that. And I freaked out for a hot minute, and I was putting job ads up, hire another Filipino tech. And then I just took a minute and I was reflecting on the time in the San Antonio event and realized that at the San Antonio event, where we're talking about mindset reset, I had some big goals and some big dreams for this year. And all of my language was around, yeah, I'm going to be sales first. I'm going to be sales first. I'm going to be sales first. Going to be sales first. And then I was just sitting literally in this office reflecting on that thought. And I was like, if I'm going to be sales first, then why am I putting up another job ad for another tech? That seems to be the complete opposite of what I'm saying versus what I'm doing. And so I went through my help desk. I did a lot of reporting over the last year in terms of how much work my techs were actually doing. And to be honest, it boiled down to, I think it was 10 hours a month in terms of timesheets, which 10 hours no, sorry, my apologies, not 10 hours. It was 30 hours a month, which is almost a full week. And I looked at that and I was like, you know what? I can do that myself. I need to be incredibly diligent with my time. Absolutely. But I would actually rather take that money, go hire a sales type role to be doing sales activity rather than doing the tech. Now, I'll be completely honest with you. I don't like doing a tech. I don't like doing the level 1. If I can be completely honest, when someone calls me to say that the emails aren't working on their phone and I know that they haven't configured it properly or they're typing their password in wrong, nothing infuriates me more. However, the biggest difference is the fact that I've got an SDR who is pretty much dialing for 5 hours a day. We've got a marketing strategy that is proven to work. Literally in the first week of hiring him, he booked 3 appointments. Now, that's credit to the SDR himself, but also credit to the strategy, which is we're following the leads mastery strategy. You can't get results without strategy. I think that's a big piece. And I've had a lot of people ask me, Liam, how have you been able to book so many appointments? My SDR does wear the appointments booked number as a badge of honor, which he's worked hard, absolutely. But we wouldn't necessarily have those results without the strategy. So I guess in my world, while I'm doing this tech work and it's only temporary, I've got someone lined up. Chris gave me some advice in the stage that I'm in. He basically said to me, because I ran this idea of letting the help desk go, bringing a sales guy on. Chris's advice to me was do that, but have an end date as to when you'll be able to hire someone again to do that tech role. And I've got someone lined up. I've committed to a time to do that later on this year. But it means temporarily, while I'm doing this tech stuff temporarily, I've got consistent sales activity happening, which I didn't have before in 2024. And for any MSPs that have done anything in marketing, and Lindsey, you'll agree with this, marketing is all about momentum. As soon as you stop, you have to spend at least, it feels like to me, 3 to 6 months to get that momentum back up again. And I also made the silly decision back in 2023 when I got on all this work. I'm like, oh, it's all good. I'll just pause the marketing. I'll turn it back on later. And then when I was trying to get it back on in 2024, it just felt so clunky and just all of that. Yeah. The difference being in that sales first mindset is literally just having someone there generating activity. And what's also really great about that, which Lindsey will know this 100%. There was a lot of, in our calls, there was a lot of, hey, Liam, when are you going to do this? Yeah, I'll do it next week. All good. I'll do it next week. We get to next week. I'll do it next week. It's fine. Then I hired the sales guy, and the rate in which I got stuff like landing pages sorted, automation sorted, all of that stuff that I've been putting off for so long. Literally got it all sorted in a week when I hired someone because he couldn't do his job properly. Yeah, if you are in the same space as I was, where it's a little bit difficult or whatever, just hire a salesperson because you'll be paying that salary and then you'll get that work done. That's probably terrible advice, but that's what I found. Yeah, so that's been the journey. I hope I haven't taken too long to explain.
Oh my gosh, there was so many golden nuggets there, Leo. Yes. Okay. I want to rewind a little bit and I want to go back to where you decided that you would be a sales first organization. What does that actually mean?
That is a great point. To me, it means while yes, service delivery is important, technical projects are important, the only way that I'm going to be able to grow this company and the only way that I'm going to be able to grow my future, which impacts my personal family and the plans that I have for my personal family, the only way that will be achieved is if sales comes first. Because I've spoken with a lot of guys over my time who are that one man computer shop or the one man band that they've got a couple of customers and they're happy. That's just not me. I can't do. I want to grow a team. I want to be financially free. I want to be able to, when I have kids later down the track, I want to be able to go to a school event and not have to worry phones ringing or help desk or things like that. So all of that, the direction in which I'm heading in that direction is basically dictated to me that in order for me to get that success or to get those results, I have to be sales first. That doesn't mean you neglect the tech, because obviously you need to retain your customers as well. There's no good having a funnel that's got a hole at the bottom, because then you're just pouring things at the top and they're just going straight through. But you do need to be focused on sales and finding new opportunities and generating new business.
Wow.
That answers the question?
No, it does. It's so good. I think it's one thing for us to say that. It's one thing to hear that from Lindsey and from Chris. And we preach this stuff all day. But it's another thing to actually hear it from an MSP who said, I was literally about to post a job posting. And then I stopped in my tracks and I'm like, I keep saying that I'm sales first. And you were literally at a decision-making point.
Mm.
And I remember this call with you, Liam. We were literally going through this. It was like 1 week. Oh, my help desk, I'm going to have to make this decision. And the next week it was like, no, I'm hiring the SDR. And all those little decisions and it's like everything leads you to the point where you're supposed to be. And I absolutely just admire so much what you said of, I have to get stuff done now. So if there's a sales page that I have to get done, I've got to get it done so that my dialer, my SDR, I don't even like to use the word dialer, but my SDR that I am hiring to do this, and their job is to go and drive leads. They can't be successful unless I give them the strategy and the tools and the resources to be successful. So it's forcing you to get these things done. It's this extra level of accountability that I think a lot of us need as business owners and entrepreneurs. And I think for most entrepreneurs, there's a dose of adult like mania where our attention's everywhere. Like we're a little, we've got 14 different projects we're working on any given day. And so I think that we need those points of accountability, and having a team member that is waiting for your communication, it's waiting on your direction, it's waiting on the tool to be successful. That is next level leadership. So kudos to you, Liam, for being like, I have found the secret. This is the ticket right here.
Yeah. And just on that too, if you don't mind me saying as well, I think it's also, there's some MSPs out there that don't have SDRs. Highly recommend you get one. Highly recommend you also get a good strategy too, because what I have noticed is speaking to MSPs that do have some SDRs or have different experiences, sometimes it's easy to fall into the mindset, especially as an MSP, where you hire an SDR and you go, cool, I'm good, all good. They can just sit in the corner and do their thing and don't talk to me. But I would actually challenge that mindset in the sense that their success is dependent on you. Well, like we said, the strategy, but if my SDR hits a roadblock or there's an issue or he doesn't know what to do or he's getting a question or something like that, it's in my best interest to make sure that he's taken care of first and foremost, because if I don't, his success and his results will decline. And if I'm not doing everything that I can, then within 1 to 2 months, then I'm just going to get another SDR. I'm going to burn through SDRs like there's no tomorrow. Now, that's not an excuse for bad performance, and there's a very delicate balance. But I'd love to challenge the mindset around SDRs and strategy in particular, just because, yeah, I've had a few conversations with people over the last year or so, and they've mentioned that they've struggled in particular with, oh, we're going through a lot of SDRs, this, that, and the other. And then it's a case of, I'm like, hey, are you chatting with them daily? Have you got a morning call where you check in, check are there any roadblocks, anything that you can help them with? Oh, no, they just have their script and they call. I'm like, it's a collaborative effort. So that's a little side note.
Well, gosh, put it on repeat. Yes. So on that note, what was the difference between you outsourcing this, like an appointment setting company, versus you bringing in your own team member?
Yeah, great question. Because I almost did hire an outsourced company. The biggest problem I've found now, I haven't actually hired an outsourced SDR based company. I spent a lot of time and a lot of money, a lot of wasted money for that fact, but you learn, going through a marketing agency that did cold email. And I got to a point, and this was in early 2023. This was a catalyst of the chain reaction for me bringing on all that work. I hired this marketing agency to do this cold email. They were charging a lot of money for not a lot of outreach. And really struggled. I didn't struggle, sorry. I was really trying to communicate my points and my strategy and the messaging, going back to that messaging conversation, but they just weren't able to understand what I was asking, or the copy that they would generate for me was just not there. And this was pre-ChatGPT too as well. And so I went through that and just didn't have the greatest experience, in the sense that I was getting results, but I wasn't getting the good results that I could get doing it by myself. And so when it came to fast forward to now, 2025, I was weighing up the option of getting an outsourced SDR company. Specifically, the company that I was looking at, I did speak to a few people where I am, and the results were hit and miss. But I think the fundamental problem is, and this is an unfortunate truth, the marketing agencies are going to put in the least amount of effort to get the least amount of results for your spend. Really, and this is going to sound cynical, but there's an element of truth to it. Really, the marketing agencies just need to get a result to say that they've done a good job. And then they say, oh, look at what we did for Evolve Cyber. The difference between having someone internally is you control the strategy, you control everything 100%. So what that means is you can move so much quicker. And as we know, the world is moving at a rapid rate. Cybersecurity moves quickly. AI is moving quickly. In the matter of a couple of weeks, you can completely change your campaign, compared to if you hire an outsourced agency. If you want to change the strategy, there might be extra fees involved. The other thing too is the SDRs, and I might cop a bit of flack for this, but I'll say it anyway. The SDRs in those agencies aren't necessarily, they don't care about your business, unfortunately. They don't care that you want to add, they don't really care about your goals. All they're doing is just meeting KPIs and meeting their own internal KPIs, which I'm sure would be a lot less than what they tell you. Yes, it's harder to bring an SDR in. Yes, it's more work, but I tell you what, the investment is well worth it in terms of you controlling the strategy. Yeah. The other thing too is, if you want to try things, if you have a conversation with your SDRs, you say, hey, I want to do a split test, try this, try that. The response is quicker, the results come through quicker, or you get a lot better reporting, in the sense that if you've got strategy in place, you're getting numbers every day back from your SDRs. If you're chatting with them daily, you can get a sense of, is this working? Is this not working? As an example of that, we were doing a campaign when my SDR first started, and we noticed we were getting quite a lot of pushback in one particular objection. So my SDR and I sat down for about 2 hours, and I just said to him, I said, what do you think the solution to this would be? Let's ask ChatGPT, let's get some recordings, let's try something. We came up with an alternate script in about 2 hours. And then within the next day, on a Friday, mind you, he booked 3 or 4 appointments the next day based on that change in script. I don't think you could move at that speed with a marketing agency, because then they'd want to go through and review the script, and then they want to do this, and then the SDRs have to change. The other thing too is, you also don't know if you're getting a dedicated SDR for your business, for the marketing agency, or if it's 50 guys sitting in a room and today it's going to be Johnny and tomorrow it's going to be Sam and all of that. Whereas if you do it yourself, you've got one person. They also have a vested interest in your success too. If you've got a commission structure in place, which you definitely should do to incentivize performance and growth, it's in their best interest to help you win because they get compensated. So yeah, hopefully that answers the question.
Investment. They're invested. Whenever you bring
Yes.
your team in-house, you are invested. And whenever you outsource, whether it's marketing or it's lead generation, SDR, sales, etc., you're only kicking the can. You're only prolonging what you will eventually need to do in-house anyways. And when you turn the faucet off on an outsourced marketing company or an outsourced lead generation or outsourced sales company, you stop signing off on the checks, you stop getting results. And then you have zero sales strategy. You have zero marketing strategy. You have zero infrastructure there to carry you forward. So wouldn't we rather go ahead and build this, mistake our way to success? Let's make mistakes. Let's screw it up. Let's have to go back to the drawing table. I have to figure it out so that at least I'm building a process. At least I have something to show for it a year from now, no matter what the results are. So it's taking control over your results. And I live in a place where I want to be able to control the results that are in my life and in my business. I'm not going to outsource that. That's crazy. Crazy town. Yeah.
Definitely.
So I want to actually go back because you've mentioned this a couple of times, Liam, around your messaging. I want to hear more about that. And specifically, I want you to speak to yourself 3 years ago. So think about Liam 3 years ago, who you just started your business and you're excited. And then you keep getting these messages from Chris. And so what is this stuff about? What do you mean whenever you say, I changed my message? What does that mean?
Great question. So also a little bit of context too. So when I did start my business, I came out as a tech. That sounds a bit funny, but I started as a tech and was learning sales and marketing. What was really great was I didn't know it at the time, but Chris's emails that were coming into my inbox, I think weekly, I was reading them and I did have an epiphany one day. I was like, man, this guy really knows MSPs, because literally the email that got me to click was literally, hey, Liam, do you want to make more money? And I was like, hell yeah, I want to make more money. I want to make more money. I want to make more money. How do I do it, Chris? Tell me. And I'm salivating in the mouth. So I didn't realize it, but literally throughout the journey of my marketing and learning this, I was actually using seven-figure as a base in terms of seeing what Chris was doing and understanding and just trying to take a step back and just analyze the whole situation around. Chris has a market of MSPs. Chris knows what MSPs want beyond tech and service delivery. And do you want a Microsoft 365 license? I don't know. I don't really care. Everyone wants more money. And so while that was going on, I was having conversations with business owners and I was trying to, before joining Chris's program, I was doing per user per month type services. And in particular, there was one client that still to this day, when I think about them, I'm just like, oh, just not great. And I remember sitting down with the CEO and she was arguing with me saying, Liam, I've got 7 part-time staff members. I'm not paying for 7 Microsoft licenses. And I sat across the table from her and I was like, yeah, the problem is Microsoft is billing me. So if I'm getting billed, you're getting billed. We had this argument going backwards and forwards. And I walked away from that conversation. I'm like, this customer really sucks. And I think the customers that I'm attracting really suck. And then all of that was going on while Chris was emailing me. And I was looking at this going, okay, there's a bit of a disconnect. How do I get better customers? And then I started to just reflect a little bit and understand the words and the terminology I was saying. Also, back then too, I didn't know what I was doing. I was just like, I'm going to try something and then figure it out. And then I realized, I'm like, okay, so I'm pretty sure the terminology, the words that I'm using it's just not landing, or it is landing with the wrong target audience and I don't want. So what I did was throughout the program, while I was going through and rebuilding my cyber and restructuring how I do things, I was trying different things. And especially with the cold emailing that I was doing, it was another great opportunity to just try different things. What I also realized too, and again, I'll probably get flack for this, but I'll die on this hill. Business owners don't care about Microsoft. They don't care about EDR. They don't care about the latest and greatest in some tech program doing something. Is their business secure? Can they make more money? And how do you help them grow their business? That's all they care about. So I took a gamble a couple of times and just talked to business owners about risk. And then I realized as soon as I speak to businesses about risk and make cybersecurity about a risk conversation, not tech, then the conversations flow at a much higher level, to the point where one of my biggest customers that I have, I did a cybersecurity risk assessment and I presented all the findings and everything, spoke to them at this risk level, and they view, that's not that they view me, but they pretty much have me in their C-suite team, although I'm offside, but I catch up with them fairly regularly, and they're keeping me involved in conversations around them building a new application and taking that to market and all that sort of stuff, simply because I had a conversation about them about business risk, not EDR, not backups, not, this, that, and the other, or I can get 24/7 SOC for 90 cents. No one cares. They don't care about that. So really, I had to several times put myself in the shoes of a business owner several times and try and fact check my own messaging and go, okay, if I'm a business owner, I've got 30 staff. My dad also runs a business. He's a CEO of another company. So he was also really good to be like, hey, how does this resonate? And he did give me some pretty raw feedback a couple of times. He's like, no. But that it was a difficult lesson to learn, but I think that it's very relevant in the sense that, first of all, how do you differentiate yourself? How do you get people to listen to you is the one thing. And I remember very early days when I was talking very heavy tech and trying to explain technical concepts to CEOs, you just get this like dazed look, and it's, yeah, I can tell you're not paying attention. And so, yeah, literally just going on this journey of understanding what do business owners care about. And once I realized that, I'm like, oh my goodness, this is a great mindset and kind of self-check to have, not just in MSP world. I've got a few sort of side projects going on at the moment, and literally in those side projects, I'm like, what does my target audience care about? How do I create messaging that hits those points? Because going back to what Chris's emails were, I was sitting there, just started my business in COVID. We were locked down. I was stressing about money, but I was like, man, how do I make more money? And then all of a sudden, this email lands in my email inbox that says, hey, Liam, it's Chris here from Seven Figure. Do you want to make more money? I was like, hell yeah, I want to make more money. So how do I have the same effect in my marketing and speaking to customers?
Incredible. Yeah. And no, it's so true. You have to go from talking about what you want to talk about and what's interesting to you. And you have to think about what's going to actually stop the scroll. What's going to get them to open the email? What's the thing that what's really keeping them up at night? Because it is not their firewall. It is not what they're using to protect their domain. That is not what's actually keeping them up at night. It's how do we go through this phase of business? How do we push through a phase of contraction? What do we do about this AI stuff? That's the kind of stuff that's keeping them up with their thinking, and they're watching and they're paying attention to what others are doing. And it's the consistency that's within that. And so not giving up after trying this for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, even a year. And you have to keep pushing, keep trying, keep testing, keep refining, and be committed to it. And so what I hear from you, Liam, is just this unrelenting commitment. You took responsibility and you're just committed to it. So I would love, in your words, Liam, if someone was on the fence about going all in on being a sales first organization, if they're on the fence about investing into their own growth, their sales and lead engine, what do they need to hear right now?
Great question. I would actually ask a question, and a self-reflecting question, of over the past 12 months, how much business have you brought in outside of referrals or your existing connections? How many new leads or new business opportunities have you brought into your business without client referrals or referrals coming in or anything like that? Because I guess I think also too, I'll touch on this really quickly. At least here in Australia, there's still a lot of MSPs that rely on referrals. And for me personally, if I want to be successful and if I want to grow a business or reach my goals, I need to be able to control that. So what can I do? What can I do? What can I put in place to make sure that I'm getting results without having to wait for referrals? So if someone's sitting on the fence about being a sales first organization, I would simply ask, how's your performance gone based on your goals that you set from last year? Because that was literally the question I asked myself before hiring this SDR as a sense check. I was like, how many new clients have I brought on? Not enough. I'm nowhere near hitting my goals. I'm like, all right, cool. Let's send it. Let's make it happen. Let's see. Because at the end of the day, too, this is another thing. You don't know, you won't necessarily know if it's the right decision until you try it and measure it and then look back and go, has this hit the goals that I've wanted? Has this gone the way I've wanted? Can I measure this? Has this worked? Has it not worked? Because I've made decisions in my business that done it for 6 months and going, yeah, this hasn't really worked out. So I'm not going to do it again. But at least I know that doesn't work. So that would be my self-reflecting question of asking, how many clients have you brought on? And how many of those clients that you have brought on have been through your own process that you control and also can scale? Because let's be honest, we want things at scale. Once we figure out a strategy that works, we want to be able to double down, get more resources in, and just infinitely grow. So you can't do that with referrals, unfortunately. So that would
Okay.
be my question.
Yep. Yeah. Just look at your own results. Exactly. Said, thank you so much, Liam. This is incredible. Thank you for sharing all of this. I know I was taking like notes as we were going here. Great. I'm actually going to bring up Chris with us. Chris wants to come in and kind of chime in for a few minutes to wrap this up. So welcome up, Chris. You're on mute.
Oh,
Wow. It's peaceful when he's on mute. Look, appointment. Oh, we got a background.
yeah, can't hear.
That like, yeah, I love this. And if you guys are watching, if you'll just share in the chat, what was the takeaway for you? What was most helpful for you from what Liam just shared? Because I can share what I think was the most beneficial, specifically around, hey, you're going to fire your SDR, but wait a minute, are you actually meeting with them every day? Are you giving them the development that they need? Because the same problems that you have right now, you're going to see those same exact problems in the next SDR, and you have to address those off the cuff. So that was one of the, I think, was most helpful. Still can't hear you, Chris.
Yeah. I think just on that as well, just on that in particular, Lindsey, with the SDRs, if you find a problem and you address the problem and you put whatever in place from that conversation, in particular, if they're not making enough dials or there's a problem, most of the time, if they're not making enough dials, there's a systemic problem or there's something going on that can be fixed.
Yep.
And then after that, once you fix the problem and they're still not making enough dials, and then it's something else, then it's something else. And then at that point, you're like, all right, cool. I've reasonably done enough here that probably time to get a new SDR.
Yep.
Delicate balance.
Okay, can you hear me
Liam,
now?
one thing.
Can you hear me
Oh,
now?
we can hear you. We're good.
Okay. I had to unplug, like my microphone must have froze or something. I just unplugged it and plugged it back in. That was weird. Okay. So Liam, first of all, your on-camera skills have completely changed. I don't know if you realize that, but you're so much better than you were 2 years ago. It's amazing to watch. So congrats on that. Just like your personality is different than it was. You just said a couple things to me that I want to make sure everyone really listens to, and they really should resonate. I think the biggest one is a self-check on how many clients have I added, because I think people get, especially MSP owners, they get so comfortable with here's what my client base looks like. And the second you're comfortable is you should be adding clients nonstop, because at the worst time is when you're going to lose one. And we see this pretty consistent. I don't want to say consistently, but we definitely see when people lose whales, they're like, oh my God, I lost a client. And they're freaking out because their entire business relied upon it. When it's slow is when you should be adding. So I give you a lot of credit for that self-check and that temp check kind of thing that you had there. And then the other thing that I really noticed in you, and you and I talk pretty regularly. We, like, even the other day, I think yesterday, you commented on my Instagram story, and I don't know if you saw my right back.
Yeah.
We'll keep that between us. But you also have changed your level of risk aversion. And I'm not talking about cybersecurity risk. I'm talking about, I'm going to try something, because that is so critical. And Lindsey, you and I talk about this pretty often, that people that are, it's funny because Lindsey, we talk about this so much, because Lindsey says, like, she gets frustrated because I'm good at a lot of stuff. And I sent you a meme a couple weeks ago that was, it's funny that the people that are told they're good at a lot of stuff also have no fear to try new things. It's not that I'm really good at other stuff. It's just that I try stuff with no fear. That's what it is. So Liam, I've watched you evolve into that. And because I try so many different things, and if it doesn't work the first time, I don't care. That's just what it is. So those two things for me have really changed your evolution over the last year. Because we had a full year where you were like, I remember you messaged, I remember standing in my bathroom when you're DMing me and I was responding back to you. And I like had this vision in my head because you were like, I'm freaking finished with this thing. And I said, okay, we got to keep swimming, man. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
But you're right there. And then literally a week later, you signed this big deal. I remember that because it was just such a point of your evolution.
Yeah. Everyone wants to throw in the towel sometimes. We all want to throw in the towel. I had this day, like last Monday, I was like, everything sucks. I'm done. It's an awful day. And then I woke up Tuesday and I'm like, wow, I love life. Everything is fine. And so we just all have those days. And I think it's why it's so critical to have mentorship in your corner. It's critical to have community in your corner. It's critical to have real strategy. And off topic here a little bit, the dangers sometimes that I see with MSP peer groups is that energy is contagious, and whatever is being traded, whatever ideas or preconceptions or biases that are being traded inside of a peer group, and that's very prevalent in the MSP space, whatever is being traded within those peer groups, it spreads. And you don't actually know if what Mr. Joe MSP over here is doing is actually working. And if he keeps telling you, I'm doing this, well, or if this guy's telling you this doesn't work, this sucks, and then this spreads in the peer group. So I want to just emphasize the difference between having peers. Yes, we have friends. Yes, we have people that we can lean into that has a time and a place, but also don't go and reinvent the wheel from strategy that works, that has the stat, that has the proof, that has the years, the reps, the case studies, everything put in behind it. And I love what you said, Liam. You said, I followed the strategy. That's what I did.
You mentioned earlier, there was something that was really interesting to me is that you noticed at one point in a sales conversation that somebody got like glossy eyes or eyes glazed over in the presentation, and you didn't take that negatively and just revert back into old processes. You were like, okay, let me try something new. And too many times I see people fail, like Chris was saying, they're afraid to try new things, and then they just repeat the same 6 to 12 month cycle year after year. They're like, I've been in business for 10 years. So you have 1 year of business experience 10 times in a row. And you haven't really improved and gotten any better. So what you said there really struck chord with me because it was like, man, you just got to keep trying, press new app, and you're going to get to where you want. That was a very powerful part of the presentation.
Thank you, Liam.
Awesome. No worries.
Being here, brother. It's good to see you, buddy.
Thanks, team.
All right.
Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to take Lindsey off. Lindsey.
Yeah.
It's thanks, Tanner. That hook that they used to bring out and you just get pulled off. Yeah. There you go. Sorry, Lindsey. Out of here.
Back at it. I guess, Lindsey, it was great having you on there. See ya. Chris,
Hey,
I'm going to hand it.
really quick. Lindsey said, oops, forgot to put my raffle scan in. So you guys are going to get double the scans for me because mine is right on my first page. So we might as well share that right now if you want.
All right, we'll bring it up. Chris, I'll let you take it from here.
Yeah. So guys, there's Lindsey's raffle scan. Also, pause my raffle scan. There you go. How about that? So each one of those raffle scans gets you, and you can hit it twice. Like I'm going to approval from MSP Master, it says down there. I'm going to change that, but approval from me to do that. So hit it twice. That's going to get you in. Maria, I think they got to scan like right now so you have time to allocate everything, right? Because I know somebody had this over lunch to where they literally did it right at the end. She's got to have time. Maria's real slow. You guys got to understand that. I can see her on video on the screen. It's awesome because she's just, oh, hi, I'm number one. Is that number two? I'm number two. Awesome. So scan for her. You guys know we're going to do our prize win for our grand prize at the end of the day today. Okay. So I got a couple things for you guys that gets pretty deep here as we go. I'm going to take us home. We got a lot of guests with us today. We've had great retention today. Want to give thanks to all of our speakers. Lindsey killed it twice now. Cindy was amazing. Laura, you're new to a lot of these people here. You've been in our world for a year now, but my team is amazing. And I got to tell you guys that I'm surrounded by some super powerful people. If you notice, a lot of my team is women. I empower women in our community to do really well. It's a male dominated community natively. So I really work on that. And it's something that's important to me. So we're a very diverse company, around the world staff. And I just want to say thank you to my team. So thank you to Tanner and Maria and Mo on the back end. Like, you guys killed it on this whole thing. It's been a really genuinely a pleasure to watch, and I encourage all of you that are watching this. I said this in my open this morning, do your own stuff like this. Like, it's important to do. It's not that hard in today's world to make these things happen. Okay. So a couple things I want you to do with me here, kind of get ready in the chat, because I'm going to throw some stuff at you. I'm also going to give you an opportunity to do a measuring stick on your own business. Where do I sit MRR wise for brand new prospects that have never met with us, never talked with us? This is going to give you an opportunity to kind of look at how we encourage you. I'm going to show you what 7-figure MSP is all about. I'm also going to tell you how we run the play. Now, I know you've been down that path a little bit today. It takes months to do this the right way. With us, you also can see the benefit of regular coaching. Head trash is what we call is a real thing. This is a real thing. And if you're running around in your own world, it gets pretty damn hard to do business solo. You need some type of peers. You need some type of counsel. You need some type of regular, like Lindsey and Liam were just talking about, when you have a bad day, somebody to take you off the ledge a little bit. So we're going to have some measuring stick stuff there. Get ready in the chat. I got some answers I'm going to be asking you for, and then I'm going to give you a chance to measure up on you don't put anything public, but it's a measuring stick against yourself. I'm going to ask you some questions here. We're going to go through this. You guys don't have to answer this in the chat, but I want you to just, like, in your head, start thinking these things. And I want you to, I'm a big why guy. So when I say, why did you actually start a business? Now, what I will say, most people, if you actually ask them, and most of the answers I get on this question, if I stand up in front of a room and I say, hey, why did you start your business? They usually go back to, I was good at computers. I'll also say, I was good at computers. I was like I was in high school in 1993, 94. I graduated in 95. So I'm getting damn old now. But if we go back to that world, I started a business because I was good at computers is how I picked my niche. But I was working for this, you guys are going to laugh at this. I was working for a dial-up internet provider at the time, and I saw an opportunity. See what I'm talking about there? Most people don't say, I saw an opportunity to make money. That's where mine was. So I started a business because I was good. I picked my niche because I was good at one thing, but then I came back over and I started my business because I saw an opportunity to make money, because the ISP didn't sell computers or do any tech at all. All they did was set people up, either Windows, I think it was Windows 95, 98, millennium. You guys remember Windows Me, and then also Mac. We set people up on all that stuff, and it was all out there. And I saw an opportunity there. So for me, and I want you to think what your own is. So what's your why? Why I run 7-figure MSP now is I saw the opportunity to do whatever I want, whenever I want, from wherever I want. So if you heard me talk this morning, we are a global company. Here, I'll show you my office. Oh shit, I don't know where it is. I was trying to find my backpack. My backpack is here somewhere. That's my office. I carry it with me all over the place. I go to Mexico. I go to Florida. I go to Texas. I go to Wisconsin. I go all over the place to see and hang out with the people I care about and see the people I want. And that's the world that I live in. But then I'm also here at headquarters when I want. Now the world that I sit in is I can do whatever I want, whenever I want. But I think back to when I started my MSP, I had my niche, I had the opportunity, and I had goals. I didn't want to work for somebody. I knew I was a pain in the ass, like all that, like my staff's shaking their heads. Yes, I can guarantee you that. Because it's like a lot to deal with sometimes, but it takes certain people. If you heard Lindsey mention this morning, as she was talking to her about closers and about cold callers and about SDRs, if there's somebody out there that can actually take a lead all the way from opt-in all the way to close, those are usually your founders. There's very few people that are employees that can do that. And it's really hard to do. So I want you to think, why did you start a business, or why are you in business now? Write that down for yourself. If you want to put it in the chat, put it in the chat. What goals or dreams did you have when you started? And have you done a regular temp check on that? What are your goals and dreams now? You can see how mine have moved. Like mine was like, okay, I'm unemployable and I see the opportunity to make some money, blah, blah, blah. Now it's, I want to be able to do whatever I want, whenever I want. And money isn't the answer. So it's interesting because that also goes along with my version of wealth, because my version of wealth used to be, I'm a rich guy. Now my version of wealth is money's the vehicle to whatever I want to do. That's it. That's all it is. Money's a tool. And I will tell you this. If you have anybody tell you that money doesn't mean anything, they've never had any. That sounds mean at times, but I'm not trying to be a jerk in my conversations. It's real talk. Like, and if you sit down and have a conversation with somebody in person and you're like, okay, what do you think? And they're like, I don't need any money. I don't blah, blah, blah. Okay. What about this? I can't do this because I don't know. Okay. In person, you're fine having that conversation. It just comes across a little crass over the internet or on posts. So those couple things. Now I want you to put down what's holding you back from doing that. Usually, I will tell you in entrepreneur land, what's holding people back is I have to work. Think about the 9-to-5ers we know. I can't. I've had multiple friends of mine. I live in Austin, Texas. It's an amazing town. Probably it's funny because every time I leave, I'm like, man, I miss home. I miss Austin. It's an amazing town. There's so much to do. And I encourage my friends from Wisconsin or people around the world, come visit. I only have 2 weeks of vacation. So like those 9-to-5ers, that's their limitation, right? But you as an entrepreneur, what's holding you back? Have you built yourself a career? Yes, great. Have you built yourself a business? Great. But have you only built yourself a job that you have to go to work to? And it's actually not the best job either sometimes, because I want you to think about, you should be able to have a business that gives you the opportunity to take vacations, do the things you want, take care of yourself, have a lifestyle, and money, cash is the vehicle to doing those things. That's what matters. And along with that, and this is self-check stuff from Chris, that's what this is. Have you ever had a plan to get there? Because I will tell you, you heard Tanner just said this in the green room, the little in-betweens that we were talking about there. One of the things that's pretty interesting, we all know the definition of insanity, right? Doing the same thing, hamster wheel, over and over and over, and expecting different results. Goes right into the conversation with Liam and Lindsey and all the things that we were talking about there, because you have to pivot, you have to evolve, you have to grow. And that should have some sort of a plan along with it versus just doing the same thing over and over again and then wondering why it didn't change. So think about those things. We're going to go into my next couple questions here. Then let's go into the money as a vehicle conversation. Are you hitting the numbers you want? Now, most people, most business owners, especially in the MSP industry, they are not making the money that they feel they could be or they want, or maybe they just don't realize that they need to get there. That all comes around to, what's your MRR, your monthly recurring revenue? What does that look like? And how does it equate down to profitability? We have guidelines around this. I'm going to go through a bunch of this stuff as we get down the road here. And then, are you paying yourself properly? So it goes down to my next question. Are you paying yourself what you should? So are you hitting the business revenue numbers? Are you hitting the lead gen numbers? Are you hitting the sales numbers? Are you hitting the pay yourself properly numbers? Because these things are so mission critical. And I'll go back to my previous thing about, did you ever have a plan? Not only do you think about these things, and this is, again, is like self-check stuff. Do you have a plan now? Because most MSPs that we see out in the wild, now our clients are a little bit different. You guys will see that in a minute, but most MSPs that I see out in the wild, their plan is purely referrals. I get into fights. Yeah, fights is probably the wrong word, but I get into heated debates. So we'll say that. I get into heated debates on the internet, specifically on Reddit, because I'm public on Reddit. Everybody else is closet keyboard warrior because Reddit is very anonymous. Don't tell me I can't grow a business on referrals. Okay, fine. Can you get referrals? Absolutely. 100% agree. I love them. All you guys watching this, refer all day. I love it. We love referrals. Tanner's our closer. Tanner knows we love referrals. They're great. But if I had to sit back and rely on building an 8-figure company strictly off of referrals, It just isn't going to work. I don't care who you are. There's not a single business in the world, from Google to YouTube to seven-figure MSP to your MSP to the dentist across the hall, that can rely on referrals. So referrals are not a strategy. Getting a sales guy is not a strategy. What most MSPs do, what most business owners actually do, is they're like, I really like to stay in the craft that I'm good at. So I'm going to hire a sales guy or a gal, whatever. I'm going to hire a sales human. And then what do? Is they just dump them in that seat and get pissed off when they don't have a giant book of business that they bring in the door with them, or they're not out there canvassing. Closers are not canvassers. Let's go back to what Lindsey said this morning. If somebody is good enough to take a lead, to go out and prospect, and then take it all the way down to close, they're probably going to be a business owner. That's us. That's what we do. The chances of you finding somebody that's really good at that are minimal, and they're not going to last real long, because the chances of you not having a strategy and being able to pay them right. I've definitely had people in my world. I had a couple of MSP salespeople that I burned through because I was a moron. I had no structure, no plan, no process, and I just expected them to do this. Why aren't you succeeding? Why aren't you hitting the numbers that I randomly set for you? There's no plan there, right? So getting a sales guy and not having structure for them and a plan for them and a system for them is not a strategy. Hiring a cold calling agency or a cold calling human being or an SDR, even using all the things that Lindsey was talking about this morning without structure, is not a strategy at all. And the bottom line is, all three of these systems aren't going to grow for you. They're just, and think about this, almost every single MSP we talk to that's hired an outsourced appointment setting firm comes back and they're like, yeah, that's a great way to blow 30 grand, or a great way to blow 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 or 100 grand. And I got 100 appointments out of it, but none of them were qualified because they were using price as the point. So just doing that is not a strategy. And also, here's another kind of flip on that. Being focused and stuck exclusively on tech is also not a strategy. Now, I'm never going to say, I said this in my open as well this morning, I'm never going to say, ignore tech. Absolutely. You're expected to be a great craft deliverer. So dentists across the hall, they're in business. They're expected to be a great dentist. If you're an MSP, you're expected to be a great service delivery company for IT services. Same with anything else. How good you are and how much you focus on lead gen is going to determine how wealthy you are, how much money you have. I heard Liam saying some of this stuff. He's like, hey, our email sequences are like, hey, you want to make more money? That's what triggered him. That should be on your radar, because your number one job as a business owner now is to drive leads and close deals, period. Because here's why. We are in the most transformational time. I talked this morning about multiple shifts, seismic shifts. We're in the most transformational time this industry's ever seen. So from 2000 to 2020, we saw a pretty commoditized, good, better, best world that really didn't matter around a whole lot. It was all about tools and sets. So you really had to work to differentiate yourself. And your whole thing for differentiation was usually, we're going to make your staff more efficient. We're going to minimize your downtime. We're going to make sure you have 99.9% uptime, like all this other stuff that was like BS, because the client ultimately didn't need us. And then COVID hit, 2020. That was seismic shift number one. COVID hit. We saw a massive need for the IT company because they had to pick up and still manage their staff and deal with all this other stuff. And then at the same time, what accelerated was cybersecurity and hacking threats and legislation and all these things. So the last 5 years here, we've watched that stuff massively increase. So clients actually are needing IT firms because they're going to get hacked. They're going to have these problems and they need us, and we need to be able to show that. And then there's the FTC safeguards and the IRS safeguards pushing legislation and pushing things with insurance and compliance, all these things happening. And now we have our third seismic shift coming, which is the AI shift. We talked about AI exclusively for 50 minutes this morning, something you should really look at. So your opportunity to make money right now, if you can't make money right now, you really need to sit back and evaluate yourself, because everything is there primed for you to make money. And here's a little secret from Chris too. It's okay to make money. It's okay to be profitable. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. Doesn't mean you're a bad Christian. Doesn't mean you're like whatever. Like I get all these people coming back like, I'm a bad person if I make money. You should be goaling towards an 80% gross profit margin with anywhere from a 45 to 65% net profit margin. That's best in class. That's how you deliver the best in class service that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. Because here's the truth on this. You're either going to double your MRR in the next 12 months, or you're going to sit around not doing anything, and you're going to watch the third, along with the second and the first seismic shifts pass you by. So action, execution, risk aversion, like these, it is on you to say, I am going to do this. Lindsey talked about this morning, like she had a very clear to generating leads, and multiple people are like, what's the best tool? What's the best tool? There's no best tool. It's getting going, action. That's what matters. So you're either going to say, and right now, hey, best time to start doing this was like 5 years ago. Second best time to start doing this is right now. So make a decision with yourself. Like, I am going to take today, I'm going to take MRRCon with Chris and team, and I'm going to force myself to be active. And what is human nature along with that? Most people don't do anything until they're up against a wall. It's human nature. And I'll give you a good example of this. Think about people with health problems, overweight people, heart health people. I'll even say that I had a little bit of a scare like 3 years ago, had some like weird heart palpitations. And I'm like, okay, I'm 40-ish years old. I was 40. I think I was 45 at the time. And I'm like, I got to do something because I'm chubby. I was actually probably like 210 pounds. I saw that and I took action. I'm an action guy. I always do that. I waited until I was doing that until that point, but I didn't wait until the heart attack. That's my point, right? I didn't wait till then, but I'm still up against the wall. It took 3 years now, and I'm 48 years old, 48 and a half, actually, almost exactly. And I'm in the best shape of my last 20 years, probably. Not only am I 170 pounds now, so I'm actually 50 pounds down from where I was at, but I'm getting old because you do like prostate checks and all this other stuff. I just had my labs drawn a couple weeks ago. Best labs I've had in the last 20 years. So I'm an action guy. I do that not only in business, but I do that personally. So this is your opportunity to say, I am going to take today and I'm going to take some action. And if you can hold yourself accountable, if you have discipline, you can do 100% of this yourself. Now, I still would surround yourself with some peers. I would still be active. But if you fall back on, I'm a victim, life sucks, nothing works, blah, 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 all this other stuff, and everyone's at fault, everyone's out to get you, you're never going to get anywhere. You got to make a decision that I'm going to take it on myself. I'm going to do this. Nobody can stop me. It's me. I got it. And if you really want to go, you could be a leader. You could be a trailblazer. Like, I built this entire thing on my own. My team's amazing now, but the first 2 years was me, pretty much. Like, I had a couple support staff, but it was me. That's a lonely world. So you got to have a lot of action. You got to have a little discipline. You got to do that. So you can do 100% of what I'm going to show you in the next half hour here on your own. Or fall back on 7-figure MSP or a peer group or somebody else that can help you the way. And I'm going to show you a lot of stuff the next few minutes here. So real quick, let's take a temp check. We did an initial like personal temp check, but let's take a temp check on your MSP here. Let's kind of see where you sit. And you guys, I'm going to give you a calculator to run through this. So get your browser ready. I'm going to give you a URL. Mo's going to throw this in the chat. Mo, don't throw it in the chat yet. I'll tell you when to do it. But here's a little quick temp check. This is numbers stuff. So first thing, how much MRR do you currently have? Now I'm going to define MRR for you because some people get confused about this. What's like the average you break? Now, some of you guys got people under contract, fine. But if you're break fix or if you're more project based, what's like the average of your last 3 months revenue that you did? That's it. So you did 26,000, 32,000, and 29,000. You're probably around 29K is like your average. So take 3 divided by, you take your total divided by 3. That's your average. Okay. That's your MRR, monthly recurring revenue that your average sitting on, or take all the last 6 months here in 2025 and divide that up. So think about that. So write that down. We're going to put that in the calculator in a minute here. Next thing, how many full user seats do you have? How do we define a user? And this is really important in 2025 because we're not just, and I want you guys to be thinking about not what you did in 2015, or maybe Not what you're doing right now because you haven't changed. But what's a full user now? I just think of my own self, and I'll give you an example. So I got laptop here, my MacBook Air. I got this. I got an iPad. I got a phone, right? This is me, user. Okay. All this stuff for me as a user gets managed, should get managed. If it touches anything work, now this is actually my personal laptop, so I don't manage this one much, but I separate completely. I'm a pretty good boy, Ron, and I separate personal from business. So this is my business stuff and this is work stuff, but mostly almost exclusively personal on this. And this one is this. So this is my stuff. And my MSP is one of our clients. His name's Ron. He manages all this stuff for us, and it's all one user. That's what it should be now. And you got to think about this because these things are attached to people's hips. That's where you're defined. So how many full user seats? And if you want to just take people, that's fine because most people aren't using servers anymore. And if they are, you can count it as a seat. I have no problem with that, but I want you to take that number. So we got how much MRR do we have over our last 3 months average? What's our typical monthly MRR? How many full user seats do we have? And then how many active clients do we have running in our system right now? So write those 3 numbers down. And then I'm going to give you a calculator. In fact, Mo, you can throw that in the chat now. Here's our calculator, 7figuremsp.link/calc. Mo's going to throw that in the chat for you guys. And the average we see coming into the elite application room, I will tell you this is around the world, every English speaking country. You heard Liam is in Melbourne. So we're Australia, we're the United States, we're South Africa, we're New Zealand, we're the UK, we're Canada, we're some of South America. So we got all these countries. So it's your currency. So I don't care if it's 68 Australian dollars, New Zealand dollars, Canadian dollars, quid, whatever you are. It's the average that we see come into our room. And we recommend that you're selling at a $300 per seat clip. I'm going to go through a couple different things here. So that's it. So what should your results look like? Now we recommend, I'm going to come back to this again. We recommend you sell at $300 per seat. I'll go through this again because some of you guys are probably freaking out. Your brain's like, well, yeah, I can't sell at that number. Especially looking at your numbers. And Mo, if we got anybody throwing numbers in the chat, throw it in there for me. But this is the kind of numbers that we look like. Okay. Hold on. I got my slides all screwed up now. All right, there we go. Our recommended run the play. You can see I got my little board back here too, backwards today. Run the play. Number 1, you should be completing and this is how you go back to fix your numbers. Okay. We complete a full cybersecurity risk assessment. Now, here's the trick on this. When I talk about this $300 per seat deal, and I want your brain to be around this, first of all, we'll agree, all of us can agree, we can't stop all the hacks. Everybody is getting attempted all the time. There's new tools, ChatGPT, like all this other stuff, constantly barraging people with stuff. You can't stop all the threats. You can't, and we also can't fix the 18-inch problem, which is like the 18 inches between the chair and the keyboard, right? We can't fix people. So you're going to have to do this. You're going to have to be the one that says, this is what you should have, Mr. Client. And I'll explain a lot more of this as we go. So step 1, this is for all your existing clients and all of your brand new prospects. Every single situation starts with a cybersecurity risk assessment, not some bullshit tool, not one tool. This is an SOP, not just one specific tool. My recommendation is use probably a combination of 2 or 3 tools. There's no amazing one. Cytracom's got a great one called Televi, like 100% go with that, but it's not just the only thing you should use. Because here's the question. Can ChatGPT sit and analyze whether an employee is using, can Televi sit there or whatever tool it is, analyze whether the employee is using ChatGPT on their phone? It can't. It's got to be human that says, okay, they're doing this. Can ChatGPT go out there and look at their business bank account and see if it has multi-factor authentication on it or even 2-factor SMS authentication on it? It can't do that. So it takes you having a right system, an SOP, to run a true cybersecurity risk assessment. And then a lot of those things are going to vary based on the type of client. So every single one of your clients should get this done at least once per year. Every new prospect should get this done in full. Do not get lazy with this because this stuff really matters. This is an SOP, not a tool. Okay, this is key. You know what this is. It's funny because if I tell an MSP, okay, you should sell $300 per seat, they're like, okay, what's in the stack? I'm going to ask you this. I want you to think. This is how I break it down. It's super simple. If I ask you if you had unlimited budget at every single client, would you put in a minimal, small, tiny plan, a middle of the road plan, or the best? Unlimited budget, would you put in the best plan? Every single good, reasonable, normal human being, IT company owner is going to be like, I'd put in the best. Okay, we can establish that. So we agree that good, better is shit. It's not good anymore. Because we have liability in allowing them to be on good. We have liability in allowing them to be on better. They should be on the best. Now, we take that into consideration and we walk in. So I got dentist office across the hall here. If I walk in that dentist office thinking like an IT MSP owner from 2025, and I'm thinking about what they should have considering best in mind, I can sit there and look around their network and say, okay, here's what you should have. That's what's in the stack. It should be best in class. So we educate on cyber coming out of the results and position our results as why they need more. We're not saying, here's the tools. You heard Liam even say this in his conversation 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago. There's not a single business owner that cares about how big your EDR is or how big your, I said EDR, I meant BDR, how big your BDR is or how great your cloud is or your 99.9% uptime. Like nobody cares about it. I deal with this stuff with Ron all the time. I'm just like, I want my people to be functional and I want to make sure our stuff's working. And then I want to make sure everybody's secure and we don't get breached. And I don't care about uptime. I don't care. It's all cloud stuff. There's going to be breaches there's going to be crashes. Google Cloud was down last week. Stuff's going to happen. You can't control that. Right. So you have to educate them on the whole, why they need the best and position your results as why they need more and understand that things have changed. Now you're going to have scenarios where your existing clients are like, I thought you were offering me all that. Yeah, I was offering you great stuff, but you know what? Times have changed. Offer your clients and your new prospects best in class stack, period. What should they have? Now you should have some baselines for that. What is the baselines? Okay, I totally will say there should be our basic standard managed services that we've always had with, I'd recommend unlimited help desk, unlimited onsite, 8 to 5, control it with SLO. Service level objective. That's where I would go. Leave it there. Typical RMM, same stuff we've been offering forever. But then on top of that, offer additionally a fully managed cybersecurity offering. Fully managed SOC, fully managed SIM, fully managed EDR, recommend some level of SASE. That's the stuff that matters, guys. You put those two things together, obviously some MFA, and there's a couple other things that we have to plug in there, but we know what that is now. Like you should know what that is, best in class. And we constantly are talking to vendors where they're like, okay, MSP doesn't want to put this in. What are they charging? I don't know because they won't put my stuff in because they can't afford to. It all is a chicken or the egg. So you got to walk up to your client using this whole thing and say, I put this in place in mindset of what they should have, and I'm charging the right amount so I can afford to deliver the right stuff. And you educate them on the front side because your job now is to say, you should have this. Here's why. $300 per seat on a 36-month baseline. Okay, I understand not everyone is going to buy at that number, but it is us now. Think about when you walk into a lawyer. Think about when you walk into a doctor. Do you want the crappy medical coverage or do you want the best? I want the best. That's what everybody wants when they're dealing with a true professional and they're expecting the expert to guide them that way. That's what you should be. Your job right now is to show them what they should have and then give them options. And the stack is the stack from here out. Nothing changes. Best in class. Here's what what you should have. I don't have budget for that. Okay. And this is exactly what Cindy does throughout our sales training and throughout our sales coaching. Okay, you don't have budget for that. Let me ask you a couple questions. Do you understand everything I showed you with hacking? Do you agree that you're probably going to get hacked? There's a large risk for you in your business. We showed you that. Do you agree with that? Yes. Get them to say a verbal yes. Okay, great. Do you like everything I had to say related to our offering, all the things that we do? Do you like that? Do you think our company's the right company for you? Yes. Okay. So we agree that you need this stuff. We agree that you should have it. And we agree that we don't want to get hacked. We don't want to have to file an insurance claim. We don't want to have somebody dealing with those things and all this other stuff. So now we're just down to a numbers game. What if I extended that term to 4 years to make it fit in your, or maybe 5 years to fit in your numbers? So the stack stays the same and the numbers pivot. And hey, if they don't have the money to upgrade, at least we showed them, here's what they should have. And we're not taking liability because we went through the path of doing a cybersecurity risk assessment. We did all the things. We showed them the right way. And they said no. So okay, we'll take, but here's what's going to happen when there's a breach, guys. When there's a breach, you're acknowledging that cybersecurity is not important, but when there's a breach, my recommendation, $10,000 flat fee, and then we'll take it off just like a retainer. Like, I didn't plan on getting in a car accident, but that's why I have insurance. Oh, you were drunk driving? Sorry, insurance is not valid because you didn't do the right stuff. That's the world that we're living in, guys. You got to be careful with this stuff, right? So if we charge the right amount, we can afford to put in the right stack. And the bottom line is if you lead the client to a path where they understand they're going to have a breach, they should be doing these things, and we need somebody else to pay for the bill, they will make money for it. And hey, not everybody's going to do that. We see about a 60% upgrade across our client base. Not everybody's going to do that. But at least we can say, hey, I offered you what you should have and you declined it. Now you got breached and I'm going to come back. So they may not be ready right now, but they'll eventually get there. And then as you go, you have to scale through the rest of your base. Like I have back here. Run the play. That's what matters. So that's what we call, you saw Cindy had her baseball this morning. We're very sports people here. Cindy and I are baseball dorks. You have to make sure that you run the play across your entire client base. You should be running the play, especially for our members that are here. We got a lot of members in the room right now. You should be running the play on every client every year, especially if they upgrade, because times have changed. Think about all the stuff that's added. We just added AI. We added all these other things. Go back and run this, add it. So it's not set it and forget it. And the last place you should be running the play is when their contract is up for renewal. You should be running the play on the fly all the time, every quarter. If you have to get them, boom, boom. That's the mindset you have to have. And the bottom line on this is 7-figure MSP is not some magical secret sauce that we sprinkle fairy dust on your company and poof, you got double the MRR or triple the MRR or 5x or 10x the MRR. We don't sell time. We don't sell tools. We sell execution systems and discipline and accountability that get results. That's why we built our entire elite core coaching program. So that's what this is all about. So you heard me say a couple minutes ago, you can 100% do this on your own. But if you struggle with accountability, if you struggle with discipline, if you struggle with mindset, head trash, any of these things, and I'll tell you what I do, like I have a whole team of people that I surround myself with, and I have shitty days sometimes. It happens. It happens to every single one of us. So you got to have people that you can go back to and talk to. I have my confidants, my people that I actively work with. We have an amazing coaching team. You met all 4 of them today. We've helped over 400 MSPs double, triple, and 10x their revenue. Not only this, you get not just me, but my entire expert staff. You saw Cindy, Lindsey, and Laura, just superstars. And I love doing this. And we have a whole plan that we do inside of our Elite Core program, our 90-day 7-figure launch plan. In the first 45 days, we teach you how to run the play. We have an entire list of short form video content that you actively work through. We got accountability. We have steps in there. We have an entire course on this. And then you come for live coaching Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, not only with me, Lindsey, Cindy, but then Laura does implementation calls every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday evening. So the whole point is you should be never working a deal alone. Every single deal you get with existing clients, every single deal you get with new prospects, you're working with us. So in the first 45 days, we're teaching you how to run the play on your existing client base. Then over the next, like on the fly, but over the next 30 to 60 days, then we're building out your marketing plan, making sure you're understanding a conversion event and driving leads. Maybe as you go, you're saying, okay, I need to hire an SDR like Liam and I can get myself into leads mastery, or I'm a little bigger MSP and I got to make sure I maximize my profits. So we get into profits mastery with Cindy. That's an accelerated profitability scale business plan. Or I want to get on stages and on podcasts and systems, and I'm working with Laura real time in stage mastery. So we have all these things that you can work on, not only running the play on your existing clients, but we're working on building ourselves a true working MRR machine. That's what this is about. Because if you're not focused on doubling your revenue with your existing clients, you're never going to get there with spending money on just random marketing systems. So you're building campaigns that convert, backed by our entire system, our double your MRR sales system with our coaching team, and then our entire marketing machine to really run the play with new leads coming in. Everything you need, from sales decks, proposals, our full contract kit, risk assessments, the full CSRA process, marketing systems, done for you campaigns, all included. All that stuff's there for you guys. Remember, there is no magic potion. This is especially true for our members that are here today. There's no magic potion. And sometimes we want you guys seeing this on a regular basis because it takes more than just, oh, I learned about best-in-class stat today. Okay, that's great. But there's no magic potion for this. It's all about scalable, repeatable systems that you own, run, and manage. You don't want to just dump this thing on a sales guy or dump this thing on an outsourced calling company. I promise you, neither of those will work without structure, systems, and process. You have to have that. And coming back to your questions as to your why, if this doesn't work for you, which it's totally fine, then what's your plan? And I want you to think about that. Because from this point out, let's not forget what I mentioned earlier. You're at the most transformational time this industry's ever seen. We got a three-headed monster with remote work, cybersecurity, and AI opportunities. So if you can't make money in 2025, what's your plan? Our system has all this for you, all the things included, our full growth system with me and Cindy, our full MSP marketing machine with me and Lindsey. And we have our top of funnel, middle funnel, bottom funnel coaching system. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're live along with implementation with Laura. Our full run the play system with me and Cindy, our full cybersecurity focused and proven cybersecurity sales PowerPoint. That's a PowerPoint presentation, that full sales presentation to run the play on your existing clients and your new prospects. Our full CSRA process and training included. Our full $300 per seat pricing process is included in this as well. On the marketing side, we include our full weekly conversion event process. Not only running a cybersecurity weekly briefing, but also now we have an AI weekly briefing, getting people in. You heard Lindsey talking about the yummy marketing this morning in my whole AI presentation, all related to that. Our full marketing process, tools and trainings, marketing campaign and landing page database included. Those are just the marketing systems. Then we have tools, our assessment systems with Talivi included on that, and CyberGuard 360 on the platform. Our WiseTrack CRM, our AI system, all these things, and along with the company MSP website, all included, along with our contract kit, our 7-figure MSP Ultimate MSP contract kit. So our full MSA, our full statement of work, our full risk acceptance letter, all those things included, along with a weekly coaching call from our head of counsel and our general counsel, Paige Taylor. So all that stuff's there for you guys, along with our compliance as a service training from Mike Semmel, vendor discounts, live access into our live events. We do quarterly events like MRRCon as well, along with just launched our brand new MSP AI growth and profit coaching. This is built into the system. We've had so many things that have been, this whole system is now fully launched and fully live. But we teach you how to acquire new leads and MRR using strategic AI advisory and consulting. So all the stuff I talked about this morning in my open is all included as well. And to give you guys a couple of case studies that we have, especially for our brand new prospects, Mark Enzor is a great example. Mark started with us October of 2021, 98K of MRR, currently sitting at 225K of MRR. Really important thing, coming in, running the play at 62K of MRR in his first 90 days. I know he's a little bit bigger MSPs, so for some of you guys that are a little bit bigger, that's a great fit. But let's look at somebody that's a little bit smaller. Let's look at Brett Gallant. Brett's a great example because he's in Miramichi, New Brunswick, Canada. So very far northeast Canada. Started our program with $22,000 of MRR and 600 seats. It's like a $37 Canadian average per seat. Currently sitting at $130,000 of MRR and 500 seats. Notice how he's reduced his seat count and 5x'd his MRR. Actually, he's 7x on that, his MRR. Just by running the plan, his existing clients definitely got some new leads and some new sales in there, but that really matters because he's then chosen to fire some clients. And here's a bevy of other clients that we've had wins across the board. We track all of our wins. So here's a ton of them that you can look at. People just winning all the time. We got wins every single day, all over the place. But ultimately, I'm not here to sell you guys. I want to show you what we do. Ultimately, that whole system. I'm here to invite you to stop playing small. You could take everything we just talked about, go do it yourself, 100%. But if you have somebody else, if this is what you've been waiting for, if you have somebody else that can't help you, we are a huge opportunity. So here's all of our included elite stuff that we have on top of that. My special offer for you on our sales program. I'm not going to sell you anything today. I'm showing you pricing and we can book you in with Tanner. If you guys want to do this, $17.50 a month. Now for anybody that's here with us live, if you book your call with Tanner, if you're an existing client and your price is over that, book your call with Tanner. We'll come down and honor this, just a new contract. That's fine. But if you book your call with Tanner, I'll lock your price in at $1,500 per month. You got to book your call coming right out of this. And I'll give you a $50 gift card to book your call with Tanner. So we'll lock in your price at $1,500 right now. You're not committing to anything, but you book your call, and then when you show up on the call, we're going to give you a $50 gift card. That'll work for existing clients as well, as long as you complete the call. Okay. And if you're not sure that it'll work, you'll either get money or you'll either get results or we'll give you your money back. That's how very serious I am. Very serious guarantee on this stuff. I have a 90-day money back guarantee. If you show up and follow the systems, complete all the calls for 90 days straight, if it does not work, if you think I'm full of crap, I'll refund your money. But it's not a free trial. I want to make sure I'm really clear about that. This is a performance-based partnership. You will be required to submit completed onboarding strategy work, recording screenshots of your 3 sessions, or we're going to make sure that you go out and work with 3 existing clients on this completed CRM tracking sheet, all your call attendance logs. So you got to show up and do the stuff. Magically, if you do that, the program works. All right, guys, here's how you can book your call with Tanner. You got a link there on the bottom. Mo, if you want to throw that in the chat for us as well, 7figuremsp.link/speak with Tanner. You can also hit the QR code. This is good for existing clients and brand new prospects if you guys want to be with us today. We would love to have you. And I'll finalize this with saying, if this doesn't sound great to you, awesome, no problem. What's your plan? All right, Tanner, I think I'm good to go. If you want to pop out, Tanner's here already. Okay. I didn't even have my script.
Yeah, like John said, I'm just lurking around. I pop up wherever I'm needed.
I love it.
But yeah, no, this one thing that I'll say before you even decide to book a call is that kind of like what Liam was mentioning earlier when he was speaking with Lindsey, really do a self audit. Get clear on where you are now and where were you 12 months. Because when you get on the call with me, I'm going to ask you that question. So it's important to get clear on not only where you want to go, but where have you come from over the past 12 months? Because if you're not crystal clear and true to yourself about realistically what your growth is going to look like if you don't make a change to your operations, then there's nothing anybody can do to help. So be real with yourself, tell yourself the truth. And if there's anything that we can do to help you out, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to have those conversations with you. I can give you a lot more information, specific details, anything like that. So book the call, scan the QR code, jump on with me. Like Chris said, you get a fast action bonus for booking today. Also get a $50 gift card for showing up. So the worst case scenario is you come in and you're like, hey. So join, book the call, have a conversation. We'll see what we can do to help you.
Yeah. Now, I know we had a couple questions that came in the chat. I want to answer these really quick for the guys that asked this question. So Anthony Johnson asked us, $300 include Haas, Office 365, and backup. I would not include Haas. What I would include, so Office 365 licensing, I would include what would be the equivalent of E3. I would include that. Yes, I would manage that. I also would include a base level of backup up to a certain amount of stuff, depending on what they have. Maybe it really just varies on what it is. It's going to depend on their infrastructure, and I would depend on the deal. As you talk $300 per seat, let's come back to Haas in a second here. As you talk $300 per seat, that's a guideline. Okay. Remember, I said $300 per seat baseline. Don't include hardware, $300 per seat. The hardware I would include network equipment, router, and access points. I would include that because it's important for you to put those things in there and control the environment, manage those things. But I would not include any workstations. I would not include any servers because we're moving away from that world anyway. And if they need that stuff, we definitely have members in our program that are pushing. I can think of Emily as one. She's pushing $450 a seat, including Haas on the stations, and she's doing it that way. But $300 per seat's a guideline. Now, what the trick is, most MSPs are in this world where they don't know what their profitability looks like because they're not measuring their tech time. They're not measuring their own time. They're not measuring costs. If you're measuring all that stuff and you want to move that number around based on a 45 to 65% net profit margin or an 80% gross profit margin, green light. The reason I start with $300 per seat is because for almost all of you, that's going to help get us into that window of increasing your MRR, increasing your profitability towards the number we want you at, and selling based on value, not based on what the tools are. Our entire thing is based on, let's educate you heard me say this, educate your client on the risks, make sure they understand they are going to have breaches. They're going to have hacks. They're going to have other things happen. They're potentially going to lose intellectual property on AI. Like all these things should be discussed and talked about. And we get them to understand they need more and getting them to admit that, acknowledge that it's not just about tech anymore. It's about recovery. It's about management. It's about profitability, not being the cheapest guy or even all the stuff Lindsey was talking about today. And $300 per seat's your guideline. So start there. And you can see what the calculator looks like. You guys are welcome to use that calculator on your own, but Tanner's going to work you through that on the call as well. Okay. Now the next question, Mark Prince said, sorry, $300 per seat. What is the stack? I knew that's going to come out. It always comes up every single time. I described this pretty well, but here I will come back to this again. And you might've said this after I did, but I would recommend your basic managed services. It's your standard MSP stuff, which includes your RMM, your PSA, ticketing system. I'd recommend all-inclusive help desk, all-inclusive on-site based on an SLO. So what would the SLO look? That's how you control them bouncing off the walls, right? You can't just give them your personal cell phone number and say, call me anytime. I'll show up in 2 minutes. No, it's got to be like, okay, all incidents come through the help desk via dispatch, blah, blah, blah. 8 to 5, we have this much response time. We determine severity. We determine escalation. Then you can control, because you think about it, how many issues really need a truck roll? I'd say less than 2%. So you take that and then you look at response time around that. You can control almost all of that with an SLO, service level objective, not service level agreement, which it used to be. So then you look at the rest of the stuff. So that's your basic managed services. Then I would include your cyber stack. I would include full SASE, fully managed SOC, and fully managed SIEM. And when I say fully managed, not only is it alerting, but it's eyes on glass remediation. That's where the rubber meets the road, guys. It's really important. And then for the rest of it, walk in the door. What should they have? And then base your pricing around that. 80% gross profit margin, anywhere from 45% to 65% net profit margin. It's going to vary because it's going to be different. If you're confused, $300 per seat, go. And if you say to me, okay, I'm charging my client $12 per seat right now, then we got some escalations to do over a period of time. It's going to take time. You can't walk in the door on a $12 per seat client and magically pivot them to 300. It's not going to happen. So it takes time. It takes management. And most importantly, it takes discipline to work through these deals. It's critical. Okay. I think we're good. If there's any more, we got any other questions? Most Canadians, so we don't let them on camera. A rule. He's good. Okay. I think we're good with our wheel, huh? Tanner? Now Tanner's audio's gone.
Oh, I muted myself. That's on me.
I like as much as you liked me muted, you're just as good muted.
My little one was crying in the background, so I needed to get that muted. But so before we go to the raffle wheel spin, one thing I do want to do is give a thanks to all our sponsors, because again, without the sponsors, it's really hard for us to put these things on. Obviously, give a big round of applause for John, for Mike. They gave great presentations today. So these are our platinum sponsors, our gold sponsors, and we.
You want to see something funny?
What's that?
I'm going to bring Maria in here and I want to thank you guys. She didn't expect me on camera there, so that's fun. She's like, you want to tell me I'm number one now?
Don't tempt me. I will.
No, I just want to say from me to you guys, thank you. You guys killed it today. Tanner, you did a great job. Maria, thanks for putting this all on. Maria runs all of the back stuff. So it's awesome to have this. She runs all of our live events completely. So our MRRCon, she also runs all of our live in-person events, which next one Tanner's going to talk about in a minute. I'll kick you out again, Maria. So you're good.
Thank you.
Take your stuff.
All right, Grant, it's time for the raffle grand prize winner. You get to choose from either our upcoming event next month in Fort Worth, Texas, July 29th to the 31st. It's going to be a blast. All of our events are great. I'm excited for this one because we're going to have an entire rodeo purchase.
You are really excited about the rodeo, aren't you?
I got to keep bringing it up because this will, in fact, be my first rodeo, as Maria so regularly says. It's a joke that has been played out. I'm going to keep using it. So it is a great one. You can choose between Fort Worth or you can go to the Boca Raton event later this year in October. They're both going to be great. Maria always does an exceptional job picking the venues, where we sit, the hotels, everything. So
Fort Worth Stockyards is pretty damn cool. I'll also say that it's pretty fun. I'm not a big Dallas fan, but Fort Worth Stockyards is really cool.
Yeah, it's really cool out there. So the winner is, let me go ahead and get this raffle wheel pulled up. Maria, give it a spin. Let's see who we got. Drum roll.
There we go, Randy.
Let's go, Randy Shipper. If you're here, please drop a 1 in the chat. We want to make sure that you're here so you can win this. But thank you for participating. Again, more times that you were engaged and active with all of what our coaches were delivering, you had a higher likelihood of being here to win this. So we try to give back as much as we can and do some really cool things for the people who engage with us. Because again, at the end of the day, we would not exist as a company if it weren't for you guys out there looking to grow and scale. Big shout out to you guys. If you sat through this entire summit, I know we're 8 hours into the live stream at this point, 7.5 hours. It is an ordeal to go through. And again, round of applause for Maria for putting this thing on, coordinating everything. She did an exceptional job. I want to thank Chris, Cindy, Laura, Lindsey, Liam for being on here, John, Mike, everybody who gave a presentation. They all crushed it. It worked hard to bring you guys the best content that we possibly could help you grow and scale your MSP. Now, again, if you still want to come to the Q3 event and you did not win the raffle, again, you can go to sevenfigureMSPevents.com/Fort Worth. And again, since you were here, if you would like to get 50% off, make sure to use the promo code MRRCon checkout. That'll slash that price down 50%. Don't want to miss it. It's going to be a great time. And with that said, thank you for attending MRRCon V2. Hope you guys have a great night.
Bye-bye.